A young woman stood in the crowd and said loudly, "From ancient times to the present, in the cultivation world, the strong are kings, and ascension is revered as excellence." She continued aggressively, "You, Luo Tianfan, rely on your prominent family background but refuse to improve." She pointed at the man being fed wine by a young woman in the distance. "You are truly a disgrace to my cultivation world. I despise you." Luo Tianfan and the woman beside him looked at her, completely bewildered. The woman sitting next to Luo Tianfan questioned her loudly, "Impudence. This is the flowing wine banquet of the Jijin Pavilion, held only once every 50 years. Which family's disciple are you, to dare be so disrespectful?" Hearing this, she waved her hand and retorted, "Chan Yu Xianzi, don't put on airs and suppress me. I hate those with ugly faces who always fawn over others." Seeing this, the surrounding people began to whisper, "Who is this young woman? She actually dares to speak to young Master Luo like that. Indeed, she's really foolish. If she provokes young Master Luo, even the power behind her will probably suffer." Someone added, "She's grown up to be so annoying. What right does she have to talk about our young Master Luo?" She sneered and looked disdainfully at the surrounding women. "What do you ignorant women know? As the young master of the Luo family for so long, what kind of women has Luo Tianfan never seen before? Compared to those who offer themselves at the door and are then forgotten, men still prefer to conquer women who deliberately challenge them." Chan Yu Xianzi turned to Luo Tianfan with some embarrassment, and said, "Young Master Luo, I apologize. It's because I didn't choose the guests carefully. I'll take this rude person out of here." He didn't care, picked up his wine glass. "It's fine." The young woman thought to herself, "Moreover, I've investigated it thoroughly. Luo Tianfan is outwardly gentle, refined, and courteous, and has never committed murder. As long as my actions are reasonable, capturing this man will be as easy as flipping my hand." Luo Tianfan pondered to himself, "Where have I seen this scene before? It seems like a classic idol drama from my student days. I've been reborn for 18 years. And suddenly seeing a scene like in an idol drama really evokes some nostalgic feelings." He remembered his memories from his previous life. "It turns out that I am a transmigrator. Looking back at my previous life, since I understood things, I have always done the things that had to be done. From memories of being a student to going to work, I had to get better grades, get into a better university, and find a better job. Then I remembered being diagnosed with an illness in the hospital. My whole life, I only did the things I had to do, but it seems like I never did anything I really wanted to do." Luo Tianfan recalled the image of himself lying in a hospital room, breathing oxygen. "My whole life was spent competing, and I was tired all my life, but I didn't know what it was for. When I was reborn, I swore that I would never compete again in this life. I want to live a life that makes me happy. I want to let go." Returning to reality, he was Luo Tianfan, leisurely sipping the wine in his hand. He was contentedly savoring his current life. Then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Detection and measurement. Host has encountered a ridiculed event. Automatically activating the supreme competition system." He was so startled that he spat out all the wine he had just drunk. The surrounding women sighed endlessly upon seeing this. "Ah, as expected of young Master Luo. Even spitting water is so handsome." Chan Yu Xianzi panicked and asked, "Young Master Luo, is the wine not to your taste?" He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said, "No, it's nothing." He thought to himself, "It seems that others can't see this system." Luo Tianfan scratched his chin and thought, "A system?" Yes, in this day and age systems have almost become standard equipment for transmigrators. It's not strange. He looked at the red-haired, rabbit-eared woman standing in front of him and thought accusingly, "But this system is really late." She shouted with a dark face, "Supreme Competition Red Luck System, to also." Before she could finish speaking, she reached out and grabbed Luo Tianfan's face. "Do you know how I've lived for the past 18 years? The system spirit cried and pleaded with him, "Host, just do one competitive thing, just one, and you can activate the system." But in the past 18 years, there hasn't been a single thing, not even one. Hearing this, he understood somewhat. "Ah, so that's the reason." The system spirit was quickly sad and quickly happy. She said radiantly, "But everything is in the past. Thank you to the woman who ridiculed you, so that I could activate myself. From now on, the competition system will play a supporting role in your cultivation process. The system can fulfill any request of the host. Moreover, as long as the host completes competitive events, you can also receive extremely valuable rewards. Luo Tianfan asked as if to be sure. Any request? Are you sure? The system spirit gave a thumbs up to guarantee, of course. Hearing this, Luo Tianfan closed his eyes and lay down. Then, can you please remove the current binding so I can go home and drink wine? Remove the binding? The system spirit looked at him in confusion. Remove the binding? The system spirit gestured and spoke of the benefits. Don't you have a desire for boundless power? He lay still and denied. No. Don't you have a desire to possess supreme power? To be able to turn your hand into clouds and turn your hand into rain? No. She ran out of words. Why? Luo Tianfan lay there lazily and said, It's meaningless. I've given up. I no longer have those worldly desires. Moreover, I'm allergic to the words competition. The system spirit was so angry that she wanted to spout smoke and recalled the woman who had scolded him earlier. Waste. That woman ridiculed you in front of so many people. Aren't you even a little angry? As long as you complete the mission and receive the rewards the system gives you, you can immediately slap her face. He was still calm. What she said is not wrong. I really am a rotten piece of wood who has given up on everything. The system spirit was helpless, sweating profusely and at a loss for words. She affirmed to Luo Tianfan, But you are a transmigrator. But his face remained blank. At this time, Luo Tianfan suddenly sat up and faced her. So what if I'm a transmigrator? Do transmigrators have to compete crazily? What outdated prejudice is that? His words left the system spirit speechless. Luo Tianfan pointed accusingly with a dark face. Are you deliberately inciting the opposition between transmigrators? Be careful of being beaten. The system spirit was speechless. Looking at Luo Tianfan in front of her, the system spirit thought in confusion, could it be that my record of leading transmigrators to ascend to the upper realm will fail in his hands today? Chan Yu Xianzi called him worriedly, Young Master Luo. Luo Tianfan knew that he had left the illusion of the system. Damn it, just you wait. The system spirit said angrily. Luo Tianfan smiled happily. It seems that the mother system has released me. Gave up? What a joke. I finally lived another life. How could I compete again? Seeing him smile, the people around him began to make wild speculations again. Look, young Master Luo is smiling coldly. He's angry. It's all because of that woman. Provoking young Master Luo, we won't be implicated, will we? Her face was a little flustered. Why hasn't he said anything until now? Could it be that the propriety that I thought I had a good grasp of has really angered him? Maybe I should add 2 more words to remedy the situation. As she was thinking, a voice came from behind. What the Xianzi said is right. She was startled and looked at the person who had spoken. He pointed loudly at Luo Tianfan and said, Luo Tianfan, I heard that you haven't even passed the Jiji stage yet. Besides relying on your family background, what talent do you have? After speaking, he turned to look at her and smiled reassuringly. Xianzi, rest assured, from the moment I first saw you, I was immediately attracted by your appearance of not fearing power. I will forever stand on your side. She gaped in her heart and cursed, Rest assured my ass. What the hell are you starting now? The system spirit appeared and seduced Luo Tianfan again. How is it? How much more can you endure? As long as you complete the competition mission, you can slap their faces comfortably. He smiled mockingly and calculated in his heart, slap faces? Why rely entirely on this system? Well, let me show you the identity of a system and see how I work. Chan Yu Xianzi angrily ordered someone, take these 2 out of here for me. Before she could finish speaking, she was stopped by him. Wait. Young master? She asked in doubt. Luo Tianfan sat down calmly and said, The words of the 2 of you today have moved me greatly. He sighed, his brows furrowed, looking a little sad. Since I was born, I have wanted to cultivate. There have always been countless elixirs and miraculous medicines for me to cultivate with. I want to have fun, and there are also countless rare treasures for me to spend as I please. It can be said that my prominent family background has made me become apathetic. I hate my wealth. Please turn me into someone who has nothing. The surrounding people were speechless. Why do these words sound so arrogant? The women were even more infatuated. Even if young Master Luo is shameless, he's still so handsome. She smiled slyly, self-admiringly. Sure enough, I attracted his attention. Although I don't know why, I feel very angry after hearing it. Next, I just need to change my attitude reasonably to make him gradually fall in love with me. Luo Tianfan said expressionlessly, holding up 5 fingers. How about this? 5,000 spirit stones. I'll hire someone to be by my side at all times to remind me like that. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, huh? Luo Tianfan held up 5 more fingers. What? You think it's too little? 10,000 spirit stones per month. At this time, even the system spirit gaped, huh? He sneered sarcastically. Do you think Xianzi will be by your side for 10,000 spirit stones? She interrupted. Sword cultivator Yu Yan is willing to spend her life being unrestrained with the young master. He panicked and called, Xianzi. Luo Tianfan gave a forced smile. Occasionally, I will also do some serious things. The system spirit had an incredulous expression. Chang Yu Xianzi also chimed in. Young master is really generous, he said with trembling hands. Xianzi, you are. Yu Yan ran over and hugged Luo Tianfan's arm. This fellow Taoist, please have some self-respect. I am now young Master Luo's person, and I don't know you. She thought to herself. It's not necessary to possess this man. Being possessed by him is the same. Luo Tianfan wondered in surprise. When did she get here? Yu Yan smiled flatteringly and fed Luo Tianfan fruit, while the system spirit and Cha Yu Xianzi had dark, angry faces. He gritted his teeth. Luo Tianfan. He angrily pointed at Luo Tianfan. Luo Tianfan, I want to have a formation battle with you. Luo Tianfan chewed on the fruit. The system next to him sneered. He, your method is no longer effective now. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Oh, really? The system spirit put her arm around Luo Tianfan's shoulder and punched him wildly, excitedly saying, How is it? Are you scared now? In the cultivation world, the strong are supreme. Even if you have a backer, if your strength is not enough, you still have to bow your head. Don't you feel a strong desire to become stronger in your heart now? As long as you complete the mission, I can help you become stronger. Among cultivators, there will also be levels. Ordinary cultivators only dare to bully the weak. Advanced cultivators often don't put anyone in their eyes and end up being overturned and slapped in the face. Luo Tianfan closed his eyes and said, Which eye of yours saw that I was scared? But besides those people, there are also people like me, the top upper class. Seeing this, he smiled mockingly and ridiculed. Or do you want to be a shrinking turtle, afraid to face me? For top-level people, when something happens, there's no need to worry. Someone will naturally solve it for me. Chang Yu Xianzi's entire body was surrounded by streams of red-orange light. Her face was full of murderous intent as she said, 1 person, 2 people, both so rude to my guests. Do you really think that this immortal doesn't dare to kill people? The light around Chang Yu Xianzi flared up, causing him to fall to the ground in fear. The people around them began to discuss again. Chang Yu Xianzi usually only holds immortal banquets and rarely fights with others. I almost forgot that in addition to being known as an immortal chef, she is also a great cultivator of the Yangshan stage, 7th level. The system spirit was surprised. What? Luo Tianfan seemed to have expected this. He held up 2 fingers. He stood opposite Chang Yu Xianzi and stammered, pointing at her, You. You are a great power of the 7th level, yet you bully the weak. I am not convinced. Luo Tianfan watched the show with his chin propped up. Yu Yan sat next to him and fed him fruit. He said, How interesting. Other people relying on higher cultivation to suppress you is called bullying the weak. But I haven't even reached the Jiji stage yet, and you rely on higher cultivation to challenge me. What is that? The surrounding people also spoke out in criticism. Exactly. You allow yourself to do it, but you don't allow others to do it. So shameless. The reputation of sword cultivators has been ruined by people like this. He looked around awkwardly. Out of anger, he grabbed his sword and rushed towards Chang Yu Xianzi. Damn it! At any cost. You stop me. Even if I face a nascent soul stage cultivator, I won't be afraid. Chang Yu Xianzi also angrily unleashed a move. Reckless fool. He was sent flying ah. Suddenly, a hand behind him supported him. Chang Yuxianzi was surprised. An old immortal appeared and pleaded on his behalf. Chang Yuxianzi, please be lenient. He called out in a panic, Master. Without any gentleness, his face was ferocious as he asked, Chang Yuxianzi, I don't know what my humble disciple has done to offend you so much that you have to act so severely. Or is it that your Guanqi pavilion doesn't take my Shanlan sword sect seriously? Yu Yan whispered into Luo Tianfan's ear, Young Master, this person is the Supreme Elder Su Changsu of the Shanlan sword sect. It is said that he is already a holy sage of the peak 8th level. And he has always been in seclusion and rarely appears. This time, he must have come out of the mountain specifically for his disciple. He thought to himself. As expected, the typical case of beating the small one and bringing the old one. The system must be going crazy soon. The system spirit laughed heartily. Sure enough, the luck of heaven hasn't abandoned me yet. The system spirit appeared from beside Luo Tianfan and said, This time, even if you have a helper, it won't help you. Let me see what you will do. Luo Tianfan thought with a bored expression. This system still doesn't understand what I am. What is a person who holds both? Chang Yuxianzi asked the old man opposite with a serious face, Su Changsu, do you want to ask your disciple first what he has done, and who he has offended? Su Changsu stood in front of him, raising his voice in defense. Even if your father is the Dragon King today, I will still demand justice for my disciple. Luo Tianfan put down his wine glass and asked, Justice? Luo Tianfan said with a serious expression, Your disciple relied on a higher cultivation than me to fight. Holy Sage Su, I don't know if you can demand justice for me? Hearing this, Su Changsu asked, Who are you again? He angrily pointed, Master, it is this villain who relies on his family background to arbitrarily oppress others. I couldn't stand it, so I wanted to fight him. Yu Yan also stood up angrily, pointing at him and said, Don't turn black into white here. I sincerely admire young Master Luo's talent, so I am willing to be loyal to him. How can I allow you to fabricate things here at will? Luo Tianfan put his hand on her shoulder, signaling her to stop and said, Holy Sage Su has been in seclusion for many years, so it's normal that he doesn't recognize me. Yu Yan said doubtfully, Young Master? Luo Tianfan smiled meaningfully and revealed his identity. My esteemed name is Luo Tianfan. Su Changsu was shocked. The Luo family. What is Luo Wuji to you? Luo Tianfan rested his chin on his hand and said proudly, He is my father. Hearing this, the system spirit sneered and said, Don't try to resist anymore. Quickly follow the footsteps of the system. How can a holy sage care about your family background? Only your own cultivation is the last resort. Hearing this, Su Changsu changed his attitude, flatteringly saying, So you are the son of the Luo family head. I was wondering why such a dazzling genius would appear here. The old man stroked his beard and said, Isn't this a case of a great flood washing away the Dragon King temple? He called out anxiously from behind, Master, you. Su Changsu turned around and punched him in the back of the head. Useless thing. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Luo. Young Master Luo is such an outstanding figure. How could he do the things you said? The system spirit was shocked. Luo Tianfan smiled and diffused the situation. It's just a misunderstanding. It's always inevitable. It's good to explain clearly. Holy Sage Su, do you know my father? He had a dark face. Su Changsu pressed his hand on his head and said, The Luo family's name is resounding everywhere. I am just an unknown person, how can I be qualified to associate with them? Back then, I was lucky enough to see the demeanor of the Luo family head from afar. It was truly an immortal descending to earth, extraordinary and detached. The old man said sternly to him, You fool, why don't you quickly thank young Master Luo for his magnanimity? He gritted his teeth unwillingly. His foot stepped forward. He cupped his hands and bowed before Luo Tianfan. Young Master Luo, thank you for your magnanimity. Luo Tianfan spread his arms generously and said, It's just a small matter. Luo Tianfan said with a smile, A small matter has troubled everyone. This flowing wine banquet was prepared very carefully by Chang Yuxianzi. We shouldn't let down the delicious food. Come, continue the banquet, continue the music. Suddenly, he shouted and rushed towards Luo Tianfan with his sword. He said with a dark face, Do you really think I'm convinced? Go to hell. Yu Yan said in a panic. Despicable villain! Su Changsu shouted. Rebellious disciple, how dare you! Chang Yu Xianzi also exclaimed in shock. Young Master Luo, be careful! The system spirit's eyes lit up and shouted excitedly, there's still resistance. Luo Tianfan's face showed a hint of provocation. He rushed to stab him, but a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tianfan. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. How is that possible? Tianfan smiled. The pendant on his neck suddenly lit up. He was bounced away by the barrier. Everyone exclaimed in shock, Ancestral Dragon Qi. This is the Ancestral Dragon's amulet. He was sent flying into a stone slab and then bounced back. He stroked his chin and said smugly, life is short, there are too many interesting things. Why put such great resentment into these endless struggles? The system spirit was distraught. Basically, it can't be reversed. Luo Tianfan snatched the Ancestral Dragon Qi off his neck. He looked at Su Changsu rushing over to support him. Luo Tianfan spoke, Holy Sage Su, it is the teacher's fault for not educating properly. This disciple of yours must be disciplined again. Su Changsu pleaded for peace in a trembling tone. Please calm your anger, young Master Luo. I will definitely punish this rebellious disciple and give you justice. Luo Tianfan angrily smashed the Ancestral Dragon Qi, spoiling my mood. He leisurely walked away and said, Chang Yu Xianzi, you are the host of this banquet. You decide how they should compensate you later. She respectfully performed a salute. Young Master Luo, walk slowly. Chang Yu Xianzi shouted angrily, her anger burning brightly. Su Changsu, do you know how many years it took me to prepare to invite young Master Luo to attend the banquet? The old man said anxiously in a trembling voice. Begging for peace and admitting his mistake, Chang Yu Xianzi, I am truly sorry. It is all because of my lack of discipline. Chang Yu Xianzi, I am willing to compensate. I will compensate for all your losses. She grew more and more angry, as if she wanted to spit fire. Get out of here for me. Don't let me see you again. Both of them were kicked out of the banquet by Chang Yu Xianzi. Su Changsu sighed wearily. You have worshipped me as your teacher since you were young, and your path of cultivation has been too smooth. This time, encountering losses can also be considered a lesson. He turned to look at the old man with wide eyes, his pupils shrinking, his mouth wide open, and his teeth clenched. Confusion. What did you say? Su Changsu was stunned to the point of anger, frowning and glaring. He angrily pointed at the old man's face and shouted, I said that master is a Confucian. That Luo Tianfan, besides having a good family background, is just a useless person. Master is actually submitting to that useless person. Not as good as a useless person. Su Changsu's face was angry and wrinkled, his eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes glared as he punched him and shouted, Impudence. He was punched until his teeth were broken and his face was swollen like the belly of a frog. The old man angrily pointed at his face and questioned, I originally thought you were just momentarily confused. As a result, I discovered that you really have no brains. Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be for the sect if you assassinated Luo Tianfan today and actually killed him? He angrily walked away. Su Changsu panicked. Hey, where are you going? The old man sadly muttered to himself, well, it's good to let him calm down on his own. He sullenly punched the wall repeatedly. Damn it! Jiang Chuan gnashed his teeth and said to himself, Luo Tianfan, sooner or later, I will kill you. While he was complaining, he heard someone ask from behind, Do you want to kill Luo Tianfan? Jiang Chuan was startled and replied, Who are you people? The mysterious person spoke, Who we are is not important. What is important is, do you want to kill Luo Tianfan with your own hands? He angrily replied without hesitation, Of course. If I don't kill him, I, Jiang Chuan, swear I won't be human. Scene changed to Luo Mansion. Luo Tianfan shouted, I want to die, I want to die. So comfortable, I want to die. Sure enough, life should be lived like this. The system spirit appeared and complained, You shouldn't give up on your life like this. Don't you have any dreams? She pointed and complained continuously, Aren't you ashamed of your identity as a transmigrator when you waste such an opportunity? Wasting such an opportunity. Don't you feel like you can't eat or sleep well? He thought to himself, it would be even better if this annoying system didn't exist. Protective magical artifacts can only protect you temporarily. Only your own cultivation is your eternal support. Luo Tianfan suddenly realized something and immediately sat up, showing his six-pack abs, tall and strong. He immediately ran away. The system spirit questioned, "What? Have you realized the reality and finally decided to go cultivate, young master?" She flew after Luo Tianfan and said, "Sure enough, I knew the host was still salvageable." With his six-pack abs, he walked and replied, "Thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot." The system spirit said happily, "If you like, I can remind you every day." Luo Tianfan was searching for something, pulling open the cabinet and finding the 99 Law Protector bracelet. Her eyes widened in surprise. He replied smugly, "I haven't changed to the new bracelet I got before." Luo Tianfan cheerfully walked and shouted, "Continue the massage." The system's Qiling witnessed this scene and was so shocked that its eyes widened and its mouth couldn't close. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, and she threatened with gritted teeth, "Damn it, you forced me. I initially wanted to treat you like a normal system, but only received alienation. I won't pretend anymore." His face was innocent, as if nothing had happened, and he calmly asked, "What do you want to do?" The system's Qiling took out a fairy peach, pointed, and shouted, "This cultivation pill, when eaten, can refine pure Qi essence, equivalent to hundreds of days of others' hard work. Just a little inner strength is needed. This is a reward." Luo Tianfan indifferently didn't bother to pay attention, not interested, leaving her bewildered and deeply shocked. The system's Qiling put on a dazzlingly sweet smile and endlessly displayed various rare treasures in front of him. "You don't like gathering essence pills? It's okay. I still have other things. Blood jade coral, transformation infant fruit, Bodhi flower, salvation golden lotus. As long as you try a little, these good things will all be yours." System Handbook Article 5. Appropriate temptation can be used to guide the host. His face was weary, and he sighed, "Don't bother me. I still have to continue giving massages." She gnashed her teeth, "You're forcing me to take out my hidden treasures." She was searching for something in her sleeves, found it. The system's Qiling cheerfully raised it high. "How about this? This is the 9 Revolutions silver flower auspicious tree. One tree grows every 100 years. And its branches and leaves can nourish the divine soul." Luo Tianfan considered for a moment, "It's just average." She angrily shouted, "Average? Do you know the value of this treasure tree? This is a high-grade immortal spirit herb, rare in the world." Suddenly, a person appeared and happily called out, "Tianfan." Luo Dinghua, Luo Tianfan's second grandfather, a top-level alchemist. He was unexpectedly flustered. "Second grandfather, why are you here?" He laughed loudly and said, "I came here specifically to thank you. Thanks to the emotional advice you gave me last time. I've recently felt that the leaf fire is much closer to me." Second grandfather was surprised by the things on the table. He was silent and carefully considered this. Could it be the 9 Revolutions silver flower tree? The system's Qiling happily exclaimed, "There's still someone who recognizes good stuff." Luo Tianfan wearily asked, "Second grandfather, do you also have research on plants?" She said, "It's not a plant." Second grandfather casually brushed the 9 Revolutions silver flower auspicious tree off the table. "Heavens, having this thing here is really taking up space." The system's Qiling was shocked and screamed. He casually put a glittering bag full of things on the table. "I'm using the 9 Revolutions silver flower tree as the main ingredient to refine the primordial spirit pill. The effect is better and less strenuous, and it even has chicken flavor." Luo Tianfan was overjoyed, his eyes widened, and he couldn't close his mouth in laughter. "Thank you, second grandfather." He proudly replied, "This little bit is about 200 or 300 pills. Enough for you to eat for a few years. Come back for more when you're done." The system's Qiling's tears poured like a waterfall in heartache. She knelt down and searched for something in a huge book. The system's Qiling was serious, and so nervous that her face was covered in sweat. "Major crisis. This is the most terrifying crisis in my system's career." She regained her composure and happily said with a smug look, "If you don't like natural treasures, then I still have heaven-grade immortal weapons and profound treasure Dao artifacts. As long as you're willing to put in a little effort, they'll all belong to you." A follower hurriedly ran over to report, "Young master, the Canelan Sword sect is presenting gifts to express their apology." He asked, "Oh? What's in it?" The follower immediately listed them. "Most are unremarkable heaven-grade immortal weapons. But there's a Kanglan dividing water sword, a family heirloom of the Kanglan sect, which is considered not bad. Please take a look, young master. He turned to ask Yen, I remember you're a sword cultivator, right? Then I'll give this sword to you. She happily asked again, really? Thank you, young master. The system's Chiling was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, her eyes wide open. She triumphantly took out precious items. I have supreme cultivation techniques that can help you quickly become an immortal. Luo Tianfan pointed triumphantly towards the scripture pavilion and said, What? Have you never cultivated a supreme cultivation technique? In the scripture pavilion of my Luo family, we've collected 3,000 immortal techniques. Go in there and pick a few at random. He continued to act. Now that you're a subordinate of Luo Tianfan, I can't lose face. Thank you, young master Luo. The system's Chiling angrily tore the entire book apart. This host is too difficult to guide. Scene change. At this time, Luo Tianfan was sitting cross-legged by the lake. Suddenly, the system displayed a line of text that surprised him. Warning, system operation error. Checking in progress. He happily thought to himself, is it sulking? If I could get rid of the shackles from here, that would be great. Don't be distracted, there's a fish biting. Water splashed up. A fish bit the hook. He picked up the fish and looked at the man, saying, You're quite lucky. I didn't expect to catch a redfin fish. This man was Luo Wanfu. He laughed and continued, After eating and refining it, it can roughly be equivalent to 100 years of martial arts hard work. Luo Wanfu, the human slaughtering war saint. He released the fish back into the lake. Fourth uncle, you know I'm not interested in these things. My dad is about to come out of seclusion. If he sees that my cultivation hasn't improved in the past few years, aren't you afraid he'll scold me? He closed his eyes, appearing unconcerned. It's okay. If Dad scolds me, I'll go complain to Mom. Luo Wanfu laughed loudly when he heard his words. Being able to accuse someone so righteously can also be considered your skill. A henchman ran over to report. Lord Tianfan curiously asked, What's wrong, fourth uncle? Is something the matter? Luo Wanfu hummed. He changed his expression and continued, It's nothing. It's just that seeing your dad about to break through, some people can't sit still anymore. Just some jumping clowns. At Luo Tianfan's residence, he laid leisurely, legs crossed, reading a book on a chair. He yawned. A family background of 999 plus. Come to think of it, after Dad breaks through, he'll become a true immortal, right? 9 realms of breakthrough, foundation establishment, spirit condensation, seated illumination, profound understanding, fate connection, nirvana, yang spirit. Saint king, 9 years of compulsory education. 3 high realms, quasi-emperor, emperor realm, emperor venerate, going to high school. For great profound realms, false immortal, true immortal, celestial immortal, immortal, going to university. He stopped reading and covered his face with the book, thinking, such a detailed division of the world makes people's scalps tingle. Isn't it similar to my previous life? How can I put my limited life into unlimited effort? Why doesn't that system little sister understand? A blue line of text appeared, and he was so surprised that his eyes widened. System self-upgrade successful. You have been bound to giving up. The system's Chiling appeared, and she jumped up and down. Congratulations, host, for being bound to the giving up system. As long as the host completes the giving up mission, you can receive a special reward. Again. She happily grinned. Congratulations, host, for being bound to the giving up system. As long as the host completes the giving up mission, you can receive a special reward. Again. Tianfan was now acting up. I won't do it. The system's Chiling was puzzled. Why not? He replied, No, why? I just don't want to do it. The system's Chiling angrily laid down on the ground, legs up to the sky. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I changed my name for you. You have to give up. You like giving up the most. She unexpectedly focused on listening to him speak. You still haven't comprehended the true principles of giving up. So what if you change your name? He propped his chin, looking relaxed, and continued, If giving up has a purpose, then isn't giving up just a type of effort? The system's Chiling's mouth gaped when she heard the answer. She was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like 3. I didn't expect that. I have no reason to refute. Huan Yu came over and loudly called, Luo Ji. He saw Huan Yu and unexpectedly asked, "Weren't you placed under house arrest by your dad? Why are you here?" Huan Yu happily replied, "Today, the Linglong brothel has a new beauty contest, so I ran out." Tianfan's face wasn't very pleased. "Aren't you afraid that your dad will teach you a lesson?" Huan Yu showed his back, covered in bloody welts, saying as if it were an everyday occurrence, "It's okay. He already taught me a lesson. Didn't think of bandaging it up, huh?" He happily put his arm around Tianfan's shoulder. "Luo Xiong, do you want to go to the Linglong brothel with me?" Tianfan still had that same expression. "You're not afraid that your dad has spies there? So you're looking for me as a shield, are you?" Huan Yu snorted. Luo Xiong. Tears streamed down his face, and he cried like a child. This little brother really wants to go to the Linglong brothel. Ignoring the system's Chiling, who was still lying on the ground, Tianfen agreed to Huan Yu's request. "Fine, I'm not busy anyway. I'll go with you to see the beauty contest." Huan Yu was overjoyed. "Thank you, Luo Xiong." The system's Chiling resentfully gnashed her teeth. A burst of light unexpectedly appeared, not cultivating and going to brothels to listen to music, achieving the giving up achievement. Streaks of light suddenly appeared around Tianfan's body, illuminating him in white. Received the initiation of spirit energy washing over the head, cultivation realm rapidly increased. Luo Tianfen suddenly transformed like a super saiyan, his blonde hair standing up amidst the dazzling light. Everyone outside was also surprised when they saw the strange light shining down from the sky. The light grew increasingly blinding. Someone spoke, "This is the Great Tao Resonance." Everyone was clamorous. Could it be that Luo Wuji is about to come out of seclusion and undergo tribulation? Impossible! How could it be so fast? Heaven doesn't favor us. Yet it allows this man to advance in realm and cultivation so quickly. The mysterious figures were flustered. Don't panic. It's only the Great Tao Resonance right now. Tribulation clouds haven't formed yet, but it seems that our plan has to be accelerated. The leader instructed, "Closely monitor Luo Tianfan's movements for me. As soon as he leaves the residence, we'll find an opportunity to strike." Isn't it too hasty to act now? Time waits for no one. Luo Wuji is deeply rooted and has a profound foundation. He can be said to be 10 parts certain to undergo the true immortal tribulation. Only by killing his son before he undergoes tribulation can we shatter his Tao heart, and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to heavily injure him. He clasped his hands and said to Kang Chuan, "Warrior Kang, whether or not this Luo family, which has been rampant in one region for so long, can be eliminated this time all depends on you." After a tribulation, Luo Tianfan was exhausted. Huan Yu was also flustered. Luo. He ran over, reaching out his arms to hug Tianfan. "Luo, young master, what was that just now? Did you awaken a true god or was a true god possessing you? I've never seen you cultivate before. So you're the type of person who secretly works hard." Tianfan shook Huan Yu off, telling him not to dream anymore. "It's not what you think. This was an accident. I don't think I'm the type of person who works hard." "Luoji, don't worry. I understand this act of playing the fool to eat the tiger. I understand. What do you understand? You're saying everything." The system's Chiling spoke up at this time, with a cunning expression. "Congratulations on increasing your realm, master." He was suspicious. "Did you play some kind of trick?" she said again. "After experiencing the comfort of breaking through the realm, have your views changed at all? Little by little, so that you slowly—" he glanced at her. "Failed to entice me, so now you're starting to force a sale, right? This damn system. At the Linglong brothel, this lord come play." The voices of the courtesans continued. "Master, slowly. No need to rush." The lecherous men also joined in the fun. "Beauty, have another drink with me." A waiter ran into a courtesan's room. "My little ancestor, please hurry. What's the rush? She's being arrogant." Men are like that. The more they can't get something, the more interested they are. He hurriedly replied, but didn't pay attention to the terrifying scene behind him. How can it be the same? Today, this master is the young master of the Luo family of longevity. He's different from usual. Tassels appeared out of nowhere and tightly wrapped around him, causing his eyes to roll back. These tassels groped to where the courtesan was and assassinated her, leaving her no time to react. The person controlling these demonic things appeared. He was the mysterious figure who was monitoring Tianfan. He tied the two of them up. The waiter's face turned pale purple. The one-eyed man with light shadowed behind him. The two-colored-eyed man had purple light emitting from his face. He opened some kind of vial. Time is still a bit tight. It seems that I can only let Li Mei make a move. Purple poison was released. He ordered the Li Mei created by the poison, enter this woman's body and approach the target. Li Mei said to him, this time, after this time, release me. He shouted loudly, you have no right to make conditions with me. He continued to order, now, enter this woman's body. No, I don't want to. Please, let me go. Li Mei felt regretful, I'm sorry. The courtesan's leg. Gradually. It was possessed by Li Mei. He was happy, very good. Quickly seized the time and rearranged the situation. The target will arrive immediately. Under the hall, the tavern was extremely lively. The courtesan's voice rang in Tianfan's ear, Master, please drink. Master. That courtesan continued to cozy up to him, Master, why do you seem unhappy? Are you not satisfied with me? It's nothing. It's just that there's an annoying fly that keeps bothering me. The system's Qiling heard these words and angrily shouted, Hey! Who are you calling a fly? Li Mei thought, I have a feeling that this out-of-control system will cause trouble for me sooner or later. Why is she so persistent in wanting me to cultivate immortality? A subordinate ran in from outside and reported, Young Master, there's a sword cultivator from the Kanglan sword sect who said they want to meet the young master directly to express their apologies. The Kanglan sword sect? Yes. Someone walked in from outside. Yu Yan appeared suspicious when she saw Kang Chuan. Luo Tianfen loudly recognized the old acquaintance, so it's you. Are you here to offer treasures again? Your Kanglan sword sect really has one trick to eat the whole world. Kang Chuan had a smug look on his face. He said, a few days ago, I was confused and injured young Master Luo, causing the young master to lose a supreme protective magical artifact. Today, I'm specially offering treasures to atone for my crime. Just let you be smug for a while. After I kill that good-for-nothing, I'll come for you, you woman who doesn't value me. The subordinate presented a mirror object. The necklace on Luo Tianfan's neck emitted an aura. That was due to Li Mei transmitting it. The system standing behind had seen everything. She covered her mouth, laughing cunningly, this time, it's going to be interesting. The Qiling smiled triumphantly, my opportunity has come again. Luo Tianfan looked at the Qiling and thought to himself, this person, what foolish and evil thoughts does she have again? Suddenly, a notification board appeared before Luo Tianfan's eyes. The host is immersed in dreams, abandoning everything once, receiving the reward, abandoning life. Luo Tianfan glanced at her, don't cause trouble. The Qiling feigned ignorance, turned her face away, and whistled. Kang Chuan seized the opportunity, his hand gathering spirit energy, now! He formed a seal before his chest. Thousands of butterflies appeared, the butterfly leading spirit Gu. Huan Yu hugged the woman next to him and screamed. A guard stood in front of Luo Tianfan, young master, be careful. The guard blocked the incoming light attack. Kang Chuan was shocked. His 1,000 butterflies were burned to ashes. A figure in black landed. Then another one jumped down. Yet another figure jumped down. Another one arrived. The guard asked, who are you? One of the 4 mysterious figures raised his hand to his mouth and chanted an incantation, for directions of clear killing, gather here, destroy the auxiliary resolution. Draw the ground as a prison. Success. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple barrier appeared. Everyone was sucked into it. The 2 guards of the Luo residence panicked. What's going on? The other one continued, danger. It's an enchantment. 2 mysterious figures appeared behind them. The 2 sides charged at each other, those 4 are the masters of the formation. Quickly eliminate them to break the formation and save the young master. Kang Chuan stood in the sea of fire, pointing his sword to the sky, the formation here has been completed. Now, anyone from Foundation Establishment and above can't enter. Let's see how you can escape. Luo Tianfen friendly reminded, have you forgotten? Suddenly, Yu Yan appeared from nowhere, swinging her sword at him. Luo Tianfan continued, is this person still a Foundation Establishment stage swordsman? Kang Chuan frowned in resentment, you're stopping me again. Yu Yan pointed the tip of her sword at him and said, I'm young Master Luo's person now. How can I sit idly by and watch you harm young Master Luo again? Kang Chuan adopted a fighting stance, alright, then I'll deal with you first. In the sky, Kang Chuan and Yu Yan engaged in a fierce battle. Below, the Qiling mocked Luo Tianfan. Your new subordinate doesn't seem to be a match for that guy. She continued, how does it feel to feel despair? Huan Yu on this side was also shocked and said, Luo Ji, I came out to find some joy with you, but the risks are too great. Luo Tianfan looked at him and said with a smile, but you really know how to cherish beauty. Even when these goo worms fly in, you still know to stand up and protect the little beauty in front. The Qiling was angry on the side, you're not looking at me again. Huan Yu tilted his nose proudly, and said with two arms around two women, since I was young, my father taught me that a man who makes contributions to his career succeeds thanks to favorable weather, geographical advantages, and harmonious human relations, and fails because of unfavorable weather, geographical disadvantages, and disharmonious human relations. He added, but if you can't protect the women around you, then you're completely a good for nothing. The Qiling frowned, pretending. Wait until you find out that the protective magical artifact is useless, then you'll have to beg me for help. The Qiling imagined a scene. Kang Chuan defeated Yu Yan with his sword, evil beast. Luo Tianfan is being hunted down by him. What? The protective magical artifact is broken. System Gidge, save me. You have received the reward for giving up on life. Again, she imagined herself as the savior. You will receive 5 cards to block fatal blows. Luo Tianfan tossed a card to Kang Chuan, causing him to bounce out, block fatal blow. Then came the scene where Luo Tianfan hugged her leg and cried. As expected, the system gauge is the most reliable at crucial moments. From now on, I will listen to the system gauge. The Qiling laughed in her imagination. Her laughter gradually became more inhuman. Luo Tianfan looked at her warily. This system is getting crazier and crazier. Yu Yan was stabbed in the arm, and she cried out in pain. The eyes of the Qiling and Luo Tianfan once again turned to the battle between Kang Chuan and Yu Yan. Yu Yan was defeated and lay in a pile. Kang Chuan approached with his sword. Luo Tianfan, now it's your turn. Suddenly, a column of white smoke shot straight to the roof. The Qiling shouted, finally, it's time for this system to take action. Kang Chuan was blinded by the cloud of dust. What? In the smoke, a person with fiery red eyes and a strange purple light appeared. It was the Luo Residence's divine guard, Zigao. Zigao stood with his hands on his hips and said in a threatening voice, arrogant brat, drop your sword and you will be spared your life. Kang Chuan exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Didn't you say it would hold out for at least the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? How long has it been? He quickly turned his head to run. Damn it! This can't be. How could Zigao let him go so easily? He chased after him. Want to run? Zigao grabbed Kang Chuan's head and said, planning to assassinate our young master? Damn you! Kang Chuan screamed in fear. No! No! I'm a member of the Kanglin sword sect. The Qiling said suspiciously, no, isn't it? While she was thinking, she heard someone shout, Luo Ji, be careful. It turned out to be Huan Yu. At this time, Yu Yan held her sword, gritted her teeth, and rushed towards Luo Tianfan. The Qiling held the fatal blow charm, her eyes bright as headlights, and said, there's another opportunity. Watch me block this fatal blow. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a woman with blonde hair rushed towards Yu Yan. Yu Yan looked at the hand reaching towards her. What? Instantly, she was sent flying far away. It turned out she was housekeeper Taishan Luo Fan. Huang! The Qiling exploded, smashed the fatal blow charm to the ground. No way. Damn it! Why are there so many people hiding around him? Are you trying to play mahjong? Your mission is to be a spy by Luo Tianfan's side, and when the opportunity arises, immediately assassinate Luo Tianfan. Yes. Only now did it become clear that Yu Yan was a spy. First, she approached him, and succeeded. This idiot was so easy to deceive. She was given a sword by Luo Tianfan. Thank you, young master. In her mind, she constantly thought about assassinating him. When I use this sword to kill you, I wonder how you'll feel? She even mocked Luo Tianfan, as expected of someone known for being foolish. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the value of the scripture pavilion. Yu Yan gnashed her teeth and regretted it. Unfortunately, the mission is more important. Otherwise, I really wanted to take a look at the Luo family's treasured scripture pavilion. Luo Tianfan seemed to have predicted this, and looked down. I thought you'd continue to pretend for longer. Exposing your tail was faster than I expected. Yu Yan lay battered and bruised. She gnashed her teeth, unwilling to accept this. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "Everyone in the world sees you as an idiot. It seems they really misjudged you. When did you start suspecting me?" Luo Tianfan explained every detail to Yu Yan, so she could know how small her brain was, whether it was giving you the treasure sword or rewarding you with cultivation techniques. "You only used the same eyebrow-raising performance to deal with me, and I didn't feel any surprise from you. It's hard to believe you're a normal, struggling sword cultivator." He stepped down the stairs step by step. "Right now, you have two choices." He gestured, negotiating, but his eyes showed no sign of wanting to negotiate. 1. Tell me everything you know right now. 2. I'll find some people skilled in interrogation and torture. And after torturing you for a while, you'll tell me. Yu Yan gnashed her teeth. "Kill me or torture me, it's up to you." Luo Tianfan was amused. "Good, I like this stubborn look of yours." Yu Yan was tied up by Huang. At this time, Luo Tianfan turned to look at Zi Gao, carrying Kang Chuan on his shoulder. He said, "It seems that fourth uncle used me as bait. I was wondering why the shadow guard gave the secret letter to me right in front of her." "Speak, what's going on this time?" Zi Gao explained everything to him in detail. The divine guards received information that someone didn't want to see the family head break through, so a group of people secretly infiltrated the city, intending to assassinate the young master to elicit the family head's inner demons and interfere with the family head's tribulation. The Qiling laughed sinisterly behind him. "Why do I smell danger?" Luo Tianfan glanced at her, and thought to himself, "The level of your eagerness is too unstable." She came closer and whispered in Luo Tianfan's ear, "The enemy is hiding in the dark. This is really hard to guard against." "How is it? Do you feel a headache?" "At this time, only having power in your own hands is the real deal." "How about it? Quickly complete the mission. The rewards are very generous." Luo Tianfan curled his lip and said, "Even now, you still don't understand my human value." At this time, Huang spoke up, "Young master, according to this situation, we can apply strategies 19, 45, 60, and 72 to solve it." Luo Tianfan spoke and ordered, "Don't waste time. Directly apply strategy 72. Huang replied, "Understood." Zi Gao spoke up and asked, "Strategy 72? What is it?" The Qiling also had the same question, "What is it?" Only now did Huang explain, "Young master, at the age of 13, he hired 13,000 strategists. After 1 year, he created a total of 167 military strategies to deal with unexpected situations that may occur in the future, such as assassinations and surprise attacks." Zi Gao laughed loudly and proudly praised, as expected of the young master, "Foresight and thoughtful." The Qiling on the side made a confused face. "No way. Do you need to be so exaggerated?" Luo Tianfan struck a cute pose and said, "Why should I keep the things that can be handled by others to rack my own brains?" That night, the entire city was draped in a barrier, and a curfew was ordered to seal off the city. The formation has no eyes. Everyone must stay in their homes and should not wander around. The mysterious figures panicked when they heard this news. "What should we do? The Luo family has made a big move and used the formation to seal off the entire city. Now I'm afraid not even a demon fly can fly out. I said that assassinating Luo Tianfan was too hasty. Now we've startled the snake. Not only can we not kill Luo Tianfan, but we're also trapped." Another person shouted, "Enough." An old man stepped out, leaning on a cane, and spoke, "Now that things have come to this, there's only one way left." "What way?" He was determined to gamble, fight to the end, forcefully kill Luo Tianfan. The people around him discussed, "Luo Tianfan. But there's the Luo family's orthodox bloodline restriction in Luo Tianfan's body. That's right. Killing him will be marked with a great Dao blood seal. Generation after generation, our descendants will be hunted down by the Luo family." He glanced at the others and sternly shouted, "I know what you're worried about. But we have no way out now. We can't leave the city. Being discovered is only a matter of time. At that time, it will also be death." His 3 companions were silent. He laid down and closed his eyes to relax. "It's been a long time since I've come up here to enjoy the scenery. Tianfan saw from afar that there were many black shadows rushing over, simply being driven to a dead end. Strange creatures appeared in the sky. The mysterious figures wanted to run away, but were imprisoned by the barrier and couldn't escape. Want to run? Too bad. All the roads are blocked. At this time, they returned and charged towards him. He rested his arms on the railing, observing. It seemed that this matter had been calculated by him in advance. He had a happy expression. Targeting me, huh? The group of mysterious people attacked together and said, "Attack together. Go!" Their moves shot straight towards him. Lightning flashed brightly from the sky. He had a smug expression. "There's thunder." Quickly taken the clothes. That attack fell right where he was standing, causing dust to fly up in all directions. The mysterious figures asked suspiciously, "Did we succeed?" Thick smoke billowed, enveloping the entire space. Within that smoke, flashes of lightning still flickered. A figure appeared. Well, this is the essence of Strategy 72. He smiled confidently, first startled the snake, then forced the opponent to a dead end, and finally called the elders. From above, a golden red light surrounded Luo Wuji. His face was solemn as he stood erect in the air. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder still lingered after the explosion. He stood facing the masked mysterious figures. The old man and the other subordinates looked at the person who had just appeared, and were stunned. The old man said in a panicked voice, "Luo Wuji." "Damn it! Luo Wuji." He came out of seclusion early? The flames around Luo Wuji gradually flared up. He said sternly, "You rats." The power of Tru Chi erupted fiercely. He angrily shouted, still harboring the delusion of harming my son. In the middle of the air, a formation suddenly appeared in front of them, blinding them. They hurriedly covered their faces. The old man shouted in fear, "Stop it!" The pressure emitted by that matrix caused the subordinates to vomit blood. Unable to resist, they cried out. Even the old man had to cough a few times. He looked at that light, his eyes full of horror, and thought to himself, he hasn't successfully undergone tribulation. He's all false immortal realm. Why is there such a big difference? Two subordinates couldn't resist that force, and fearfully fled, shouting, "We can't beat him. Run! Run quickly!" The old man turned back and shouted to stop them. "No! Come back!" Luo Wuji frowned and said, "Since you've come, then don't think about escaping." Then he raised his hand to his mouth and chanted. One of the subordinates who hadn't had time to escape had a panicked expression and could only say, "What?" Before he could finish speaking, swords surrounded him. That subordinate widened his eyes in extreme fear. Countless green, glowing swords flew towards him. All the subordinates who wanted to escape were pierced through the body in an instant. Fresh blood splattered like rain in the air. They cried out in agony. Only a few remained with the old man. Seeing this, the old man's face darkened, and he formed a seal, ordering them, "Resist." But before he could do anything, lightning from the sky continuously struck down, its light tearing through the night. Those were heavenly das striking down. The old man stared in shock and exclaimed, "The heavenly tribulation is coming down." Those fierce heavenly thunderbolts, as large as the power in the sky, struck down with a deafening rumble, illuminating the entire area. These heavenly das were the heavenly tribulation for Luo Wuji to undergo. He continued to absorb the heavenly tribulation. Taking advantage of the fact that he was absorbing the heavenly tribulation, the old man seized the opportunity and pointed towards him, ordering his subordinates to advance. "Heaven is helping us. Take his life while he's undergoing tribulation. Kill!" From behind him, a protector appeared, surrounded by a bright golden light and thunder, looking extremely large and majestic. He flew up and said sternly, "Courage is commendable. I today." His eyes became cold, and he angrily shouted, "Will sever your immortal path." The protector followed his orders, and his eyes immediately glowed bright red. He immediately rushed forward and waved his hand. A force of the protector and Luo Wuji combined and rushed towards them. That force illuminated an area of sky. Where he was, that light caused Luo Tianfan and the systems chilling to widen their eyes in surprise and look up. He glanced at her, and he raised his face and said, "You see, compared to your big gift bags, this is what truly lets others see the light." Her face was so upset that she couldn't utter a word. She sullenly snorted and left, and he blankly watched her disappear into space. Smoke billowed around. The old man was severely injured, trembling as he held his chest. His face was fearful as he muttered, "Just how deep is Luo Wuji's foundation?" Luo Wuji was surrounded by thunderous doubts. The old man wondered again, why is the heavenly tribulation almost not affecting him? Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the dark clouds. The old man looked up at the sky, at the place where the sound came from. This sound, could it be the old ancestor? A large purple hand stretched out from the black sky down to them. The old man was delighted. The old ancestor has taken action to save us. We're saved. Luo Wuji frowned, his face contemptuous, and he thought to himself, true immortal? He then swung a sword with great power. Want to save people from my hands? An ordinary true immortal is not qualified for me to break my word. Suddenly, lightning dows repeatedly struck down from the sky in succession. He held the sword, his eyes darkened, and said, "It's just a heavenly tribulation." Luo Wuji swung his sword towards the old man, shouting loudly, "Stop bothering this seat!" A force wanting to tear the sky and dark clouds. With just one move, the heavenly thunder tribulation split in two, and the light slashed a horizontal line across the sky. The old man sat down on the hand of the old ancestor, fearfully exclaiming, "He even split the tribulation clouds." The subordinate next to him also had a terrified expression, his face black with fear. The old man's face was ashen as he stammered this, him. Because he was too scared, in his eyes, he only recognized the image of Luo Wuji slashing the sword towards him. False immortal. Luo Tianfan saw the light shining in the sky and happily whispered, "Is this the Xianxia version of God?" He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and continued to whisper, not watching anymore. "Let's go back." Suddenly, a blue light appeared around him, and he felt himself being teleported away. His expression was blank, and sweat poured out on his forehead, with a slight hint of fear. Having seemingly recognized something, his face was no longer fearful, but turned helpless. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tianfan was teleported into the sky full of lightning. He floated in the sky, and standing in front of him was Luo Wuji, his face dark and pensive. He turned his head to look at Luo Tianfan and asked with a serious face, "What do you feel when you look at it?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and he casually said, "Ah, well, it's very blinding." Luo Wuji raised his hand to suppress his anger. "Besides that, what else?" Luo Tianfan's face was still blank, and he covered his ears with his hands. Luo Wuji sighed, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like 3. He cast a spell in his palm. His eyes darkened. This true immortal realm's heavenly tribulation has strange points compared to the normal heavenly tribulations you know. You stand on the side and watch, consider it broadening your knowledge. He handed him a jade. If you encounter an enemy, throw this at them. The effect is much better than 1,000,000 talismans. He turned his face away, leaving him with only his back. He held the jade in his arms and silently glanced at the system's chilling. As if telepathically linked, the two widened their eyes and looked at each other. She glanced elsewhere, pouted in contempt. "Do you like watching people undergo heavenly tribulation that much? You desperately force me to cultivate. Don't tell me you want to see me undergo tribulation?" "No. It's nothing." Then the system finished speaking and turned into a ray of light. After several hours, at Luo Wanfu's residence, Luo Tianfan pushed the door open from the outside and rushed in. "Fourth uncle, this isn't right of you. It's better if you didn't say it, but you didn't even take me out as bait again." He calmly replied, "It's not that fourth uncle doesn't want to. That's how it is, Tianfan. Whatever you want, second uncle will play along with you." He heard this, his eyes lit up, stars appeared, and he happily said, "Will you play along with me with everything? Including that fishing rod made by Chiu Bubao Chi Chai. This cough cough." Luo Wuji stepped in from the door. Luo Wanfu respectfully said, "Congratulations to the family head on successfully achieving the true immortal great Tao. May you enjoy immortal blessings forever." Luo Wuji said unnaturally, "Wanfu, you and I are brothers. There's no need to be so polite." He turned to ask Tianfan, "You've reached foundation establishment." He forced a smile, sweat dripping from his temples. "Accident, just an accident." He slowly sipped his tea. "It's a pity that the timing of the breakthrough was a bit late. Otherwise, your cultivation would have already been at spirit condensation or perhaps foundation establishment. Late stage by now. You could have just made it in time to participate in the opening of the ancient Immortal Tao Academy's secret realm, but having only just reached foundation establishment. It's useless even if you enter the secret realm. In his heart, he was very dissatisfied, but he still answered his father, "It really is a pity. Ancient Immortal Tao Academy? Just listening to it is troublesome enough. Just for this matter, I definitely wouldn't break through to foundation establishment late stage." He looked at him. "Speaking of which, Tianfan, you've also reached the age to get married." He panicked, his face full of surprise. What? Why are you suddenly mentioning this? Luo Wuji closed his eyes and continued, "The Qin Tian Imperial Dynasty. Could it be that empress?" "That's right. Lin Fan. Have you heard of her?" "Yes, I've heard of her." Luo Wanfu spoke up and asked, "The Qi Tian Imperial Dynasty. Could it be that empress?" "That's right. Lin Fan. Have you heard of her?" Tianfan lowered his head and stammered, "Why, yes, I've heard of her." He nervously thought to himself, "This is not good. The empress of the Qin Tian Imperial Dynasty, Lin Wulan, has only been on the throne for a few years, and has already caused no small amount of upheaval in the court. Her influence is not small. Being the empress's husband, wouldn't my peaceful life fall apart?" He thought of that woman, forced a smile, and said, "Father, you see, such a big matter, shouldn't we discuss it again?" Luo Wuji had a serious face and arbitrarily decided, "There's no need to discuss this matter any further. Besides, don't have any intention of going to find your mother. She always wanted you to get married early. After learning about that girl, she's also very satisfied." Luo Tianfan was extremely dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, even after transmigrating, I still can't escape the fate of being forced to marry. Luo Wanfu then spoke about the breakthrough. "When will we announce to the world about the family head reaching true immortal?" Luo Wuji calmly said, "Leave this matter to you. I just broke through and need to seclude myself for a period of time to stabilize my realm." And he was propping up his head, thinking of ways to deal with it. "No. I can't give up like this. For my peaceful life." Some bold idea appeared in his mind. Tianfan stood up abruptly and patted his chest with a determined look. "Father, although this time those people aimed to sabotage your true immortal breakthrough, they actually assassinated me right under your nose. I want to take revenge with my own hands." Luo Wuji asked him suspiciously, "Normally, you always find these kinds of things troublesome and don't want to get involved." He replied, "After this assassination, I suddenly realized many things. This kind of revenge, it really has to be done with my own hands." Luo Wuji was helpless. "If you want to take revenge with your own hands, then leave it to you to handle." He still had a serious face as he went outside. "Yes, father. I will go interrogate those captured accomplices right away and track down the mastermind." Luo Wuji still had some doubts and asked Luo Wanfu, "This Qi Tian Imperial Dynasty matter also has some connection to you. What are you thinking?" "Right now, I'm free all day and have some interest in taking action, but in Tianfan's matter, I'm afraid he won't agree." After Tianfan left, Luo Wuji pondered and confided, "Today, when I underwent tribulation, I discovered that the power of the heavenly tribulation is getting weaker and weaker compared to before. Perhaps before long, we'll see Emperor venerates and false immortals everywhere." Luo Wanfu also seriously replied to him, "The Great Tao 50, the Heavenly Evasion 49, the Human Escapes 1. Now that one has become more open to the people of the world. Perhaps this is a sign that a prosperous era of immortal Tao is coming. A prosperous era and a chaotic era only differ by one word." Luo Tianfan walked with the housekeeper Huang. As he walked, he thought, "First, I'll take advantage of this revenge to go out and avoid the storm for a while." Suddenly, he blocked the road and stopped. He held up his necklace. He gave a smile that wasn't very kind, a bit interesting. The system's Chiling was bored and lying on the table reading a book. Suddenly, she closed the book and looked up at the sky. After witnessing the heavenly tribulation, she didn't know why her mood had become so bad. She stood up abruptly. "I understand now." She took out photos of Luo Tianfan. Photos of Luo Tianfan as a child, chubby, playing with Tai Shenhuang. Images of him playing chess with Tai Shenhuang. There were also images of him drinking happily with beauties in a tavern. "Ha, master! Ha, master!" At this time, Luo Tianfan was sitting in meditation in the courtyard. Seeing this scene, the system was so happy that she wanted to cry. The master is about to start cultivating. Finally, I can activate the system. Luo Tianfan created a tiny flame. He cheerfully ran and took the flame away. The system was speechless when she saw him take that flame to grill fish. How adorable. Is he planning to take it to show off? Heh. That day, the system experienced the first breakdown of its life. It turned out he was using a cultivation technique to grill fish. At this time, after Luo Wuji came out of seclusion, Luo Tianfan was arranged to have one-on-one tutoring. The teacher was lecturing him, therefore, physique is very important to a cultivator. But too strong a physique will become an absolute immortal Dao physique, which will conversely hinder the cultivation process. He didn't seem interested at all, but instead had a dark face. I already knew that after breaking through to foundation establishment, it would be very troublesome. He stroked his beard and said, therefore, although the young master only has a B-grade aptitude, with the family's foundation, you don't need to worry about this at all. You just broke through to foundation establishment, and must remember to nourish the golden meridians every day. Your most important thing now is to consolidate your cultivation. He had a pen in his mouth and replied indifferently, okay, I'll take care of myself diligently. I'll nourish myself for a lifetime. The golden meridians are so adorable. I must cherish them well. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It turned out to be the system, completed 1 perfunctory attendance, plus 137 essence chi. The teacher saw him vomiting blood and was frightened. Young master, what's wrong with you? It's okay. It's just that the meridians suddenly became full. Tianfan thought with a not-so-happy face, too careless. I thought the system had been quiet during this time. I didn't expect her to suddenly attack. Luckily, it's just unstable chi. I'm not feeling well today. Let's end the lesson here. Yes, young master, please rest well. Tianfan returned to his room and closed the door. What do you want to do again? After communicating with the host last time, I understood clearly that as a failed system, the tasks I issued were only meant to fail. The settings have serious flaws. Therefore, I have learned from experience, and am basing it on the host's daily life, to create a separate set of task systems for you. In the future, the host doesn't need to worry about tasks anymore. Take a look. You really have a strong understanding of the A side. In the following days, play games with friends once. Enjoy a summertime once, plus 99 essence chi. Enjoy a meal, plus 183 essence chi. Congratulations, host, on raising your realm to foundation establishment late stage. He threw the meat, slammed the plate and chopsticks hard on the table. Okay. If you have no face, then don't blame me for having no face either. The subordinate is making those mirrors receive something very heavy. Young master, for now, we can only collect these things, but they should be enough for now. In Luo Tianfan's meridians, spiritual energy little person. Spiritual energy jumping around. Being swept away by something. Physique enhancement, physique enhancement, physique enhancement, physique enhancement, cultivation, 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 You went in to take out some wine gourds, surprising the Chi's spirit system. Unexpectedly, you wanted to regress your cultivation by enhancing your physique. You smiled triumphantly. Thinking this was the end? Oh, tell the kitchen not to prepare dinner for me. Yes, the system desperately tried to stop you, don't master. At the family head's council hall, Luo Wuji stood by the window, his face serious as he turned towards you. You're saying that my son wants to quickly break through. That night, wine gourds lay scattered all over the courtyard. Luo Tianfan was completely drunk, lying on top of the pile of wine gourds. Physique, armor 99%. Realm, foundation establishment middle stage. Just a little bit more, and he would have reached the absolute immortal Dao physique. With his current physique, breaking through to the foundation establishment late stage might be as difficult as breaking into the seated illumination realm. He sighed, looking very satisfied. Little brat, you're plotting against me. Suddenly, Luo Wuji entered through the door. My son. You looked towards the door in surprise, father. He walked over and spoke gently, even blaming himself. I heard you're worried about breaking through to the foundation establishment late stage. Look at you. Your complexion has been so bad these past few days. It's my fault for putting too much pressure on you. He opened a box containing a glowing jade. Here, this is the 9 revolution realm breaking pill produced by the Treasure Phoenix Pavilion. It can help cultivators below the 4th realm break through without being affected by breaking through twice. In the past, I was worried that your state of mind wasn't enough, and I didn't want you to rely on pills to break through. Good things came too quickly, and you were caught off guard. But today is different. You've proven your desire for the Tao. Now is the right time to use it. Quickly take it. Don't worry about the medicinal power being too strong. I will personally help you dissolve it. Hearing that someone would dissolve the medicinal power for Tianfan, the system was overjoyed. No way, would he harm his son like this? Just like that, Luo Tianfan advanced 2 realms in one night, reaching the seated illumination realm. Linglong brothel. A courtesan turned and asked, "Who is it?" "By order of the young master, to rescue the beauty." The people outside discussed animatedly, "What's going on? Kidnapping a beauty from the brothel so early in the morning? Who's so domineering? Do you even need to guess? In this city, who dares to act so arrogantly? Of course, it can only be." Luo Tianfan stood steadily, his arms crossed, dignified. The number 1 young master of the Luo family of everlasting life, Tianzidi. A beautiful and radiant fairy was escorted by 2 men with stern faces. The person next to her gestured invitingly, "Beauty, please come this way." The leading man smiled at the beauty. This happened in a hurry. "Our young master was afraid you'd be lonely without familiar faces around, so he specifically instructed us to redeem all the servants." "By your side." On the steps in front were a group of people waiting. An older servant secretly thought worriedly, "Don't be too agitated. Calmly observe the situation. That day, you defiled that Dharma artifact very secretly, so he might not suspect you." The leading man said, "You're mistaken. This trip isn't back to the Luo family." The beauty was slightly surprised. Her beautiful, meticulously made-up face turned to look at the leader, as she softly asked, "If not to the Luo family, then where?" The crowd below all stared blankly, looking up at the sky to see what large object was casting such a huge shadow, covering a vast area. They curiously asked, "What is this?" A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" The person next to him looked at him and asked, "Don't you know? That's the Luo family of everlasting life's thought-departing heaven sea pearl, a 5th-rank extraordinary spirit Dharma treasure. I don't know what level this ship belongs to." In the sky was a huge sailing ship floating in the clouds. The cultivator continued to explain the miracles the ship had achieved. It said that 20 years ago, the Luo family's old patriarch used this ship to cross 3 regions in one night, traversing millions of miles, and annihilating 3 top sects. He recounted with an admiring tone, "Just thinking about it is exciting. Cultivators like us should be like that. If cultivators like us were sold, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough for this ship to fly 5 dong." The cultivator who had just asked said awkwardly, "Taoist friend, do you cultivate the supreme forgetfulness of affection? Why do you speak so heartrendingly?" The story the cultivator had just told seemed to echo in the void, permeating every corner of the bustling neighborhood. On the flying ship, Luo Tianfan stood outside the railing, enjoying the wind and looking into the distance. The follower behind him tilted her head and asked, "Young master, why did we set off in such a hurry? The interrogation is not progressing much, and we have only discovered the shadows of the southern frontier and western desert forces behind this." Luo Tianfan hesitated, glancing away to avoid the puzzled look of the follower behind him. "Time waits for no one. This home can't be stayed in for now, or I'm afraid another accident will happen." The young lady felt guilty and frowned, raising her voice, "Is it because I'm not working effectively, causing those villains to disturb the young master? Please punish me." "Young master." Luo Tianfan chuckled and encouraged her, "No, you've done very well. The accident I'm talking about isn't those rats." The image of the chi spirit system with its hands behind its head, smiling and saying sarcastic words appeared. "Isn't this my master, the seated illumination realm cultivator? Good morning, host." This made Luo Tianfan feel dizzy and his face turned green. "If I stayed at home any longer, my father might collude with this system to harm me." He was dejected, his back revealing a sense of helplessness. "Delusion is not easy," sighed little Luo. He leisurely walked down the steps, his hands clasped behind his back, instructing his subordinate, "We must also have a bit of adaptability. Consider this a sudden revenge trip." The female subordinate followed closely behind, not leaving him for a moment. Young Master, the beauty, and her people have all been brought on board and arranged for. The other party probably still has some luck, and hasn't discovered anything unusual during this time. Tian Fan praised her thoughtfulness. Good, let's go, let's meet the guests we've invited. The girl replied yes. Elsewhere on the ship, the beauty quietly gazed at the magnificent mountain scenery outside the window. She thought of the scene of two cultivators carrying nets and jars, searching for something in the deep forest. They cheered when they caught a purple demon creature. The demon creature was locked in a jar, and the one holding the jar shouted, "How lucky, we caught another charmed demon." The one holding the net behind him also praised with interest. Good stuff, we'll sell it for wine. In the beauty's memory, the charmed demon transformed into a young woman with a hot and seductive body, but her face still didn't have features that matched her figure. On her neck was a chain with a large iron lock in front. She was beaten and scolded by a cultivator. Don't be lazy. You charmed demon race have 3 opportunities for simultaneous birth in your lifetime. You are natural-born spies. You must master the ability to transform into anyone, so you can maximize your race's talent. While lost in recollection, someone suddenly spoke, startling the beauty. She turned her head and glanced behind her. So beautiful? The person who spoke earlier was Luo Tianfan. He closed the door with one hand, his eyes fixed on the beauty as he spoke. Wait a while, when we get to the Jinla Mountains. There will be a chance to see a miraculous sight in the sky at night with an ethereal Tao rhythm aftermath. It will be even more beautiful. The beauty heard this and covered her mouth, intently looking at Luo Tianfan. She happily stood side by side with him, smiling and saying, "Has young Master Luo seen the Tao rhythm aftermath before?" Luo Tianfan also smiled and replied, "Never seen it. Only read about it in books." The beauty curiously tilted her head and looked at him again. Then how does young Master Luo know it will be beautiful? Seeing her inquire, Luo Tianfan's sharp eyes flashed with confidence. Because I'm about to go see it, so I'm betting it will be beautiful. Aren't you afraid that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment? The beauty asked Tianfan more questions with an expressionless face and unclear purpose. Luo Tianfan still happily crossed his arms and smiled gleefully. At least I'll expect it to make me happy along the way. Then young Master Luo, the beauty said, raising her hand forward. She gently pressed her extremely large chest against Luo Tianfan's arm, embracing his arm with a charming and shy expression, asking, "What kind of expectations do you have for me?" The two faced each other. Luo Tianfan intently looked into the beauty's beautiful face. "The expectations I have for you?" At this moment, the spirit chi system suddenly jumped out. Standing on the side, watching the two of them intimately and fuming, she blushed, covering her mouth and trying to hold back to watch the good show. Luo Tianfan was also very proactive, putting his hand around the beauty's slender waist, pulling her body closer to him. Perhaps someone who likes to wet the world? The beauty didn't understand Luo Tianfan's words and asked, "Likes to wet the world? What does that mean?" Luo Tianfan took off both of their clothes and threw them away, saying with a wicked voice, "Want to know?" A series of sounds that children under 18 shouldn't hear echoed in the room. The spirit chi system hugged its face, which was as red as a ripe tomato, and listened with interest. She was shy and blushed at the overly 18-plus images of Luo Tianfan and the beauty, but still enthusiastically held up a notification board for her host. "Congratulations, host, for achieving a cross-species dual cultivation. Essence Chi plus 1646. Night gradually fell, and the candles in the room had been lit, emitting a warm glow. Luo Tianfan, having finished his official business, was sitting on the edge of the bed, adjusting his clothes. On the bed, the beauty was still fast asleep. He was thinking, breaking through realms isn't always a bad thing. With his current cultivation and his armor 9 physique, he smiled contentedly with what he had. Thinking of the resources needed to break through realms, that would be a huge number for small sex. At this moment, Luo Tianfan suddenly realized that the spirit chi system, which was engrossed in playing chess with Duke Zhou, had released some kind of announcement. "Congratulations, Master, for achieving a cross-species dual cultivation. Chi essence plus 1646. Huh! He was surprised and dumbfounded, falling backward. What the heck is going on? Luo Tianfan's head was full of question marks. Many years later, people proved that This day was determined as the day the relationship between the charm demon race and the human race was established. Shifting the scene to 2 days later, Luo Tianfan and his blue-clothed female attendant were strolling in a beautiful red maple forest. He happily admired the magnificent scenery of nature. Is this the legendary Four Seasons strange maple forest? It's really magical. The books say that if you stand in the center of the strange maple forest. Suddenly, the female attendant sensed something. She vigilantly looked in the direction of the sound. Over here, Luo Tianfan was still carefree, admiring the scenery and looking at the flowers. You can simultaneously feel the beauty of the Four Seasons. Let's go. Let's go see. But the female attendant vigilantly interrupted him. Young master, did you hear anything? She turned towards the direction of the sound, her whole body immediately raising her guard. Pointing towards a shadow behind the trees, in this direction. The two quickly walked towards the sound. The female cultivator hid behind the bushes and gestured for Luo Tianfan to stop behind her. Tianfan was confused and didn't understand what was going on, but he cooperated with his subordinates' movements. Luo Tianfan and his attendant hid behind the bushes, secretly observing. In the distance was the scene of an elderly man practicing on a protruding stone, his robes billowing in the wind. Above his head were countless large and small cocoons, turbid and evil chi, and fetal filth assaulting the eyes. At the foot of the stone were 3 people kneeling, bowing their heads respectfully before the old man's majesty. The old Taoist shook a bronze bell in his right hand, shouting, like soul refining the spirit, changing form to become immortal. The 3 young boys closed their eyes and knelt, muttering something. One young boy peeked, glancing secretly, with clear hearing and sight. He gently covered his mouth, and yawned as the old Taoist turned his back to him and continued the ritual. The old man discovered him and shouted, "Karmic burden!" scaring the young boy so much that his face turned green. The old Taoist was like a demon at this moment, his eyes bloodshot, his pupils turning pitch black. Still performing the incantation, he leaned back and looked at the young boy. "You have no immortal fate." Several legs suddenly tore through the old man's stomach, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. A voice echoed as if from hell, "No fate with immortality." Several pitch-black legs emerged from the old Taoist's stomach, aiming at the young boy in front, accumulating demonic chi, turning the space black. It tempted, "Come be food for me." The 3 young boys saw this horrifying scene and were terrified, trembling, frozen in place. They were so frightened that they couldn't utter a word, only knowing to stare wide-eyed at the monster that had suddenly appeared before them. It was like a giant spider, stretching out, hanging upside down in the air, wrapping out round cocoons. Its tone was disgusting, not enough. Its gaze shifted in one direction, still missing 2 parts. The 3 boys, now in the sights of the spider demon, frantically screamed and ran away. One ran ahead quickly, not daring to turn his head, one ran and glanced back. And the other was too scared, falling to the ground and trembling, unable to stand up. The old demon was still hanging upside down, emitting a crazy and terrifying laugh. "No immortal fate, food! All are food," small steps trying to escape on the cold snow. A little girl accidentally slipped and fell on the ground. The old Taoist, who had turned into a spider demon, strode towards his prey with great momentum. "Little girl, why are you running?" The little girl turned her head and looked back. Her eyes filled with fear and despair. The disgusting face of the old Taoist was getting closer and closer. He opened his mouth, grinning with fangs. "Don't you want to cultivate immortality?" The little girl struggled to get up from the cold snow, her face ashen, screaming in despair, "You're a swindler. You didn't teach me how to cultivate immortality at all." The spider demon, with demonic chi radiating from its body, leisurely looked at its prey, sitting on the ground with no strength to resist. "I transmitted immortal techniques to you. Taught you how to cultivate, so isn't that teaching you how to cultivate immortality? It's just that your immortal fate is too poor, so you can't enter the pass." He approached the little girl, raising his legs, intending to attack. "You no longer have a way to enter the door. Helping me cross the shore is not coming to this world in vain." The little girl frantically and desperately covered her face with her hands, crying out. At that dangerous moment, suddenly, a spear tore through the wind, flying towards the ugly spider demon. The spider demon quickly detected the danger, leaping backward to dodge. The tip of the spear slammed down where he had just stood. He gritted his teeth, raising his guard. Who's there? A pair of feet stepped on the snow, walking towards the spear. A calm voice rang out. My young master said, you disturbed his leisurely sightseeing, and told me to come deal with you. Luo Tianfan's female attendant pulled out the spear, holding it in her hand, arrogantly inviting the little girl who was still blankly sitting on the cold snow. Get up, don't run. The spider demon, not knowing life or death, rushed up contemptuously. Arrogant, I want to use your flesh and blood to cook a pot of tonic. Over here, the female attendant didn't flinch, thrusting the spear towards him. He nimbly tilted his head, dodging the fatal blow, and tightly gripped the shaft of the spear. Seeing this, she kicked, kicking him far away. Then she landed gently. After that, she leaped high, holding the spear over her head with her right hand, making a throwing preparation, looking angry and saying, What did you just say? Don't want to. The spider demon didn't react in time, staring blankly. The blue-clothed female cultivator threw the spear in her hand with a terrifying force, pinning the spider demon to the ground. His legs pointed to the sky, and the earth and rocks also shattered under the impact. The little girl witnessed the entire process, her eyes wide with admiration. Truly amazing. Then, the girl was startled by a voice from behind. She quickly turned her head to look. It's over, we can rest now. Tian Fan had been sitting next to her since who knows when, his face as bright as a flower watching the martial arts scene, making the little girl jump back in shock. Ghost. He said to his female attendant, I designed so many cool lines for you, and cannot not want is what? You forgot after just one move. The female attendant looked at her frivolous young master, slightly dumbfounded. Suddenly, the corpse of the old spider demon at their feet underwent a change, emitting purple smoke. Hui frowned as she looked down. She observed the corpse burning with purple smoke. External avatar. Seeing this, Tian Fan also stood up abruptly, stepping closer to where Hui was standing. He said expressionlessly, Runs fast, have the guards search the ship, proceed according to the prepared plan. Hui quickly replied, Yes. Then the two of them turned to the little girl sitting on the side. Little girl, where did you come from? The girl was called, immediately knelt down and respectfully replied, I am from Xinjiang village. Hui continued to ask her, Do you know the way back home? The girl also honestly replied, I don't know, it was my father, he brought me here, to find a master for cultivation. Tian Fan frowned unhappily, not some immortal master, just a Taoist who suffered chi deviation. Hearing Tian Fan's words, the girl fearfully told the truth, but there really are people who successfully cultivate. The immortal master, that swindler said. We don't have immortal affinity, so we can't cultivate to immortality. We used a talisman to send information according to Tian Fan's instructions and reported the situation to him. Young master, someone has contacted us through the communication tube on the ship. Tian Fan replied indifferently, Okay. She looked towards the naive girl who was still kneeling in the snow. Neither of them said anything. After observing the little girl for a while, we leaned close to Tian Fan's ear and said, Young master, this girl has been afflicted with a Jia curse. Tian Fan asked back. Jia curse? What is that? This is a very wicked curse technique. It can implant a stream of primordial qi in the form of a hidden curse into people who don't cultivate, relying on this curse. Even if they can't feel the primordial qi of heaven and earth, they can still cultivate. But after all, this primordial qi still has an owner, just like that old demonized cultivator who implanted the curse into the body of the victim. He will be manipulating everything from behind. The curse is implanted into the body surrounded by a stream of evil qi like shackles. The owner of the curse mark can take back this primordial qi at any time. No matter how much you cultivate, you are just making a wedding dress for someone else. Once that old Taoist withdraws the curse mark, the person who was cursed by him will only have one way to die and become a dried corpse. This Taoist must have done this to improve the physique of these children, to make them easier to become bait for him. There is a Jia curse on the left chest of the girl that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Are there any weaknesses to this method? Tian Fan turned to ask Hui. She quickly replied, This method is already very damaging to the foundation of the person being cursed. If serious, it will shorten their lifespan. On the other side, the little girl slowly stood up. Her eyes widened, full of determination. She shouted loudly, Immortal sister, I want to take you as my teacher. The little girl's voice echoed throughout the forest. Hui was slightly stunned looking at the little girl. Tian Fan attentively observed Hui's attitude, to see what decision she would make. Please teach me the way of immortals. We hadn't had time to react to the situation changing in this direction, while Luo Tian Fan on the side was happily eating melon seeds. In a short while, someone was sent to investigate the place of the demonized cultivator. They each had their own task, with a clear division of labor. Some were helping to lower the cocoons from the air, some were examining the inside of the cocoons, taking the bodies of the unfortunate cultivators out, and 2 people were meticulously checking every trace left at the scene. Zi Chao and a young cultivator examined the corpses inside the spider cocoons. He sighed. This person is also gone. Inside the cocoon was a stiff corpse. On this side, Hui was patiently squatting down, coaxing the little girl. The little girl reached out to wipe her tears, sobbing and asking her the Jiai curse. Then can I no longer cultivate to immortality? Hui put her hand on the girl's shoulder and explained, that's right, having been afflicted with this curse, in the end, all your cultivation achievements will be plundered by others. Tian Fan looked at the girl, not knowing what he was thinking. The little girl painfully threw herself into Hui's arms and cried loudly. Tian Fan turned around and sighed softly. Indeed, no matter what world, people cannot escape the fate of being exploited. Hui turned her head to look at Tian Fan. Young master, how should this little girl be arranged? Tian Fan looked up at the sky. Take her with us. When we enter the city, tell Zi Chao and the others to inquire about where her village is. On this side, after examining the situation, Zi Chao came to kneel on one knee, cupping his hands respectfully to report to Tian Fan, Young master, the children have all been buried. And how should this altar be dealt with? He waved his hand. Clean it up, it's an eyesore to look at. He looked up at the sky unhappily and said 2 words, pity. Because of human greed, this strange and beautiful scenery has been destroyed. Scene changed to a city. The next day, Liuguang City. The courtesan walked side by side with Luo Tian Fan on the street. She looked around and exclaimed, this Liuguang City is really lively. Tian Fan smiled, clasping his hands behind his back. Leisurely strolling through the city, it's not always this lively. Today just happens to be the day they welcome the gods. In a while there will be a performance of parading the statue of the god. Hui and the little girl they picked up the day before followed behind the 2 of them. This is not good fortune. The courtesan was a little curious hearing her say that. Hui patiently continued to say, the young master has specially hired a group of loose cultivators who often venture outside, to adjust the itinerary according to the situation on the road, in order to achieve the best travel experience. She recalled the loose cultivators that Tian Fan hired to obtain information. They sat and wrote a pile of interesting places they had been to. Seeing this, the courtesan smiled sweetly and ingratiatingly. Young master's actions are really thoughtful, while the spiritual system was angrily scolding him. Big idiot, why don't you use that time to ask the strategist to help you make a good cultivation plan? Tian Fan was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being flattered and praised, his face almost reaching the sky. But he suddenly noticed this side. The little girl that he and Hui rescued seemed very scared. Her face darkened, her head lowered, and she clung close to Hui. He bent down and smiled. When going out to play, don't be so gloomy. In this world, besides cultivating to immortality, there are many interesting things. Come on. Smile. Suddenly having someone care about her made the little girl slightly startled. But those words of encouragement didn't help her feel better. She was still depressed. Young master, I can't cultivate to immortality. I'm just a useless person. How can I smile? Tian Fan didn't know what to say, looking at the little girl for a while. The little girl was spinning around in the air, her face full of bright smiles. It turned out that Tian Fan had put her on a small carp-shaped boat. The whole person and the carp were spinning around in front, while the 3 of them, Tian Fan, walked below, happily enjoying this stroll through the city. After a while, the little girl's eyes became dizzy and she continued to spin with the carp. Young master, I'm too dizzy, I can't turn around. Seeing this, Tian Fan reached out to control the carp boat. He smiled and said, indeed, still just a child's mind. Suddenly on the road, a burly man called out loudly, Qin He. Tian Fan and the little girl who were still sitting on the carp boat paused slightly and turned their heads in the direction of the call. Seeing who the person shouting was, the little girl smiled brightly. A foo. Then she jumped down from the carp boat and ran quickly to the man, hugging him tightly. A foo. The man was the father of Qin He. He blankly looked at his daughter and asked, Qin He, aren't you cultivating at the Immortal Master's place? Why are you here? His expression angry, he grabbed his daughter's shoulders and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that you ran away?" causing Qin He to be startled and frightened. The girl quickly explained everything to her father. "Fu, it's not like that, the Immortal Master is actually a swindler." Before Qin He could finish speaking, he angrily raised his hand and slapped her face hard, scolding her, "You rebellious thing." That action surprised the three of them, Tian Fan, and he and Hui immediately frowned looking at the man. Not stopping there, he rushed towards Qin He who had been knocked to the ground. "Are you crazy? How dare you slander the Immortal Master here? I paid a lot for you to cultivate to immortality. And this is what you learned." Qin He covered the side of her cheek that had been slapped red by her father, her eyes brimming with tears. "Fu, I'm not lying, the Immortal Master has cursed us. I can't cultivate to immortality. I can never cultivate to immortality." Hearing his daughter say that, he was even more angry, grinding his teeth and shouting, "You!" At this time, he looked up, suddenly seeing the group of Tian fans standing in front. He then turned to grab his daughter's shoulders, wanting to shake her awake. "Girl, don't listen to others talking nonsense. That so-called curse mark," the Immortal Master said, "is because your aptitude is not enough. Only by casting a curse can you cultivate to immortality." Qin He listened to every word her father said, her whole body feeling like it had fallen into an ice cellar, her voice trembling as she asked back, "Fu, you knew from the beginning that the Immortal Master would curse us." He was still stubborn, regardless of his daughter crying. "Cultivating to immortality is such a good thing. To cultivate to immortality, how can you not pay the price, girl you?" At this time, someone suddenly said, "It's here," interrupting the train of thought of Qin He's father. He tilted his head to look in the direction of the sound without paying attention to his daughter, who was still crying like rain. On the bustling street, everyone stopped to admire the huge golden statue being carried on the road. "The god statue is here." Qin He fearfully retreated. "Immortal Master, why is it him?" The father hurriedly knelt down, then turned to urge, "Qin He, quickly kneel down, don't be disrespectful to the Immortal Master." The crowd respectfully knelt down at the foot of the massive golden statue. The statue's eyes lit up, staring at the crowd kneeling below. All the crowds looked up, their eyes empty, their faces lifeless as they looked up. Hui sternly chanted an incantation, a blue flame blazing on her slender fingertips. "Xing Shu Shi Hui Zhu Ri." Standing on top of the god statue, a Taoist priest in a golden robe looked down intently. He pointed at the three people standing, Tian Fan, and shouted loudly, "What do you want to do?" Below, Hui chanted the incantation and cast Xing Shu Shi Hui Zhu Ri. Without saying much, she struck a blow towards the god statue. "Go." The blow hit the left eye of the god statue, causing it to explode. The statue was shaken and collapsed. The statue bearers hugged their heads, let go of their hands, and cried out, running away. The Taoist priest was hit, his face scratched, panting. He shouted loudly, "Audacious, you dare to destroy the statue of the Immortal Master." The statue changed. It clasped its hands and chanted an incantation, "Fu Shou Yong Gui." Its entire body surged with a black demonic energy similar to the demonized Immortal Master in the forest the day before. As soon as the curse mark was chanted, the demonic energy poured into the bodies of the cultivators and people below, controlling them. On the head of a man, a curse mark appeared like the one in Qin He's body. Demonic power continued to surge in his body. He looked down at his hands with a crazy expression and laughed loudly. "Is this the taste of cultivating to immortality? It's so wonderful." On this side, in front of Tian Fan's chest, a faint blue light suddenly shone from the ring on his neck. Tian Fan curiously looked down at it, not quite understanding. Seeing this scene, the statue of the Immortal Master suddenly paused slightly. Demonic power continued to pour into the cultivator standing below. He turned his head to look at the statue of the Immortal Master. He angrily gritted his teeth, spitting out each word through clenched teeth. "So it's the Immortal Master's statue." He loudly pointed at Tian Fan's group and denounced them. "This group of people, the Immortal Master compassionately pities all living beings, and has bestowed upon us the method. You don't even know to be grateful, and you dare to destroy the statue of the Immortal Master. Quickly capture them and offer them as sacrifices to the Immortal Master." Following the call of that person, all the people who were cursed with Bua Chu Jia Wai looked at him with angry expressions, as if seeing a mortal enemy. "Open for me!" One person rushed forward and was struck upwards from under his chin by Hui's halberd. He was sent flying into the sky, spinning several times in a row. Hui, alone with her halberd, stood in the encirclement of the crazy cultivators. She swung the halberd in her hand, disappear, while Tian Fan created a shield to protect himself and the courtesan, standing silently observing in the back. On Hui's forehead, there was also the symbol of the Jiai curse. She frowned. The Jiai curse has begun to take effect. My strength is being sucked away by that evil Taoist. The people controlled by the curse marked Jiai rush forward. She dares to resist. Let's go together, solve them. The Immortal Master is watching us. But before they could get close, each one was immediately struck by Hui and collapsed. She broke through the encirclement, striking these people to pieces, each one lying on the ground covered in injuries, with the cultivation of that evil Taoist. He shouldn't be able to cast the Jiai curse on such a large scale. She thought, could it be that he's not afraid of his body collapsing? At this time, the statue of the Immortal Master was as lifelike as a real person. It glanced down. Tian Fan, who was standing in the barrier, was also struck by the Chu, his face expressionless as he looked up. The courtesan fearfully glanced back at Hui, her body unconsciously clinging to Tian Fan. Meanwhile, the statue noticed the curse mark that was shining brightly on Tian Fan's forehead. In lieu of Tian Fan's body, the spirit chi system was tensing up and clasping its hands, chanting an incantation. She muttered, "Stop looking down on others." Then she happily laughed loudly, looking up at the countless notifications that were spinning around on her head. Mission, here it comes. A series of notifications rang out. Luo Tian Fan opened his eyes wide and aimlessly. His body was buffed with strength. His primordial qi increased continuously. The host did not resist being plundered of primordial qi, received a double replenishment. Primordial qi plus 414. Primordial qi plus 374. Primordial qi plus 274. Primordial qi plus 642. Primordial qi plus 570. Primordial qi plus 245. Primordial qi plus 224. He angrily cursed the shameless system with fiery eyes. Don't use my body as your fighting arena. The spirit chi system in Tian Fan's body looked arrogant, resting her hand on her forehead. No, fighting chi 7th stage, don't underestimate the poor system. Outside, Hui was still trying her best to resist the controlled people. She seemed tired because her own primordial chi was also being drained by the statue through the seal. Although a little difficult, she was still not at a disadvantage against these ordinary cultivators. She forcefully smashed another one in the head, causing him to plunge headfirst into the ground. Seizing the time, she continued to chant an incantation, Xing Shu Shi Hui, Puhua. Many green fireballs surrounded her, but suddenly the curse mark on her forehead activated. Interrupting her chanting, Hui painfully frowned. She braced her halberd on the ground. Her green primordial qi was gradually being swallowed by the purple-black primordial qi of the Immortal Master. She struggled to stand firm. The crazy cultivators seeing this shouted, "She's done for, now, everyone go together," and they all rushed to surround the girl. The curse mark on Hui's forehead shone brightly. She bit her teeth, sweating as she endured and looked at the situation in front of her. It's bad, so it has drained my primordial qi so quickly. Suddenly, the little girl Qin He ran over from who knows where, stretched out her arms to block in front of Hui, causing her to be slightly surprised. The little girl shouted loudly, "Stop, you are all deceived by the words of the Immortal Master." The cultivator pointed at Qin He. This girl seems to be on the same side as those people, all wanting to destroy the Immortal Master's preaching. Qin He looked around confused, not knowing what to do. Everyone, the little girl looked towards her father who was also being controlled. Dad, why? Why are you willing to be bait for the Immortal Master? Why don't you doubt the words of the Immortal Master? A hand suddenly rested on Qin He's shoulder, startling her as she glanced at the person next to her. Because they all understand what you're saying. Tian Fan expanded the protective barrier, shielding the four of them inside. The little girl asked, not understanding, then why are they still? He looked at the crazy people in front of him, all with curse marks on their foreheads, their eyes empty and soulless, only filled with selfishness and greed. Because they don't dare to refuse, because they fear that after they refuse, others will agree, so how can they be sure that their decision is the most correct? Tian Fan recalled himself before transmigrating into this body. Falling behind is the scariest meal in the world. Once you've seen it, you will definitely have to keep filling that stomach. Even if the price is everything you have. Qin He didn't understand the deeper meaning in his words. She asked naively, is there really no way? Of course there is, Tian Fan smiled looking at her. Qin He immediately asked back, what way? His eyes twinkled, nothing else, just give up. Qin He didn't understand. Her head was full of question marks. The system in Lin Fan's mind was also too bored to bother talking to his train of thought. A cultivator, hearing his words, angrily pointed at him and scolded, "What do you know?" He said loudly, "You wear brocade robes embroidered with flowers, and have cultivators as guards. How brilliant! How can you understand the suffering of us, people who have no way into immortality?" He recounted, "For a word immortal, I have dissipated my family fortune, my wife and children separated." He recalled the image of a young boy holding a whisk who had rejected him, pouring a bucket of cold water on him, extinguishing all his hope. Leave early, don't waste your effort, poor aptitude. He had to kneel and kowtow before the closed gate of the Immortal sect, a lifetime of effort, but ridiculed by a child with 4 words. You guess how I felt at that time. The unwillingness filled my heart, almost making me unable to breathe. He glared at his hands, which were being covered by the primordial chi bestowed by the Immortal Master. Tian Fan calmly said, "Then congratulations." "What?" He gnashed his teeth, not understanding why Tian Fan would congratulate him. Tian Fan made a nonchalant expression. "You crave cultivating to immortality so much. Now you finally get to experience the taste of cultivating to immortality. Isn't this supposed to be the happiest moment in your life? So I congratulate you." That person shouted loudly, "Not enough." He erupted, his eyes white, the primordial chi on his body continuously increasing. "I'm still not satisfied. I want to be stronger. I want to find the immortal sect that abandoned me in the past. To make them regret it. I also want to find my wife and children who abandoned me, to let them know that I have cultivated to immortality. I still want." Qin He's father blankly witnessed this scene. The person shouted tiredly, then hugged his head with a desperate expression. "I still want. Tian Fan smiled contemptuously looking at him. "You see, I told you you're food." Provoked, that person flew into a rage, jumping towards the barrier of Tian Fan's group, wanting to fight him to the death. "I'll kill you." Seeing the dangerous situation, Hui turned her head anxiously. "Young master." But Qin He's father suddenly rushed out and pushed the crazy cultivator back. With a bang, that person was sent flying into the wall, creating a hole in the wall. Dust and gravel flew everywhere. Seeing her father standing out to help, Qin He smiled brightly. "Acha!" Tian Fan stood still, observing everything. He looked down at his arm, a regretful expression. Cultivating to immortality is indeed an interesting thing. With this strength, even mountain bears can be easily defeated. Then he raised his head, his eyes gentle as he looked at his daughter who was being protected by Tian Fan. "The young master's words don't sound good, what doin'? But unexpectedly made me come to my senses." He leaned over gently to hug his precious daughter. Cha actually doesn't want much. Cha only wants Qin He to be able to live well. Qin He threw herself into his arms and sobbed. "Cha." He raised Qin He's lovely face, softly whispering, "Cha hopes to have the ability to protect you forever." At this moment, the seal on his forehead suddenly shone brightly. The shackles surrounding the seal became even clearer. What cultivation to immortality! Just like that, the primordial chi on Qin He's father was sucked dry by that seal. His body gradually became old and skinny. He closed his eyes. Cha doesn't care. Qin He, seeing her father's primordial chi being drained, widened her eyes in panic, tightly grabbing her father. Tian Fan bit his lip, noticing the abnormality. The cultivator who had been knocked into the wall by Qin He's father was crawling up from the rubble. He laughed madly. "The Immortal Master has bestowed punishment on you." Suddenly his body also began to ache. His primordial chi was also being drained. His whole person, like Qin He's father, also gradually became withered. He cried out in disbelief. "Immortal Master!" All the people in the crowd were having their primordial chi drained by the seal. Each and every one of them began to weaken, wither, and become old. Hui jumped in front of Tian Fan. She was also gritting her teeth and enduring. Not good. She immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands clasped in a hand seal, trying her best to resist the seal that was draining her primordial chi. Suddenly the spirit chi system poked her head out to remind him, catching Tian Fan slightly off guard. "Be careful, it seems like this person has been cheated by someone." He glared at her slightly annoyed, not saying anything, making the system angry as well. The people controlled by the Immortal Master, that purple-black primordial chi turned into the shape of tormented souls being slowly drawn out of their bodies. they said in unison, clear primordial chi. Even He was controlled by that seal, her eyes empty, her mouth mumbling, abundant spirit chi, endlessly surging. Her father, who had his primordial chi drained, his body gaunt but still alive, tightly grabbed his daughter's shoulders, his face worried, shaking her gently. Girl, what's wrong with you? The cultivator who had been knocked away by He's father just now had stood up, but he seemed to no longer be himself, being completely controlled. He grinned. I didn't expect heaven to be so kind to me, allowing me to meet you today, a person with rare talent for cultivating to immortality. Tian Fan stood in the barrier, watching the people who were completely mentally controlled step closer. He calmly spoke to the mastermind who had not yet shown his face. Exploitation, extraction, plus mental control, you really are vicious enough. At this time, the courtesan behind him also fell into the mental control of that evil immortal master, her eyes bloodshot, a smile full of selfishness and greed reaching out towards Tian Fan. Such good fortune and fate for cultivating to immortality. If you can't grasp it, why not leave it to me? He turned to look at her. Under his feet was also the little girl He controlled, smiling, hugging him. Let me use your flesh and bones to cook a pot of great medicine. Tian Fan smiled. He placed his hand on the little girl's forehead. Seeing you so wholeheartedly, I'm a little embarrassed to bother you. Looking down from on high, with a confident expression, what makes you think that you have a grasp on me? Scene changed to the Luo family's huge flying ship that was roaming in the beautiful sunlight, flying over the rooftops of the buildings. Luo Tian Fan set up a barrier. He had a smug expression. You're too wordy, making me feel a little annoyed, so why don't you consciously give up this Jia curse? Luo Tian Fan pointed at the statue with a challenging tone. Let me smash your dog's hit statue again. What do you think? The evil Taoist panicked. Immortal state treasure? He was so surprised that he couldn't cut any more syrup. Could it be that you still want to use the immortal state treasure to break the city's restrictions? The immortal return covenant might. He shouted loudly, pointing straight ahead. Open fire. The evil Taoist was so scared that he was about to faint, screaming, What? As soon as Luo Tian Fan shouted, the ship continuously fired down, turning an entire area red. He was so scared that his face turned green, his eyes rolled back. The barriers shattered in a large area, the ship rushed in. He contacted Zi Lao with a talisman. Very good, Lao Zi, next. After listening, the ship immediately accumulated energy to launch an even stronger attack. Bang! Flying straight into the evil Taoist, he immediately blocked it. Luo Tian Fan smiled contemptuously, smug. The evil Taoist was so scared that he flew away. Indeed, not unworthy of the immortal affinity that I chose. It's true that I underestimated your courage, actually violating the immortal return covenant. Using the immortal state treasure in the city. He was so angry that he laughed. The evil Taoist's eyes suddenly returned to normal, no longer ferocious as before. He was confused, looking left and right. Who am I? Where am I? The green-haired man was surprised. He turned to He with a scared expression. Girl. Li Mi and Luo Tian Fan looked over in surprise. The spirit chi system rang out. Why did he suddenly let go of control, gave up? He analyzed. No, he's preparing to make things difficult for me. She was surprised. Difficulties? Suddenly there was a loud noise. The statue. Quickly look at the statue. The crowd shouted loudly. The immortal master's statue. Why did it appear cracked, hateful? What happened? The spirit chi system was curious, not knowing what was happening. Is it to break the Jia curse and kill these fanatical believers? Or is it for the sake of these believers that you let go of that? Evil Taoist? She asked. Host, how do you plan to choose? He was pondering something in his heart. Suddenly he covered his face and couldn't say a word. Luo Tian Fan sighed in relief, as if removing a burden from his body. The spirit chi system secretly laughed with a smug expression, thinking, Finally there is a situation that he can't rely on his family background, only by experiencing the taste of helplessness. Can the motivation for internal competition be born? He then said with a helpless expression, I choose the former. Perhaps after this difficult choice, I can implement some guidance, causing his mood to generate a little change. Her face was extremely happy. He was tired, abandoning everything. The spirit chi system followed in a panic. Host, I know this is a difficult choice, but this, giving up, how can you give up in this situation? He replied calmly. Very simple, If it's not easy to choose, then I won't choose anymore. Luo Tianfan frowned seriously. Let them decide for themselves, to seek survival, or to pursue their beliefs, to die. The forehead of the evil Taoist suddenly shone brightly. A purple aura radiated around him. He angrily shouted, "You are fanatics, daring to destroy the god statue. Aren't you afraid of heaven's punishment? If you want to destroy the god statue, you must step over our corpses." On the ship, a stream of energy flew forward and also transmitted a voice. "All right, I respect your choices." Rushing to the front of the evil Taoist, and the statue behind him. Bang! The evil Taoist took the full force of the powerful energy, flashing brightly, causing the crowd to close their eyes tightly. When the crowd opened their eyes, they screamed in shock and horror. "Dead, really dead, the statue is stained with blood, the immortal master didn't say anyone would die." The green-haired man shouted in panic, "How could it? How could it be? How dare you? You dare to really do that? Immortal master, the immortal master will punish you." Luo Tianfan said loudly with a contemptuous expression, "Still expecting your immortal master? Your immortal master won't do anything for you." Immediately he frowned angrily, "Either get out of the way, or stay, you choose yourselves." Zi Chao, continue. The crowd panicked, screaming and making excuses. I remember there's something at home, excuse me for going first." Everyone ran away, not daring to stay. "Wait for me. There's also something at my house, I have to go too. Actually, I don't need to cultivate to immortality." Suddenly 3 swords surrounded by lightning fell from the void. 3 pairs of feet were riding on the swords, landing. And those were the 3 Taoist cultivators riding on the swords and saying, "According to the Immortal Return Covenant, I order you to immediately leave the forbidden flight zone of the city and accept our handling." Inside the talisman, he was informed, "Young master, the protective cultivators have arrived. Do you need to continue?" The green-haired man was overjoyed as if he had found a rare treasure, laughing loudly and saying, Finally there is someone who can stop him, finally. This little brat is about to be punished by the protective cultivators." Luo Tianfan shouted without restraint, "Who cares about the so-called protective cultivators, even if the heavenly King Laozi comes here?" He insisted, "I must destroy this strange statue." Scene changed to Luo Tianfan's house. He was fishing with Luo Wanfu, asking, "Wuhua Covenant, what is that?" He looked at Luo Tianfan, answering his questions. "Cultivators, laws, and treasures have too much power. Every time they fight, they always cause great damage to the surrounding environment. So long ago, a group of cultivators signed an agreement called the Wuhua Covenant with all parties to establish some rules to protect the mortal world. After signing the Wuhua Covenant, that group of cultivators voluntarily became the Guardian Taoist cultivators. The meaning is to maintain the Tao of the Covenant." He happily replied, "So that's how it is, sounds like a good thing." He replied again, "That's right." Therefore, at that time, the forces also did not hesitate to support them with resources. After all, apart from the demonic cultivators, no one wanted to see the living beings in the world suffer. At that time, there were quite a few people, either out of sympathy, voluntarily joined the Guardian Taoist cultivators. For a period of time, under the management of this group of Guardian Taoist cultivators, the world really became much cleaner. The cultivators also no longer acted recklessly. Luo Tianfan said leisurely, "Sounds like the story will have a turning point here, right?" He replied, "Turning point, not necessarily, just after a while, under the temptation of bait." The fishing rod shook violently because a fish had been hooked. Luo Wanfu jerked the fishing rod, and the fish flew up accordingly. Finally, some fish couldn't resist, and took the bait. Cut to the battlefield, where the crowd was kneeling and screaming in panic, "What should we do? What should we do? What should we do?" The talisman conveyed a message to Luo Tianfan, "Young master, the Guardian Tao cultivators are coming to your location." He smiled sarcastically, "They know how to grasp the key points." 3 Tao cultivators descended on their swords, staring at him. The white-robed Tao cultivator shouted at Luo Tianfan, "Arrogant brat, you not only violated the Ascension Treaty by flying around the city in a celestial boat, but also ruined the preaching ceremony of fellow Taoist Xianhua." The man immediately cast a spell and said, "Today, I will represent the Guardian Tao cultivators to eliminate evil." Hearing this, Luo Tianfan still looked calm and playful, replying, "Eliminate evil, how interesting." Qin He stood in front of Luo Tianfan and cried out, "He's not!" Qin He stood in the way and explained, "The young master is not a bad person. That swindler Immortal Master is the real villain. Hearing this, the white-robed Tao cultivator angrily pointed at Qin He. Ignorant and disruptive people also deserve to be punished. The black-robed Tao cultivator stopped him. Wait. The black-robed man immediately cast a spell, seal. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp move flew as fast as lightning. Qin He was terrified and stunned when faced with such a powerful and deadly move. Luo Tianfan immediately rushed forward to hug Qin He for protection. The Qi spirit system immediately shouted, "Behold my ultimate block!" With that, she held the talisman in front of her, and it emitted a bright golden light. Immediately, a barrier appeared, enveloping Qin He and him. Blocking all the attacks, the golden barrier still surrounded the two of them. The white-robed and black-robed Tao cultivators were stunned in disbelief. The Qi spirit system burst into tears. Finally, I. She jumped up and down in joy. Luo Tianfan thought to himself, oh well, let her be happy for a bit. The pressure is too great, she's about to go crazy. Luo Tianfan tightened his grip on the talisman. Oh well, let her be happy for a bit. The pressure is too great, she's about to go crazy. He asked Qin He, are you okay? Qin He replied, yes. The black-robed cultivator said, there's still Immortal. How could you kill her? The white-robed one shouted, don't meddle in other people's business. Luo Tianfan stood up and said sarcastically, so, guardian Tao cultivators protect the world like this? The white-robed man angrily said, how I act within the guardian Tao is none of your business. Luo Tianfan frowned and questioned, this demonic Taoist is offering sacrifices in Liuguang City, using the people as offerings. Did you guys know about this long ago? The white-robed man replied challengingly, so what if we did? Luo Tianfan frowned, you knew they were harming people, yet you didn't intervene. The white-robed cultivator angrily replied, the Ascension Covenant has no clause prohibiting Xianghua Dao from teaching the Dharma to sentient beings. Moreover, it's a voluntary matter between the two parties. No one is forcing these mortals to believe. Why should we interfere? Luo Tianfan glared, summoning such a large-scale event, it's not something a single demonic Taoist can do. So, are you and the Guardian Tao also involved in this? The white-robed Taoist laughed loudly, ignoring him. So what if we are? We don't mind telling you that the fellow Taoists of Xianghua Dao have been registered with our Guardian Tao. Based on the regulations, their preaching is legal. Are you planning to destroy us all? Luo Tianfan smiled smugly. Killing you with one shot doesn't seem enough to vent my anger. The white-robed Taoist floating in the air laughed and said, the rule of the Guardian Tao is to unanimously deal with outsiders. If you dare kill me today, no matter what your background is, be prepared to face the entire Guardian Tao. Can you bear this price? Luo Tianfan gritted his teeth in anger and looked up. Talking with my head raised is too tiring. Zikao, tell him to come down. Zikao attacked the white-robed Taoist from behind unexpectedly. Understood. What? He turned around and unleashed a move. Zikao countered, causing him to fall. He braced himself and didn't fall when he landed. The white-robed Taoist approached Luo Tianfan. He gritted his teeth and growled, you're courting death. The spirit system suddenly appeared. You have triggered a choice mission. You are in a dilemma. Choose to bow down to the Guardian Tao cultivators who indulge in depravity to harm people. Or choose to be a coward who bows his head, admits his mistakes, and begs for forgiveness. She glanced at Luo Tianfan with a sinister look. He asked her, you're really not hiding any selfishness now. Stop dilly-dallying and choose quickly. He tore the necklace off his neck and sighed. I don't know why today keeps forcing me to make choices like this. You know that the thing I hate most in life is having to make a choice. He held up the pendant with a joyful expression. How about this? Let's entrust everything to fate. If the front is you, you live, otherwise you die. The white-robed Taoist gritted his teeth. Are you toying with me? He confidently threw the pendant. Here it comes. A surge of aura rose. Something high above was exuding an aura. The silver-haired old man gritted his teeth and cast a spell. He failed and hung his head. The old man resentfully said, unwilling, I clearly swore an oath to act cautiously. His pupils turned red, and his teeth clenched. A Tao temple is nothing. If it's destroyed, just let it be. It can be rebuilt later. Heaven has bestowed good fortune upon me, allowing me to encounter such delicious food. It's no different from a treasure. Tianfan smiled smugly. Just being able to eat him will be better than swallowing hundreds of inferior dishes. The old man complained, I'm so hungry. This ordinary body really has many obstacles. I'm so hungry that I don't even have the strength to cast spells anymore. He looked at his hand. He bit his hand, and blood gushed out. His body trembled. Finally, I have strength. When was the last time I ate? It's been too long. I can't remember anymore. After finishing the appetizer, it's time to enjoy the main course. Although doing so will lose 3 to 4% of the nutrition, oh well, just let it be. After tasting that flavor, it's like ants crawling all over me. I can't restrain myself. I really can't restrain myself anymore. At this moment, the white-robed Taoist was stabbed through his internal organs. When he spat out blood, he asked, What? The chief spirit looked shocked from behind, holding a sign that read, Mission failed. Luo Tianfan was equally shocked and blurted out, This. The black-robed Taoist stabbed the white-robed Taoist in the back with his sword. Another Taoist, seeing the white-robed Taoist dead, panicked and collapsed. That Taoist ran away in a panic. But the black-robed Taoist didn't let him get his way. He slashed his sword across his back. That Taoist fell down. The black-robed Taoist stood there with his sword, with the corpses of the other 2 Taoists on either side. A gold coin fell, spinning a few times on the ground. The black-robed Taoist turned to Luo Tianfan and said, Young Master Luo, please don't stain your hands. Others can't kill Guardian Dao cultivators, but if Guardian Dao cultivators kill each other, there's no need to worry about retaliation from the Guardian Dao later. Luo Tianfan smiled mockingly and continued, Congratulations, you've achieved closed loop, but you know me. Hearing this, he quickly said, I don't know you, but I once had the opportunity to see the Changxing Luo family's thought departure to the Horizon boat. If that's the case, then your identity is not difficult to guess. After he finished speaking, Luo Tianfan stood in the circle of incantations in surprise. Luo Tianfan smiled, seemingly understanding, and said, So that's how it is. Then can you explain to me what stage the plot has progressed to? The black-robed Taoist knelt down respectfully and said to Luo Tianfan, Young Master Luo, please forgive me for making decisions on my own, but I killed them because, he said heavily, they deserve to die. Zikao, standing beside him, poked Ying's ticklish spot. Lord Ying, are you okay? You also have times when you fail? How rare. Ying restrained his anger. Luo Tianfan looked at him kneeling there and asked doubtfully, Tell me a little bit, why did they deserve to die? The black-robed Taoist quickly explained the matter from beginning to end. Half a year ago, during the investigation of a case, I accidentally discovered the heretical act of using people as food by this heretical cultivator of Xianghua Dao. At the same time, I also discovered that there seemed to be shadows of Guardian Dao cultivators in this matter. Therefore, at that time, I chose a few cases to report. As he spoke, he recalled the image of being lured by the white-robed Taoist, but a long time has passed, and I haven't received any news from above. Then, this person came to me and tried to coax me. Luo Tianfan smiled with interest, somewhat interesting. Looking at the corpse of the masked man lying on the ground, he continued, According to the internal regulations of the Guardian Dao organization, the file that I directly reported, he has no right to see, but not only did he know, but the superiors also chose to remain silent about this matter. Luo Tianfan laughed again and said, It seems that it's not just tolerance, but there are also people secretly condoning this demonic Taoist's behavior. The masked man replied, That's right, you think like me? So, I agreed to his recruitment invitation. I know my own strength. I can't break this situation. I can only endure for now. He remembered the image of the old heretical cultivator manipulating everyone, step by step, into the demonic path. During these days, I witnessed the common people being treated like pigs by the demonic Taoist, and the Guardian Dao cultivators, who were supposed to protect the people, became paper covering rotten meat, helping and covering up the stench. After Luo Tianfan heard this, he asked, Then why did you dare to kill people today? The Taoist respectfully clasped his hands and said, Because of you, young Master Luo. Please forgive me. I have no way to continue investigating this case alone. I can only pull you into it, and rely on your status to make a big deal out of it, so that I can attract the attention of the people above the Guardian Dao. Ying, seeing that something was wrong, tried to dissuade him. Young Master, he is. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Tianfan raised his hand to signal, "It's okay." Luo Tianfan asked again, "You want to borrow a knife to kill someone, so why did you end up taking action yourself?" The Taoist explained, "After all, this is an internal matter of the Guardian Tao. How can I let young Master Luo stain his hands?" Luo Tianfan said again, "Within the Guardian Tao, how is the killing of fellow disciples handled?" The Taoist smiled and said, "It's definitely death." Luo Tianfan asked again, "No regrets?" He calmly said, "It's definitely death. I regretted it before killing. I was nervous while killing, but after killing, I was very satisfied. There's no room for regret anymore." Luo Tianfan supported his forehead and sighed, "You know that I'm most afraid of trouble." The Taoist reassured him, "Please rest assured, the deaths of these two Guardian Tao cultivators at my hands will not have any connection to you and the Changxing Luo family." He said a long string of words. "Today, you only happened to encounter a Guardian Tao cultivator neglecting his duties, and you felt dissatisfied. After that, you don't need to care about anything else. As for the heretical cultivator who escaped, don't bother young Master Luo to worry." Suddenly, the mark on Luo Tianfan's forehead ignited. The black-robed Taoist looked at him in shock. The Qi spirit said angrily, "Again? Won't you let go?" A stream of light flew out from the mark on Luo Tianfan's forehead. Ying and Zikao on either side cried out in unison, young master, it really can't be avoided." The Taoist warned Luo Tianfan, "It's that heretical cultivator forcibly using the Jiai curse from afar. This action is extremely life-threatening. Has he gone mad?" Luo Tianfan looked at the Qi spirit and said, "I also want to know, why is he suddenly targeting me?" The Qi spirit guiltily turned his face away. The black-robed Taoist chanted, and with a wave of his hand, a stream of green light flew out, shouting, "Little Jiao deduction." It flew into the stream of golden light coming from his forehead. "Young Master Luo, rest assured, I can rely on the Jiai curse to find the location of that heretical cultivator. I will immediately slay him and help the young master eliminate future troubles." Luo Tianfan held out his hand to stop him. "There's no need for such trouble." Luo Tianfan shouted, "Laozi, summon someone." Zikao, as if he had been waiting for the order for a long time, clasped his hands and said, "Understood." At this moment, on the side of the heretical cultivator, the old heretical cultivator was sitting in meditation, and a strange purple light emitted from his body. He wore a crazy smile. "Yes, it's like this, it's like this." The old heretical cultivator opened his red eyes, surging endlessly, even more abundant than I imagined. How can it be like a kid in the Breaking Phantasms realm? It's really like eating a... The old demonic cultivator suddenly recalled his youth, his face blank. It's like becoming an immortal. That day, the desire to become an immortal suddenly appeared in his mind. After having the thought of becoming an immortal, the old demonic cultivator quickly cultivated day and night. The old demonic cultivator cultivated all year round, this thought like a seed. Cultivating from spring to winter, it sprouted in my mind. Finally, when he opened his eyes again, even his hair was white, but the great Tao had not yet been achieved. The flowers bloomed, and his face collapsed. But where is the fruit? Why can't it bear fruit? He couldn't help but decide to leave home to find the path of learning the Tao. The old demonic cultivator's mother sat down on the ground, tugging at his sleeve. "Human life is limited, the Tao fruit is difficult to obtain, I am unwilling." He recalled the image of his mother helplessly saying, "Son, I beg you, don't cultivate immortality anymore, don't cultivate immortality anymore." He looked at his mother with a devastated expression and said, "I am unwilling, mother, even now you don't understand me?" He took a vial of medicine from his sleeve. "Ignorant person, I don't blame you." The old demonic cultivator grabbed his mother's shoulders, his hand holding a black pill, and said, "That's because you have never experienced the joy of cultivating immortality." His mother said in panic, "This is..." The old demonic cultivator looked at his mother's skeleton and thought evilly, "Let me help you cultivate." He knelt before the three-headed shadow, the shadow holding a book of sages. If cultivation is not enough, then cultivate desperately. If the body is a shackle, then abandon this body. He held a book in his hand titled, 10,000 Tao Mysterious Guide Incense. Returning to reality, he sat there with his hands forming a seal, and a golden force poured into his forehead. The madness showed in his eyes. "As long as I can become an immortal, The old demonic cultivator looked up at the sky and shouted, "This is the heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation is coming." Luo Tianfan crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked, holding a red box, "Looking at your appearance, you've gained quite a bit." The old man smiled kindly, patted the red box and said to him, "The natural spatial formation of the Four Seasons machine forest is indeed a masterpiece created by ghosts and gods. I have studied it for several days, and only comprehended 3 parts of its essence." Luo Tianfan asked suspiciously, "Is it enough?" The old man replied, "Time is tight." The old man sat down, placed the box on the ground and explained the details. "Originally, I planned to use it as a formation guide for Qinghe, lock up the demonic Taoist and let the divine guards come to catch him, and dispel the curse for the girl Qinghe. But now I suddenly have to teleport the formation. It's probably impossible to teleport the armored guards, but teleporting some items is not a problem." Luo Tianfan reached into his chest and said, "Then this is enough." Luo Tianfan raised his eyebrows and looked at the shining black ball in his palm. "If it's said to be his immortal destiny, shouldn't I let this old brother taste some heavenly tribulation?" Luo Tianfan stood far away, watching the old man chanting. Suddenly, the lid of the red box popped open, and countless talismans poured out from inside. The talismans flew around the old man. Forming an orderly row, each talisman was surrounded by a blue force. The 3 of them, Luo Tianfan, stood in a circle surrounded by the talismans. He spoke, "This is the formation refined from the spatial rules of the Four Seasons machine forest?" The old man clutched his chest, a thin layer of sweat on his face. "Yes, young master, that's right. But it's only in its initial form, and there are still a few joints that need to be polished. Young master, we can set off now." Luo Tianfan threw the pill into the blue incantation circle. On the other side, a black hole appeared in the sky, and heavenly lightning poured out from it, striking down on several surrounding mountain peaks. The old demonic cultivator, with dark circles under his eyes, walked out of the cave and looked at the sky suspiciously. "The heavenly tribulation hasn't formed yet. So why is the heavenly lightning falling?" He laughed madly and shouted, "Even the heavenly tribulation is in a hurry to help me prove the Tao. Good, then today I will prove my great Tao." Powerful heavenly lightning struck down where the old demonic cultivator was standing. As if realizing something was wrong, he wondered in his head, "Huh?" The powerful heavenly lightning quickly shattered him. The power of this heavenly tribulation, why does it feel? The heavenly lightning descended, completely annihilating the old demonic cultivator's soul. On this side, Luo Tianfan scratched his cheek. "What a pity, I couldn't watch it live. I wonder if he thanked Lao Di for sending the free heavenly tribulation." The black-robed Taoist pointed to the other side and asked him, "The treasure you threw out just now, it seemed to have a trace of true immortal aura." Luo Tianfan continued, "Because it was a ball made from the heavenly tribulation of a true immortal." The Taoist said in shock, stammering, "Using the heavenly tribulation of a true immortal, to knead it into a ball?" The green-haired man hugged the weak Qinghe and called out in panic, "Girl, what's wrong? What's wrong?" The believers of the demonic Tao collapsed weakly, and streams of purple light escaped from their bodies. "What's happening? I suddenly feel very tired." Ing folded his arms and looked up at the sky. "The curse has been dispelled. The power bestowed by the demonic path has become ephemeral and rootless, beginning to dissipate." Luo Tianfan continued, "No matter how beautiful the borrowed clothes are, you can't wear them for life." Luo Tianfan turned to Ing and asked, "How is Zikeo's body?" Ing smiled and placed his hand on his chest. "Young master, rest assured, it's just that the vital energy is a bit depleted. Young master destroyed the statue of the god at the right time, so my foundation was not damaged." He continued, "That's good." The Qi spirit appeared behind Luo Tianfan, smiling sinisterly. "Even better is behind you." A panel appeared before his eyes with the content, "Congratulations to the host for completing a cross-level challenge. Completing the hidden mission, Realm is just writing to me. And receiving the legacy of the defeated." The Qi spirit said smugly, "This time, you actively completed the mission yourself." Luo Tianfan's face darkened, and his eyes glowed. His eyes seemed to lose focus, his mouth opened, and several words surrounded Luo Tianfan. The Qi spirit laughed with pleasure and said, "Did you really think that I would let that person absorb my vital energy? His cultivation was contaminated by my vital energy. When he dies, the vital energy that has been refined and scattered into the heavens will be under my control. She smiled sinisterly, slowly savored the resentment of becoming an immortal that is left on this vital energy. Luo Tianfan looked at her with a normal expression. The Qi spirit seemed to suddenly realize why. Her face darkened and she pointed at him. Why are you so calm? At this time Ing spoke. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Tianfan ignored the Qi spirit and continued to Ing. It's nothing, it seems like my ears are ringing a bit. The two continued to talk to each other. Young master, are you not feeling well? I will immediately take you back to rest. No need. The Qi spirit on this side was completely ignored. Her face was incredulous. How is that possible? This is the remaining resentment of a high-level cultivator after death. He's just a newly formed spirit. His cultivation is only at the breaking phantasms realm. How can he not be affected at all? The black-robed Taoist appeared at this moment, interrupting the conversation between the two. He called out, Young Master Luo. Luo Tianfan smiled and continued, I said just now, I'm a person who is quite averse to trouble. Hearing this, the Taoist was disappointed in his heart. As expected, it still didn't work out. That's right, Changxing Luo family, bearing the name of Changxing. How could the young master just... Luo Tianfan leaned his hand on Ying's shoulder and said, So, if you want to borrow a knife, then the sound must be loud. The Taoist was surprised. He asked again, Huh? What do you mean? Luo Tianfan said, I just said it. I'm the person who's most afraid of trouble. The Taoist said, I thought your words meant that you wanted to refuse. He said, Refuse? You misspoke. Luo Tianfan got closer to the Taoist and continued, The professional team I hired has given me a strategy. To have less trouble, it's best to completely deal with the problem from the root. But if you really can't solve it, then don't hesitate, resolutely raise the level and fight him with assets. Luo Tianfan laughed loudly, holding his stomach. It just so happens that my family fortune is very thick. Does this sound a bit irritating to others? The Taoist also chuckled and continued. This time, I don't feel that way. The Qi spirit scorned on one side. The black-robed Taoist respectfully clasped his hands and said, On behalf of those who have no choice, thank you for your family background. Luo Tianfan waved his hand. You're welcome. Later, how to do it specifically, just contact the strategist under my command. Luo Tianfan turned to Ing and called out, Ing, let's go home. Ing called him young. Luo Tianfan suddenly shouted, I almost forgot. Luo Tianfan turned back to Ing and smiled. I feel that in this rich world, there shouldn't be only one solution. Cultivating immortality is not the only path, but should only be a choice. The black-robed Taoist stood watching them. Luo Tianfan waved to him as he walked. My body is tired, I'm leaving first. Qin He held the token and hurriedly shouted, Young master, your token, I helped you pick it up. Luo Tianfan said generously, It's yours. Qin He looked at the token carefully. How strange, didn't the young master just use this to guess heads or tails? The Taoist also looked over. Qin He continued, Clearly both sides are the same. The black-robed Taoist seemed to realize, he thought. So, life and death, everything is in his hands. Ing hugged Luo Tianfan and flew up. Luo Tianfan fell down and cried out. Ing turned around worriedly and called, Young master. Luo Tianfan closed one eye and thought painfully, This guy. His blurry eyes saw the Qi spirit appear. Before completely fainting, he thought, What is she planning to do to me again? Zikao and the old man, one standing and one sitting, stood in front of the room, while Ing paced back and forth anxiously. Zikao then asked Steward Ing, If you discovered an abnormal situation, why didn't you break through the encirclement first? Ing said with a serious face, It's my dereliction of duty. The old man heard these people blaming themselves and spoke, Enough. This is not the responsibility of one person, it's us too arrogant. A person entered from the door. A young woman walked out. Zikao immediately asked, Doctor, how is the young master? The female doctor gently brushed her hair and said, The young master's current situation is a bit strange. Everyone was shocked and broke out in sweat. The female doctor continued, But you can rest assured for the time being, there is nothing wrong with the young master's body. Not only is there nothing wrong, the young master's current state is very good, a bit too good, frightening. Inside, Luo Tianfan asked the Qi spirit, who was sitting on the side with an unhappy expression, What do you want to do? The Qi spirit asked him, You really don't feel anything? He put his hand on his head, crossed his legs comfortably. I can still withstand it. So what? Nothing. The Chi spirit was so angry that smoke came out of her. How can you not feel anything? Such heavy resentment is enough to greatly change a person's personality. He jumped up as if he had caught her in a trap and asked, So this is your goal? Using the plundered resentment to force me to change according to what you want? The Chi spirit replied fluently, Don't say it like I want to harm you. I'm helping you collect it. It's the cultivation power of the demonic Taoist that has been scattered into the heavens. Only it carries a part of his idea of becoming an immortal. At most, it will only affect you a little. He smiled and asked, Interesting, you've plundered the power of that demonic Taoist? She replied to him, It's collecting, not plundering. To put it simply, when that demonic Taoist absorbed the vital energy that I gave you, I was also polluting him at the same time. Therefore, after he dies, the cultivation power will not only flow into your body under my control. He suspiciously asked her, So, your excited reaction earlier, like being stepped on the tail, was actually acting? The main purpose was to transport vital energy to me. An unsolicited act? She happily and smugly smiled and replied, You still have to thank me, host, for having the same physique as me before. Otherwise, I'm really not sure if you can accept so much cultivation power at once. He was a little surprised. Cultivation power, so what's the difference between it and the vital energy you gave me? The system pursed his lips and smiled lightly. The difference is huge. With your spirit condensation realm, you can only borrow power from vital energy, but after you upgrade to the mirror illumination realm, you will be able to refine vital energy. She was full of enthusiasm, and the surrounding area was filled with joyful flames. Only then will you be considered to have truly entered the path of cultivation. Luo Tianfan propped his chin and said indifferently, So, can I understand it this way? In the spirit condensation realm, the vital energy that we absorb is actually borrowed from the heavens and earth. And only after reaching the mirror illumination realm do we begin to refine the cultivation power into our own. In fact, the refinement of vital energy is also related to the breakthrough in the nether communication realm later on, but it's basically the same. Luo Tianfan lectured her in one breath, his mouth not stopping for a second. I didn't break through the realm because of this, so it can be understood that I'm still in the previous state. Like only being able to sit on a bus. Choose a car rental service. No, to be more precise, it's stealing a car, yes, like running wildly after stealing it. His words made her spin like a top. She felt like she had been tricked. No, why do you seem not angry at all? Why do I feel like you really want me to be angry? Shouldn't you feel angry, powerless, empty, and worried about being tricked by me now? Then frantically think of ways to reject the power I gave you, shouldn't you? Luo Tianfan sighed and said, Are you misunderstanding something about me? Before, I didn't want to increase my cultivation because I didn't want to get involved in matters related to the Immortal Tao Institute. But now I can't avoid this matter anymore, so why should I bother to reject you helping me improve my cultivation? He hesitated a little. Moreover, the Chi spirit was curious and repeated, Moreover? He said seriously, When I let the immortal pearl destroy that statue of the god just now, I suddenly felt quite relaxed. If I could have slapped at myself at that time, maybe I would have been even more comfortable. The system was happy. My host, you have finally been enlightened. The next morning, the Chi spirit continued to be depressed. Luo Tianfan was still his old self, leisurely sunbathing. Host, what are you doing? What about saying you have to rise up? What about saying you have to work hard? What about saying you have to cultivate? Don't worry, I have established a dedicated cultivation team to help me build a cultivation plan. Stewarding appeared. Stewarding helplessly asked him, Young master, this is the initial spirit condensation stage cultivation plan that the advisory group has drawn up for you. It's very efficient. While reading, he thought of something and turned to ask, That's right, that guardian Tao cultivator, damn it, I forgot to ask his name. How did the other side solve the aftermath of everything? Stewarding replied, Those people are all important witnesses. The guardian Tao cultivator side will be responsible for their future arrangements. Later, we will use the family name to accuse the guardian Tao cultivators, demanding that they be responsible for the events in Liaoguang City. That's good. He said to the steward, That's good. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and Stewarding was kneeling on the ground, blaming herself. young master, I have disappointed you. He smiled awkwardly with a surprised expression. What are you doing? I don't mean to blame you. Stewarding was angry. She wanted to say everything. No, I understand. It's because of my incompetence that you decided to cultivate. You clearly don't like cultivating like that. It's all my fault. The system cried tears. Little old sister, what are you doing? I just managed to persuade him. Do you want to plot against me? It's my fault. I should have discovered the abnormality of the statue of the god sooner, and immediately risked my life to take the young master away from the city. Luo Tianfan patted Stewarding on the shoulder. He comforted her. You know, young master, I'm the person who is most afraid of trouble. Revenge is the most boring and troublesome thing for me, so you can't die. Otherwise I would go crazy if I had to avenge you. Steward Ying's eyes lit up and called him, young master. She wondered, young master, aren't we currently on the way to get revenge? Right, if you didn't say so, I would have forgotten. Li Mi was sitting in front of the mirror. She was putting on eyeliner when a man walked in and asked, What are you hesitating for? She replied to him, I'm worried that he's suspecting me. I'm worried. I just want to be more careful. Suddenly, Li Mi felt pain. She rolled on the ground as the pain became more and more intense. The man continued, See your identity clearly. Yes, I was wrong. He left the antidote next to her. There are many eyes and ears around. Only you have the opportunity to take action. Find an opportunity, divide the medicine and put it in his food bit by bit. I still haven't gained his trust completely. There's no time for you to hesitate anymore. What, do you think that after getting into that man's bed, you will be able to escape from my hands? Li Mi struggled to get up and get the antidote. She was obedient. I wouldn't dare. I will listen and do it immediately. That man snorted heavily. Li Mi lay exhausted on the floor. She shed tears and thought to herself, That's right, I originally had no right to hesitate. Luo Tianfan launched a blow straight at Zikeo's face. Zikeo had to use both hands to block the powerful blow just now. Luo Tianfan glanced at the Chi spirit and signaled her. Suddenly, a talisman flew to Zikeo. The Chi spirit immediately detonated the talisman. Luo Tianfan jumped out quickly before detonating the talisman. The smoke and dust after the explosion gradually dissipated. Zikeo's blurry figure gradually appeared. Worthy of being the young master. He happily flattered and praised Tianfan incessantly. Whether it's the timing of the shot or the battle situation, you have a firm grasp on it. Everything is perfect to the detail. But Tianfan looked at him with disgust. The flattery is a bit awkward, and it's also a bit uncomfortable. Zikeo bowed. Yes, young master, I will improve next time. Tianfan turned his back and left. The silver-haired old man behind him praised endlessly. The young master has improved again. The power and momentum when using this talisman. Looking at the whole world, few people in the same realm can do it. Tianfan just scratched his head. It's just tricks. Zikeo still looked at him with admiration and carefully recorded it. Starting from reality, and then gradually raising it, the flattery technique is really smooth. Tianfan smiled somewhat smugly and thought to himself, using the cultivation power that the system plundered to activate the talisman, the power is 3 or 4 times stronger than using the vital energy absorbed from myself. Only in this way can I skip the tedious chi refining stage and directly obtain combat power. Then Tianfan showed the old talismans to the old man just now and complained, the momentum of this fireball talisman is okay, but the power is still a bit weak. And the range of control is not easy. He smiled and agreed. Later, I will have the talisman department switch to a different spell to carve the talismans. The Chi spirit frowned uncomfortably at Tianfan. My host, it's only because he has no interest in cultivation, so he gives up. She then immediately smiled. When he's interested, the strength of my lovely host will definitely not. Tianfan and the other two turned their backs and walked away. Tianfan happily walked and whistled. I almost had to change and work overtime. Today's cultivation ends here. Now it's time to rest, my friends. The Chi spirit didn't have time to be happy for long and immediately called him back. Hey, you've only trained 7 or 8 squares. At Luo Tianfan's study, Tianfan was focused on reading a book. The Chi spirit was beside him complaining, Host, cultivating immortality is like a struggle, thousands of troops and horses crossing a narrow bridge. You can't give up because of a little progress. She scolded him unhappily. Do you know, when you are enjoying leisure, Others are diligently in closed-door cultivation, but Tianfan still lay down reading a book, just nodding perfunctorily without paying attention to her words. Suddenly Tianfan stopped and asked her, "Speaking of this, I've always been curious, what kind of mood do people who want to spend the rest of their lives in closed-door cultivation have?" The Chi spirit smiled. "Do you still need to ask?" She told with admiration, "If I hear of the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening." Tianfan turned his back in frustration, coldly not caring. "Okay, great, but I don't understand." At this time, someone knocked on the door and called Tianfan, "Young Master Luo." The two turned around in surprise. Tianfan then said, "Please come in." It was the courtesan, a beautiful and charming girl, holding a bowl of medicine gently. "Young Master Luo, I cooked a bowl of medicine for you." The Chi spirit looked at her and kept ridiculing Tianfan. "It's the little courtesan beside you, the one who hides evil intentions. This time you're waiting for free food. It seems like it's not working. What's the hurry? It's just that you want to drag it out a little longer. The longer it is, the more reason you have to wander out there." The flower girl held the bowl of medicine and sat down by the bed where Tianfan was sitting. Tianfan asked affectionately, "Why suddenly want to get medicine for me, and bring it yourself?" She said shyly, "Before, in Liaoguang City, little concubine was hit by the demonic Tao's spell. Fortunately the young master saved me." Tianfan heard this and laughed. "Why are you saying these polite words? You are my person. Of course I will protect you. Moreover." At this time, she looked at him with shy eyes, blushing and whispering, "I haven't seen the young master for a few days. I missed the young master a little." Tianfan and the Chi spirit looked at her in surprise and confusion. The flower girl came closer, gently raising the bowl of medicine to Tianfan. "This is a bowl of medicine I brewed with Lingxiang. Young master, why don't you try it?" Tianfan refused, saying coldly, "I'll trouble you, just put it there first, and then I'll drink it slowly." She heard this and could only smile lightly, as expected. "Okay." She left the bowl of medicine on the table and said, "Young Master Luo really makes people hard to guess." Tianfan asked her calmly, "Why do you say that?" The flower girl came closer and sat close to Tianfan, gently touching his person. "Although since you brought me to this immortal continent, you have always pretended to be a lustful person. But in reality, in your heart, you always keep a distance from me." He looked at her and gently replied, "My dear, is it to the point of using me to pursue a pure love?" She still continued to whisper, "Young master, you don't look like a heartless person." Tianfan and the flower girl talked affectionately. "Why are you so sure?" The young master dared to confront the guardian Tao cultivator for a little girl who was unrelated. How could he be heartless to the people beside him? "Is it that Qinghe girl?" "You misunderstood, I'm just—" The flower girl then gently touched Tianfan's lips with her hand, stopping him from speaking. "Young master, I know that you have a sense of preserving your chastity." She hinted to him, "The two sides of the pattern are clearly the same." The flower girl suddenly lay down and hugged Tianfan. "When that guardian Tao cultivator attacked that little girl, you probably didn't intend to give him a chance to choose anymore. Right? Young master, you're acting, it's not like it." The Chi spirit watched with interest from behind. The car has overturned. Unexpectedly, at this time, someone looking suspicious was searching for something. He was hugging a pot of plants and laughing sinisterly. "The soul iron has parasitized successfully." He thought smugly, "It's still not enough. The stealth of the soul iron is a compensation for its weakness when it's alone. It still needs a few more times, for more soul irons to complete the parasitization. So that it can." He left the pot of plants and turned to leave. "Only in this way can I enslave Luo." Tianfan. Only a few days later, Tianfan was still very diligently reading books, and someone was taking care of all the eating and drinking. "Young master, open your mouth." The girl and Tianfan were affectionate next to each other. "Young master, what does this book say?" "Very comfortable." The suspicious man was still watching Tianfan's every move. He was smug. "Another soul iron has parasitized successfully. Recently me has been by his side all the time, doing very well. The quantity is now enough for me to enslave his soul. It seems he has a terrible conspiracy. It's really a good day to take action." The night sky was clear, the moonlight full of dreams. A ship with a barrier at the bottom was floating in the air. It was that flower girl lying on the ship, looking at the peaceful night sky. Tianfan came over and looked at her, praising her endlessly. "Some people say, a face like a lotus flower, a waist like a drooping willow, nothing can compare to that charm." But if I say, skin as white as snow, a slender neck, and a touch of pink that adds to the charm, that is the most charming point. She saw Tian Fan and sat up, smiling lightly. Young master, don't use me to make fun. Waiting for her to look to the back in surprise. It was the suspicious man who was still following Tian Fan. He had been behind them since when the two of them turned around in surprise. He smiled sinisterly and said, sorry, young master Luo, to disturb your elegant pleasure. Tian Fan frowned at him in surprise. What are you doing here? How did the guards let you in? But unexpectedly, behind the flower girl, her hand was holding a knife, with some intention. The man said to Tian Fan with a dangerous expression, isn't it young master who called me here? He turned to say to her, Li Mi, you are so good, it makes me a little reluctant to leave you. What a pity, ah what a pity, your whole clan only has 3 chances to parasitize souls in your life. After this time, you will no longer be of value. Li Mi heard and was stunned. Tian Fan still said calmly, now I finally understand why she said I acted like a villain, it didn't look like it. It turned out that she had to face the textbook every day. The suspicious man revealed his sinister face. Young Master Luo is indeed calmer than I thought. It's a pity that, even if you try to pretend, you can't change the situation. Everything is over. That man raised his hand and chanted, Soul iron steals the god. Tian Fan calmly sat down on the bed. Then he smiled sarcastically at that man. That's right, everything is over. Immediately he was surrounded by Tian Fan's talismans, making him surprised. What? At this moment, Zikao and the old woman pushed the door and entered. Only now did he realize that he was the one being plotted against. He panicked. Could it be? The old woman then recited a spell, Star Shift. The talismans moved, creating an electric vortex that sucked the villain in and disappeared. With just one move from the old woman, the villain was dealt with. Everyone stood watching him disappear, leaving only the talismans. The old woman bowed to Tian Fan. Young master, the person has been transferred. He quickly stood up. Good, then let's go over together. But then he suddenly remembered and turned to Li Mi. He then said, although there is no such thing in the agreement between us, would you like to personally see off this master of yours? Li Mi listened and only lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Some things, if said directly, there will be no room for reversal. A few days ago, when Li Mi brought medicine to Tian Fan and talked, Tian Fan and the Chi spirit listened in surprise to what she said. Looking at Li Mi's appearance at that time, he handed the bowl of medicine and said to her, I thought this bowl of medicine was for me to drink. Li Mi said with guilty eyes, this bowl of medicine, drinking it will cause the soul iron to parasitize the soul iron. She told Tian Fan everything. The soul iron can be repelled by a weak body. Just a normal child can easily crush it with a little force. But when a large number of soul irons gather together, they become natural materials that allow the performance of spells belonging to the spirit path. Many soul Dao talismans are carved from the crushed powder of the soul iron. Li Mi put the bowl of medicine on the table and said, my master wants to use the characteristics of the soul iron, which are small and difficult to detect, to let me parasitize the soul iron into your body, applying the method of soul enslavement on you. Tian Fan listened with a blank expression and asked her, then what do you mean now, betray? Li Mi closed her eyes and sincerely told the truth. Because I know, even if I complete this mission, the master will definitely not let me go. She told him her origins. Our clan, throughout our lives, only has 3 chances to enter a body. Those cultivators call it entering the soul and seizing the body. But in reality, for us, it is 3 rebirths. After we choose the final body, if we leave this body, we will no longer be able to enter a body again. I understand him. He would rather pull me out of this body and turn me into his magic material, than ever give me freedom again. At this moment, while speaking, Li Mi's eyes became determined, being arrested, being trained, following their orders to perform tasks. I have endured enough. Hearing this, Tian Fan pondered, it seems that there are many internal conflicts here. Tell me a bit about your plan. She revealed the truth of the evil man's plan. Before there are enough soul irons parasitized to perform magic, he can only sense whether the soul is parasitized or not. Now that I have let the soul iron parasitize in my body, he will think that, young master, you have fallen for the trap. Li Mi looked at him seriously. When the time is right, he will take the initiative to come before you to perform magic. Hearing this, Tian Fan only replied to her, then what is your request? Li Mi immediately knelt down, and begged him, I only beg you to ask him to dissolve the master-servant contract for me. Tian Fan looked at her with firm eyes and asked, Are you not afraid that after he knows you have betrayed him, he will be angry and immediately arrest you? With the contract between the two of you, it should not be difficult for him to kill you, right? Hearing this, she remained silent without saying anything. After that, Li Mi looked up at Tian Fan seriously and replied, Better to die than to have no freedom. The evil man just now had been transferred by the old woman to the top of the deck. He was surrounded by talismans. At this time, he realized this seal, could it be a sealing formation? Tian Fan came behind him and said, Does it look familiar? Tian Fan smiled and explained to him, This formation has been improved from the formation you used to assassinate me, and it has also been reinforced, so don't waste your energy. Everyone also followed Tian Fan and surrounded the evil man. The plan failed. The evil man had to admit defeat. It seems I have fallen into your trap. Tian Fan then took off his coat and threw it away. There's no need to say the nonsense that everyone understands in their hearts. He decided to fight him. Now, it's real combat. He approached him and ordered, Remove the seal. The old woman immediately obeyed, yes. The evil man looked at the burning talismans. The barrier was broken. He stood there and asked Tian Fan, Do you really want to fight me alone? He looked at Tian Fan with a suspicious expression. It's just the spirit condensation realm. What are you relying on to fight me? Suddenly, a talisman appeared on his head, making him terrified. The old woman recited a spell and said to Tian Fan, Young master, I have suppressed his realm to be the same as yours. Tian Fan smugly prepared to fight, falling into my hands. No matter what, you only have one way to die. But if you can win a one-on-one fight in the same realm, I can spare you a way to live. That's right, the first prerequisite is that you must destroy the master-servant contract on her. The evil man frowned with some worry, but he still remained calm. I hope you keep your word. Li Mi had now been released from the chains that had bound her. She looked at her hands with tears in her eyes. Release, being bound for so many years, now I'm freed, it's really too good. Li Mi was pleased and immediately thanked Tian Fan. Thank you, young master, for helping me to be free. But he just turned his head and smiled. It's just that you bet and won yourself. Tian Fan said, but it's really very decisive. The evil man then channeled his inner strength to create a vortex ball of purple color, his eyes angry. Then he slammed the ball on the floor and threatened, Even if you suppress my cultivation, I will prove to you what the difference is in the understanding of magic between a high-level cultivator and a cultivator of the breaking phantasms realm, Hongo. Immediately, black hands rushed towards Tian Fan from below. Quickly, Tian Fan pulled out a talisman and dodged the blow, Great Wind. Tian Fan created a vortex that slashed off the black hand shadows. Those hand shadows just now were completely disappeared by one move. The evil man had quickly advanced behind Tian Fan. He jumped up and unleashed a move to strike Tian Fan's forehead, returned to silence. He frowned and thought to himself, Is it done? But a white smoke around Tian Fan made him disappear. Then he immediately used the teleportation talisman to teleport behind the man. He had discovered Tian Fan and immediately performed magic, escape technique. Quickly, he turned around, created an electric current, and proudly attacked Tian Fan. Too slow, go to die. But Tian Fan had dodged the blow, causing him to fall down. The old woman observed from a distance and called Tian Fan, Young master, his explosive speed just now has exceeded the standard in your current realm. I have just readjusted it. You can continue to practice combat. The evil man was shocked when he was knocked to the floor. He felt unwilling and blamed, Kid, is this what you said about fighting alone? Tian Fan didn't pay attention to him at all. This talisman is too slow, it must be improved. Tian Fan seriously explained to him, You are a person in the quasi-emperor realm, dueling with someone who has just started cultivating like me, then I must hang some weights. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a stubborn fool? Don't complain anymore, at most, we'll count the previous round as you winning, okay? He was angry to the point of turning purple and gritted his teeth helplessly. The two fought from night time until the sun rose behind the mountains. The evil man was beaten to the point of bruising his face. Tian Fan also had slight scratches on his face, sweat dripping down, but still smiling happily. It's really a refreshing duel, ah? The two sat slumped on the floor, panting heavily. Tian Fan smiled and said, Unfortunately, the victory between you and me has not yet been determined. Why not rest for a while? Then continue to fight. The evil man's face was swollen and painful. He negotiated. I have something to say. Do I get to choose not? A ridiculous question. Do I get to choose not? Tianfan looked at him, and only replied, no. Ing came forward to help Tianfan up and said, young master, breakfast has been prepared. Tianfan turned to her and said, not in a hurry, my whole body is full of sweat, I'll take a bath first. Suddenly, as if something had happened, making him open his eyes in surprise. But he was just on the ship. But now Tianfan blankly got lost in a misty space. He looked around and judged, inside here is the system space? Tianfan was annoyed and unhappily grumbled with the Chi spirit, hey, I just finished a fight, I want to rest, what are you doing here? But there was no response, there was still only Tianfan alone in that space, silent. But in reality, Tianfan was still on the ship with everyone. However, his subconscious was being controlled. Ing and Zikao called anxiously, young master, this is... In that space, Tianfan suddenly grew a pair of silly red ears. It turned out to be the Chi spirit. She was unexpectedly thrown out from inside Tianfan. She looked around in surprise. This is... The Chi spirit's eyes became flustered. Once Tianfan and the Chi spirit had talked together. Tianfan wondered, inner observation. She seriously explained to Tianfan, don't think that I went to great lengths to get the power of a high-level cultivator to pass on to you just to let you play with talismans. Sitting in observation, seeing the true form, inner observation is a mysterious state that 90% of the cultivators in this world can only wait for, but cannot force. Tianfan asked with an uncaring expression, what are the benefits of this inner observation? The Chi spirit stood on the podium and taught him like a teacher. If comparing cultivation to a journey, then the two hurdles of foundation building and spirit condensation are just preparations before departure. Before the cultivator meets the sentient beings in the world, the last thing to do is to meet himself. She focused on continuing. This is also the reason why spirit condensation is illumination. The Chi spirit's eyes lit up. Whether or not you can complete inner observation once during the illumination period will determine the limit of your future cultivation path. Only a person who understands himself can. Only a person who understands himself. Tianfan just blankly responded with an O. The Chi spirit had to helplessly say, I forgot, he doesn't like theory. He said uncaringly and only asked, but what does this have to do with the power that I plundered? The Chi spirit explained to him, not plundered, but collected. In essence, the power is filled with the resentment and obsession of high-level cultivators. Every time you use it is once that you and that resentment collide and argue. Under the stimulation of this power, it is beneficial for you to open inner observation. She slowly explained, anyway, you know that arguing and getting drunk are shortcuts to recognizing the nature of a person. Tianfan uncomfortably sighed, so, this is the state of inner observation? Just now, we argued into the state of inner observation? It seems that my verbal ability is quite strong. Tianfan looked around. If I have to face myself, then where is myself now? Then the two of them had to go straight ahead on the road. Zikao frowned, worried and praised Tianfan. Young master is indeed an unparalleled genius, unexpectedly able to enter the state of inner observation. Unexpectedly, in reality, Tianfan in an unconscious state could still devour food. Zikao watched without blinking and said, it is said that entering inner observation will fall into the path of being lost. If one is not careful, one will get lost for decades. We all have no experience of inner observation. I'm just afraid the young master will get stuck inside. Ing, sitting next to him, stopped him, don't say unlucky things. Suddenly, Bulow came in and reported, I have arranged 3 formations around here, purifying heart, keeping still, and shining spirit. Zikao turned to thank him. It's hard work for Bulow. It's what I should do. Ing quickly asked him, Bulow, you have extensive knowledge, do you know about the path of being lost when entering inner observation? Bulow slowly replied, I don't know much. I only know that this thing seems to be specialized in restraining the mentality of cultivators. Some cultivators with unstable will are easily immersed in it, and cannot escape. Ing looked at Tianfan still unconsciously devouring food with some trepidation. Young master, he can be considered to have a firm will, right? Both Zikao and Bulow looked at each other, speechless. The Chi spirit was still worriedly calculating. Inner observation came too suddenly. It's unpredictable that he was able to comprehend the state of inner observation just now. I'm doomed, I'm doomed. I can't intervene now. This time, it won't fail, right? She then turned to look at Tianfan, who was still blankly looking around, and despised him. This lazy host, not meddling in worldly affairs is already good enough. The 4 words firm will have nothing to do with him. Tianfan still looked around, searching. Where am I? Where am I? While walking, Tianfan called out loudly, Hey, is there anyone there? Calling in vain, Tianfan was depressed. This white fog hasn't stopped yet. Tianfan angrily, with sparks in his eyes, shouted loudly, True self, where is my true self in the end? This time, Tianfan ran as fast as lightning to search, causing the system to have to fly quickly to follow. True self, true self, true self. The system began to worry when Tianfan was struggling to find his true self. It's over. Too obsessed with pursuing himself, he's already started to get lost. She looked at Tianfan and was a little frustrated. Why did he get lost so quickly? He's not resisting at all? Tianfan was sniffing continuously to find his true self. The system suddenly widened her eyes looking at Tianfan. What is he planning to do again? But Tianfan could only sigh and give up. Oh well, if I can't find it, I won't look for it anymore. The system then approached Tianfan. She thought to herself, exactly the same as the last time he encountered the obsession of becoming an immortal. He doesn't seem to be affected at all. Could it be? While Tianfan wearily lay down on the ground and complained, I don't know if this inner observation state lasts for hours or days. The system frantically scratched her head in disbelief, because his psychology of not caring about worldly affairs is too firm, so he won't be affected by other distracting thoughts. While lying down bored, Tianfan suddenly glanced to the side. Both of them unexpectedly saw something. This is. Tianfan immediately smiled lightly and relievedly. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find you all the time. It turned out that you were also constantly chasing me. It turned out that Tianfan's true self was actually his previous life in the modern century. His true self's eyes were melancholy. Tianfan looked at his true self and greeted. Long time no see, slave of the company. The system was really unbelievable, so that's okay. Tianfan looked around at his true self and sighed. So that's how it is, I gradually understand. Tianfan looked straight at his true self and said, No wonder you kept saying inner observation is mysterious. If searching for illumination is like looking in a mirror. Tianfan raised his hand and waved it in front of his true self, then inner observation. Looking at the melancholic appearance of the true self, Tianfan then said, It's just adjusting the character's appearance. It's true that cultivation is on the outside. And the true self is created by oneself. The system listened and was proud incessantly. Finally, he knows the meaning of inner observation. This is the true self recreated by oneself. It will become the beacon on the host's path of cultivation. In the future, solving the path of being lost, and pointing directly to the great Tao. She excitedly urged behind Tianfan, Host, what are you waiting for? Start quickly. But Tianfan just stood there, weighing things, patient, suffering from severe difficulty in choosing. Once customized the character for 3 hours while playing a game. 1 day later, the evil man was being imprisoned. He was surrounded by chains made of charms. Tianfan suddenly burst open the door and said excitedly, Today's practice battle is about to begin. I had a little breakthrough yesterday. You can put in more effort today. He glanced at Tianfan. Then he quickly chanted and created countless black arms around. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then do it. Tianfan confidently spread out the talismans and said, I fought so much yesterday. I didn't have time to realize, it's talismans again. He looked at him and smiled sarcastically, You are the tentacle monster. A small explosion suddenly, smoke billowed, making it difficult to see anything. Tianfan quickly flew up to escape. That evil man had also escaped from it. He then controlled those long black arms like tentacles, surrounding and pouncing on Tianfan. The talismans immediately flew over and stuck to those arms. Tianfan dodged the blow, landing to avoid them, catching the evil man off guard. Tianfan used the talisman to launch a blow, causing him to be thrown backwards, chopping off those black arms to the ground. That evil man continued to counterattack. He used a move to create a vortex above Tianfan's head. Creating a barrier, it shot out sharp black darts pointing straight at Tianfan. Biolo outside looked at Tianfan being used with a dangerous move and worriedly shouted loudly, Extinction formation, that's really cruel and ruthless, young master, be careful and avoid it. Zikao, seeing this, also quickly said to Biolo, How can he avoid it? Biolo, it's still better to pull the young master out. Below the ground, behind Bulow, suddenly rose. Bulow discovered and glanced over. It turned out to be that evil man. He was tunneling and planning to attack Bulow from behind. He shouted loudly, "Just kill you first." But unexpectedly, Zikao and Ing had discovered it in time and stopped him from saving Bulow. "Bulow, be careful." The two of them joined forces and launched a blow, blasting him forward. Tianfan angrily looked at him and scolded, "Hey, why are you attacking the viewers? You are training with me." He was injured and angrily, "Damn kid, if I could undo the seal on my power." Tianfan immediately created a very strong vortex. That power made it impossible for him to see anything clearly. Tianfan stood upright, holding the talisman high. The talismans on his hand then burned. He was not lightly injured, and seeing this, he frowned and sighed, wasting precious talismans like throwing beans. Tianfan looked at him and said, "Your injury is like this, continuing to practice is meaningless, then today." He lowered his head in anger and mocked, "You talk about cultivating, but you use borrowed power to show off here, without this family background, taking off this disguise, what are you?" He shouted evilly, "God!" From his back, huge tentacles suddenly grew out. Bulow, Zikao and Ing, seeing this, were extremely stunned. The huge tentacles advanced towards Tianfan, making Tianfan scream in surprise, "Oh my God!" Tianfan trembled in fear, quickly searching in his clothes, "Damn it, where is my instant movement talisman?" The system behind him also worriedly said, "Even if you have something. Your legs are long?" Those tentacles slammed down where Tianfan was standing, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. Zikao, seeing this, went crazy with anger. Zikao rushed straight to the octopus, regardless of Bulow's dissuasion. "Dare to hurt my master, do you want to die?" Zikao angrily launched a counterattack on the octopus, Zikao Guardian. Bulow from behind was also quickly creating blue barriers. Zikao launched a blow straight towards the octopus, but Bulow's barrier appeared, blocking Zikao's attack. Zikao's blow, instead of hitting that octopus, hit Bulow's barrier. Zikao angrily turned around and questioned Bulow, "Bulow, why did you stop me?" Tianfan was lucky enough to create a protective barrier, preventing him from being crushed by the octopus tentacles. He was pressed down by the tentacles and shouted at Zikao, "If I don't stop you, I'll have bad luck." Zikao suddenly saw this and stammered, "Young master, are you okay?" Those huge tentacles were immediately tied tightly by golden chains. Quickly, the entire evil octopus was tied up and unable to move by the chains created from talismans. Bulow stroked his beard and said, "It's just the power of a high-level cultivator being used. And I'm suppressing his cultivation, plus the young master has plenty of protective talismans and magic weapons. It would be strange if anything happened." Zikao hurriedly stammered, "Sorry, young master, I thought you were crushed to death, so for a moment." Tianfan sulked and turned his back, stopped talking back. Then Tianfan asked Bulow in surprise, "Bulow, what's the situation with this huge monster?" He slowly explained that, "It's nothing big, a few cultivators fell into the dead end, resulting in bewitched idols, being counterattacked." Bewitched idols? Suddenly Bulow paused for a moment to think. Bulow then called Zikao, "Zikao Guardian," still preventing Ing from trying to kill the octopus. "Yes. Dare to hurt my master, you want to die," Bulow said sternly, "Call out the fallen immortals." Zikao drew his sword and immediately performed magic, fallen body dead split, carving determination guardian Dao, immortal soldiers, guide fallen immortals. The three people outside watched and praised. Bulow gently lectured, "Cultivators of the world, when breaking through the realm and ascending the stage, will choose a magic weapon, and then use their own spiritual power to nurture it. Day after day, year after year, the object under the influence of the master's spiritual power will gradually mature, becoming more and more spiritual. Zikao Guardian's fallen immortals is the unique magic weapon that he nurtures." Tianfan wondered and turned to Bulow and asked, "Exclusive magic weapon, meaning that only Lao Zi can use it?" Bulow nodded and explained, "That's right, because it is provided and nurtured by Zikao Guardian's own spiritual power, so even if it falls into the hands of others, holding it in hand is just a normal sword." Bulow lectured Tianfan about the origin of Ying's weapon. Similarly, like Commander Ying's flower-life spear is also the same. Bulow comforted Tianfan that, "Young master, you can also choose a unique magic weapon to provide and nurture." Tian Fan sighed and said with boredom, unique magic weapon. It seems there's no need to find someone to nurture it for me. It feels like I just consumed a lot of strength. Zikao and Ing were still busy demanding to deal with the octopus. Dare to hurt my master, you want to die. Don't use one sentence and drag it out twice. Bulow smiled and gently stroked his goatee and advised Tian Fan, young master also doesn't need to worry, although there are no regulations for choosing a magic weapon. And it completely relies on the cultivator's preference and habits. But if the thing itself is precious, then there will inevitably be thieves. Tian Fan heard this and suddenly understood, if that's the case, then choose a powerful item from the beginning to be the magic weapon. Bulow laughed loudly, young master thinking like this is also not wrong, like the magic weapons of Zikao Guardian and Commander Ing were originally divine weapons and sharp tools from the moment they were owned. After being nurtured, they become even stronger, and at the same time, the difficulty of providing nurture also decreases significantly. It is said that 1,000 years ago, an evil dragon came to Earth, slaughtering the human world indiscriminately, to the point where all living things were ruined, and the world's suffering was indescribable. In danger, fortunately there was a brave warrior who stood up. The warrior and the evil dragon fought fiercely, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to erode. The sun and moon were without light. After a great battle of 7 days and 7 nights, the evil dragon was finally destroyed. Those who were lucky enough to survive honored the warrior as emperor, and the Jing Tian dynasty was established from then on. A beautiful girl stood facing Tian Fan. He thought to himself, and the beautiful girl standing in front of me is the descendant of that warrior. She asked Tian Fan, "You are Luo Tian Fan?" He looked at her and sighed, the female emperor of the Jing Tian dynasty. Hearing the girl ask, Tian Fan then bowed his head and denied, "No, you have mistaken someone. I am just a lost tourist." Unexpectedly, his mother got angry and raised her hand to beat Tian Fan. "Do you want to die, you stinky brat? In this situation, you still dare to talk flippantly with this old lady." Tian Fan painfully fell down, with a big bump swelling on his head. She had to quickly bow and apologize to her, "This child, it's really because I spoiled him." Tian Fan was punished and made to kneel, feeling wronged. "Wait, this posture is too bad." She was not angry at all and even laughed happily. "Young Master Luo is too polite, you don't need to perform such a big ceremony towards me. Why didn't I see the Luo family head?" Tian Fan's mother then said sadly, "My husband has gone one step ahead to the Evil Ridge to investigate the abnormal situation. It's okay, you don't need to worry about him. Just let him kneel, he usually likes to kneel." She turned around and ordered all the guards behind, "You all withdraw." "Yes." She looked towards Tian Fan's mother and son gently, and with some sympathy. In the evening, the whole city was lit up with twinkling lights. People coming and going were very busy. The girl and Tian Fan strolled together on the street under the bright lanterns. The guards disguised and followed the two of them, using talismans to contact their teammates. "Pay attention, those two have arrived at the stage." In the distance, there were also 2 people disguised as civilians and were planning something. "Next will be handed over to you, Master Song. Please rest assured. I have been writing operas for 10 years. Usually I am most familiar with arranging. It's a play of love between men and women." Tian Fan saw her suddenly stop and look at something, so he asked, "What's wrong?" She frowned and looked into the distance, replying, "Nothing." Suddenly, a monk approached them. "2 benefactors, please stop. The guard who planned it earlier, here it comes, the first event." That monk held up a box of cards and said, "Meeting his fate, may I offer you a card?" Tian Fan looked and turned to tease her. These days, monks have to compete to the point of going out on the streets to solicit customers. That monk gently replied, "Benefactor, you jest." Tian Fan then asked, "Want to draw one?" She nodded in agreement, "Drawing one is fine." Tian Fan raised his hand and drew a card. "Let's go with this one." The monk picked up the card and read, "Understand the sun shining brightly, the world is at peace, born to meet the prosperous era, good to plant the field of the heart. Congratulations, benefactor, you have a heaven-sent good match right before your eyes. If you miss it, you will regret it too late." Tian Fan, and she looked at the monk as he said it without showing any emotions. Then the 2 of them left like that. Tian Fan embarrassedly sighed, "The way you interpret the card is really on point." Benefactor goes slowly. In the distance was a sentimental lotus pond, where many people gathered to admire it. Suddenly, A couple was arguing about something. Min Yang, don't go! It was again the plan of that team of guards. Good, second event. Min Yang, maybe I'm crazy. Just foolishly looking at you is enough to be satisfied. Don't talk nonsense. We can't be together. Tian Fan looked at them and sighed. Youth is really painful. But I am your younger sister. What is this dog food? Tian Fan was surprised. Wait a moment. Tian Fan grabbed her sleeve and said, wait a moment, let me take you to eat some melon. Those two background actors continued to act with their hearts. No, why is heaven so cruel to us? Just loving each other is also a mistake. Brother, why are you my brother? Tian Fan, and she stood hiding in a corner eating melon. The two actors acted with their hearts, their emotions surging. We are not wrong, it's just that you and I have shallow blessings and thin fate. I really hope that in the future we can be together without restrictions. The two cried bitterly. If there is a next life, we must cherish our love. Painfully swearing, if there is a next life, don't be because of the distance of time. Tian Fan wondered, why are they still able to sing? He and she watched attentively as the star-crossed lovers cried bitterly, unable to be together, leaving only regret. Tian Fan hurriedly took her away, embarrassedly sighing, I'm just a passerby in the melon field. Why do I feel like I've become the main character? While walking, Tian Fan couldn't help but wonder, why do I always feel like everyone in the city is a bit strange today? She immediately asked, you've also noticed it? Tian Fan listened and was surprised and stunned. What do you mean? She whispered, from the very beginning, there has always been someone secretly following us. The two looked at each other and whispered, right now, I can't determine, in the end, is he here for you, or is he here for me? How do you know? She then pointed to her forehead and said, I practice a mental secret technique, which is very good at finding and tracking. Tian Fan looked and sighed, so that's how it is. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized, could it be? Those two guards secretly watched from behind and commented, look, hinting has started to take effect, the male and female leads have started to become closer, worthy of being master song. It was Ying, she frowned, a little worried, and said to the two, hey, I always feel like this is not quite right. That guard reassured her, stewarding, you are too worried, are you afraid that I will complete the task assigned by the madam so well, stealing your glory? Ying heard this and only replied, you're overthinking. The guard with the beard turned to the other and instructed, next, we should enter the climax so that the relationship between the male and female leads becomes more intense. Everyone get ready. Understood. Tian Fan had to ask the system, have you discovered anything? But she frowned and unhappily replied, hey, I am a system, not your detector, please respect me a little. Tian Fan and the girl continued to stroll and whisper to each other, I was recently assassinated. I suspect that there are still people in the city who intend to attack me. Are your subordinates nearby? She shook her head, no. Remembering when the two of them left, Tian Fan's mother reminded them, you don't need to bring so many people when you go out to play. It spoils the scenery too much. Come on, listen to your aunt, leave them all behind. Tian Fan listened and was a bit speechless. This is relatively troublesome. It was Zikao, disguised as a commoner, following the two of them. Zikao then used the talisman to contact the others. Everyone, prepare to act. Team Flower, remember to throw the flower petals high. Up there. Team Fireworks, remember to shoot off all the fireworks at once. Roger. Two guards were hiding behind a corner of the wall, holding a jar in their arms, waiting for Zikao to order, everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1. The two of them quickly rushed out from the corner of the wall, blocking the heads of the two of them. The girl immediately frowned, stood in front of Tian Fan and said loudly, be careful. The two guards just now threw a handful of flower petals towards them. At this time, she also drew her sword from her waist, using magic to create fire, burning all the flower petals. Zikao and the guard on the other side watched and were shocked, unable to speak. In another place, a person was quickly lighting the fuses that had been prepared. Fireworks shot up into the sky. She drew her sword and stood protecting Tian Fan. Looking towards the team of guards who were disguised as civilians, she frowned and asked, what kind of bandits are you? State your names. Those two guards looked blankly, not understanding what was happening. Tian Fan looked at them and felt a bit familiar, so he asked, you, could it be? She still looked at them vigilantly, be careful, there may be a boundary substance spell cast on the flower petals. She grabbed Tian Fan's hand and pulled him away. This method is rarely used, but you can't fool me. I guess all the nearby places are their people. She spoke and jumped high into the air, pulling Tianfan with her to escape from there. Go, quickly run out of this place that has been surrounded. Tianfan panicked and didn't have time to react. No, wait for me. Zikao looked at the two of them in surprise, and asked him, Master Song, why is it completely different from what you said? He could only helplessly not say anything. This, I also didn't expect. All the people admired the beautiful fireworks display that had been elaborately prepared and praised it incessantly. Mother, quickly look, someone is using flowers as fireworks. Ing also looked towards them and smiled. Whether love is born, it can't be said. She grabbed Tianfan's hand and flew in the sky full of fireworks. The scene was truly romantic, but there was indeed a somewhat hot atmosphere. At this time, there was a shadow slowly walking in the forest. He stopped and looked at something with a serious expression. A phantom appeared. Only a pair of round red eyes showed up. That phantom, holding a sword in his hand, faced him directly. That phantom rushed over and attacked him. But not being weak at all, he was nimble and easily dodged the blow. He also only used his bare hands to subdue him. Noisy. That phantom was quickly defeated and immediately disappeared, leaving only the sword shooting away. That sword unexpectedly also vanished immediately. But he was silent and looked at his hand. His hand, after the blow with the phantom just now, was severely injured, with scratches bleeding. Suddenly his guards appeared and reported that, family head, the scouts reported that the entire forbidden area of the burial mound is currently covered in a blood mist. Do we need to send people in to investigate? He calmly gave the order, no need, set up a defense line early in the surrounding area. Bones and blood spew in and swallow, the burial mound is about to open. In the coming time, I'm afraid this place will be very lively. While speaking, his face immediately became serious. He clenched his fist and frowned, saying, one by one, they have all started to become impatient. At the Luo residence, Madame Luo was extremely angry and scolded. I told you to think of a way to make those two have feelings for each other, but you set up a night raid for me. Zikao and Ing were kneeling, apologizing to Madame Luo. Zikao panicked and explained, please calm your anger, mistress. I really didn't expect that divine dynasty would react so violently. It was just scattering a few flower petals. Madame Luo turned around angrily and unhappily said, now it's good. Not only did the feelings between the male and female leads not progress, but they also turned into camaraderie between comrades. Ing, seeing this, quickly helped Zikao out of the situation. Mistress, maybe this is not necessarily a bad thing. Madame Luo listened attentively to what Ing was saying. Although this time that pair garden master ruined things, his way of thinking is also worth referring to. Ing talked about the plan to match Tianfan and that young lady. The young master and that young lady are both from noble backgrounds. Ordinary methods are really difficult to make them have good feelings for each other. Madame Luo seemed to have realized something when listening to Ing. Your meaning is? Ing expressed seriously and continued, the young master once mentioned a word, called breaking the ice. I think, perhaps we can organize an adventure, abandon the worldly identities, so that the relationship between them can truly break the ice. Madame Luo listened, and her anger seemed to have subsided. She then felt happier and pondered a plan, abandoning worldly identities for adventure. That sounds reasonable. But where should we adventure? At this time, Tianfan was lying sunbathing, very relaxed and sleeping. Tianfan made a lazy expression and yawned loudly. The system on the side could not bear Tianfan's lazy appearance. She frowned unhappily. But Tianfan didn't care about that and still smiled happily. Oh my, why are you so tired? Don't make things too difficult for yourself when you're a system. Come on. Rest a little. The system listened and became even more disgusted. Enough, you. She pointed at Tianfan and ordered, now that you are in the illumination realm, after completing the step of illuminating the true form, you need to quickly choose a main technique to refine the vital energy into true essence. Tianfan listened and was surprised. True essence? She slowly explained to Tianfan, true essence, that is, the original power of each immortal cultivator. Because each person has a different true form, there will also be differences in true essence. For example, if the cultivator's own personality is hot-tempered and easy to explode, then the true essence condensed after illuminating the true form will be as strong and fierce as fire. As for the demonic Tao cultivator, because they cultivate demonic Tao techniques, The condensed true essence may have the characteristics of destruction and the ability to devour. Hearing this, Tian Fan could only nod and say, I understand, so it's best to choose a technique that is suitable for the true form in order to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Right. The system urged him anxiously. That's right. So host, quickly choose a main technique for yourself. Tian Fan then quickly agreed with her, okay. The system listened and was surprised. She was surprised for a moment. She couldn't believe it when she heard Tian Fan say that inside. Why is he so easy to talk to this time? But she looked at his lazy appearance with some suspicion. As expected, although he said he agreed, he still lay there sleeping soundly. After such a long time, Tian Fan was still lying asleep, making her unable to wait any longer. The system angrily shouted in Tian Fan's ear, demanding that he immediately practice. Then when are you going to get up and do it? Tian Fan wearily retorted, what are you rushing for? A footstep approached urgently. It was Madame Luo approaching Tian Fan, frowning angrily, asking, who's rushing? Tian Fan heard this and panicked, looking up. Tian Fan quickly helped his mother sit down and acted cute. Dear mother, why did you come here? Quickly sit down. Madame Luo was still stern. Stop acting. I came here because I have something I want to entrust to you. Tian Fan made an expression of being enthusiastic. Mother, you entrust something to me. Of course I can't refuse. Madame Luo looked and showed disgust. Could it be that if I asked you to immediately take the female emperor as your wife, you would also? He quickly acted like he was crying, acting cute with his mother, like mother, who is so intelligent and beautiful. How could she really force her child to marry a wife? She frowned with some discomfort and sighed. I don't know who this personality is like. Stop the nonsense. She then pointed straight at Tian Fan's face and instructed, the girl from the Jing Tian dynasty has come this time. Besides negotiating marriage, she also has to go to the burial mound for a trip. Even if you don't want to get married immediately, you can't lose the etiquette. This time, you have to take her there. Madame Luo firmly set conditions for Tian Fan. I've also thought it through. After this matter, I won't force you to get married again. Tian Fan heard this and his eyes lit up with joy. Really? Of course it's true. I'm your mother. Would I lie to you? Then, Tian Fan immediately happily rushed away like flying. Okay, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. That young lady was surprised to hear that. Young Master Luo wants to go to the burial mound with me? Madame Luo happily chatted with the young lady. That's right. That boy just heard that you were going to the burial mound and might encounter danger. He couldn't be stopped. He insisted on going with you. She listened and silently pondered for a long time. Suddenly, Madame Luo tightly grasped her hand and said, Your Majesty. Madame Luo's face came closer to her, and she said seriously, Don't look at my son's strong-willed appearance. In fact, he cares about you very much in his heart. She helplessly nodded in agreement with Madame Luo. Okay, since young Master Luo has said so, I can also have an extra companion. Madame Luo smiled smugly, satisfied that her matchmaking plan was about to succeed. Solved. These two, aren't they still in my hands? At this time, in the study, Tian Fan shouted loudly, Ah, system, little system, you're muddled. The system retorted, Impossible, put that thought out of your head. Tian Fan held up a book and asked her, using the fetus concealing spiritual technique, opening a virtual world in the body, then just operating that world can generate true essence. The better you manage the world, the faster the true essence condenses. You and I will comfortably cultivate the immortal path like this. It sounds really relaxing and nourishing. The system was angry after hearing Tian Fan's words. Nourishing? Why do you think that I have to help you manage the world for nourishment? Tian Fan calmly explained to her, Let the other party argue. First, you shouldn't be excited. Okay, don't use reason in a hurry. Try to think along my line of thought for a moment. At this time, the system was forced to sit at a table. She was still stunned when Tian Fan pointed and oppressed her, in this matter of cultivating immortality. What is the relationship between you, this system, and me, this host? To some extent, it's actually win-win cooperation, right? Tian Fan, like a lawyer, used his words to make her stunned and stammer. Assuming we are developing a project together, my side has provided funding and ideas. And your side participates with labor, then is this a relatively fair plan? Yes, that's right. Tian Fan shouted loudly at the system, making her dizzy and spin around, and you only need to be responsible for daily operation and maintenance, as my immortal cultivation partner. Isn't this a matter of course? It seems a bit reasonable. At this time, after completing the brainwashing of the system, Tianfan was smug and happy. If you understand, then quickly start. But she, after thinking for a moment, thought, that's not right, I'm just a system. Since when did I become your immortal cultivation partner? She pointed at herself and confidently replied, moreover, I can also provide magic weapons and resources. But Tianfan criticized, causing those words to pierce through the system. How can that pile of your broken things be enough? Hearing this, she collapsed and was disappointed. Tianfan then continued, okay, if that's the case, how about you and I each take a step back? She turned back, her eyes tearful, and asked Tianfan, what do you mean? While speaking, Tianfan took a book out. I have a meditation technique for cultivating nourishment. I can refine 1,200 grass-head gods. He held up the book and confidently introduced, I have a meditation technique for cultivating nourishment. I can refine 1,200 grass-head gods. And then let them maintain and operate the virtual world. How about it? Hearing this, she scratched her head a little shyly and stammered this. Tianfan immediately turned his back and left. If you still don't agree, then forget it. Anyway, I don't have too much interest in cultivating immortality. I'm still better off being myself. Looking at Tianfan leaving, the system panicked and hurriedly changed her mind. Okay, let's decide like that. Just hearing that, Tianfan immediately turned around and happily grasped her hand tightly. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. The system looked and unhappily thought to herself. Why do I always have the feeling that I'm still being tricked? At the main gate of the Luo residence, the servants were rushing to carry many large and small boxes. Madame Luo saw it and asked in surprise, what is this again? She and that young lady approached Ying, who was working, and asked, Ying, what are these things? She bowed and reported, Madam, Your Majesty, the young master is cultivating. All these things are the items that the young master has ordered to prepare. Madame Luo heard this and was surprised. Cultivating? That rebellious brat. But then she glanced at that young lady and quickly changed her appearance. What I mean is, what is he cultivating? Why do you have to arrange such a large formation? Yin continued to report to Madame Luo that he is practicing a main technique that the Xian Gong department has chosen for the young master. He needs to build a virtual world in his body. The young master is preparing for that. That young lady smiled and asked Ying, a virtual world? The Manhwa Luo fetus concealing nurturing spiritual technique? Ying was surprised and then asked her, has Her Majesty the female emperor heard about this technique? She gently recounted, I have heard a little. I heard that the virtual world refined from this technique has an extremely magical effect, but I heard that it has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect that this technique would be passed down in your residence. Madame Luo stood outside listening and frowned unhappily, thinking to herself, not cultivating early, not cultivating late, and right now she has to cultivate while that girl is looking at her. I must tell him about it later. So Madame Luo then gently turned to her and said, thanks to your Majesty, my son is not usually diligent in cultivation. Perhaps it's because he wants to go to the burial mound with your Majesty that he changed his personality and started to work hard. That young lady listened and praised incessantly. I heard that this technique is not easy to practice. It requires very high talent and intelligence. Young Master Luo is indeed not like ordinary people. At this time, Tianfan was sitting in the middle, surrounded by a circle of barriers, with a lot of food and drinks prepared around. Bulow suddenly appeared and called him, Young Master, everything has been prepared. Okay. Tianfan was still sitting seriously cultivating and only replied, you all withdraw. Yes, I wish the young master great success in your mysterious technique. Tianfan excitedly said, good, enlightenment is prepared. The system was busy in the back, setting up a cultivation system for Tianfan. Tianfan was surprised when he saw the notification on the display, complete the mission, abandon the mission, watch others busily arrange the magic circle, while I stand outside observing. The usual mission, 11 enlightenment experience card. Then, without hesitation, he pressed select on the screen, receive. Immediately, a card appeared, She Enlightenment Experience Card. Using this card can enter the state of Heaven Heart Spiritual Wisdom, experiencing heaven-defying enlightenment for 30 minutes. The system then explained to Tianfan, the necessary items to refine the virtual world. The 3 factors are materials, talent, and physique. Now they are completely sufficient. Back then when you used medicine to strengthen your physique, I didn't expect that there would be a day when it would be useful. Tian Fan held the card with a smug expression. Anyway, the physique has been designed specifically for me by hundreds of people in the Xiangong department. Increasing the physique is also in their plan. The system listened and was disgusted, but still had to continue. Okay, I know how powerful you are, quickly start. Tian Fan quickly raised that card and said use. At this time, the secret manual began to appear. Tian Fan could gradually feel the insight. After a while, Tian Fan's eyes turned gold and he smiled, saying, I gradually understand everything. Outside at this time, Bulow was bowing to that young lady and Madame Luo. Your Majesty, Madame. Madame Luo also bowed and thanked Bulow. You have worked hard. But suddenly there was a strange noise. They quickly turned towards Tian Fan's room. The room emitted a terrifying power, causing everyone to be stunned. Madame Luo worriedly shouted loudly, Tian Fan. Then she turned to Bulow and panicked. Bulow, what's wrong? What happened to Tian Fan? But he still calmly explained that, Madam, don't worry, the young master is starting to build the virtual world. Bulow looked towards the room and sighed. As expected, the young master is a peerless talent. I haven't even left the courtyard yet. Madame Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing, it's good that there's nothing, I thought he had chi deviation. The young lady smiled contentedly and thought to herself, this is the foundation of the direct descendant of the Changxing Luo family? Tian Fan kept laughing triumphantly. So that's it turned out to be so simple. Then Tian Fan used both hands to create a small fireball while saying, taking the idea in his mind as a seed, taking his body as the foundation, thereby forming a seed of the world, watered with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he tossed the ball high, the ball grew larger and exploded, the energy emitted was unimaginably strong, until the seed exploded. The system spirit was a little dazzled by the light, but she looked at Tian Fan with some apprehension and thought to herself, it seems I adjusted his comprehension a bit too high. Tian Fan was still excitedly feeling the power, his mind completely out of control. Subconsciously, Tian Fan was entering another space, excitedly shouting, Mandala Womb Realm, Qianquan Ryu Huan Xian Tian. A round portal appeared above. Tian Fan looked around blankly. He landed and said, is this the virtual world? Tian Fan looked around as he walked, sighing, it seems a bit desolate. The treasures outside were being drained of their power into Tian Fan. That power was gradually being absorbed into Tian Fan's body, and a powerful stream of power emerged. At this moment, in the subconscious world, Tian Fan looked up, and streams of light fell from above. It was the treasures from the outside. Now they have appeared in here. Tian Fan looked at them and said smugly, that's right, this is what it should look like. Now that the items are all here, Tian Fan began to consider, I must find a feng shui treasure land to place my true body. After searching for a while, Tian Fan went deep into the forest. He went to a place near the waterfall. There was a round rock in the middle of this place, and quickly approached it. This place is not bad. Tian Fan raised 2 fingers to his forehead to cast something. At this moment, another true body of Tian Fan appeared sitting on the rock just now. Tian Fan looked and smiled with satisfaction. Then, I'll leave this place to you. After a period of time, in reality, Tian Fan tiredly opened his eyes. The system spirit turned to look at him. Tian Fan wearily stretched, it's all over. The system spirit then approached Tian Fan and asked in surprise, so fast? The true body has already been arranged? Tian Fan calmly recounted to her, the true body has just been refined, the condensation speed of true essence has tripled, what if we further optimize the operation of that world? She listened in surprise, are these words that my master can say? But then Tian Fan frowned and pondered currently, a large amount of materials are just piled up there, they have not been able to maximize their effectiveness. We still need to distribute and adjust them reasonably according to the geological situation, the distribution of primordial energy, and the attributes of resources. The system spirit stepped forward and hugged Tian Fan, proudly praising, I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest, my host cultivation plan has been so successful. If I had known this earlier, I would have given you an enlightenment halo. Tian Fan coldly pushed her away, that's right, the system can also be utilized. Suddenly he remembered something, now that I think about it, where do the system's normal rewards and materials come from? He immediately tightly grasped the system spirit's hands mysteriously. Tian Fan looked at the system spirit with a cold and serious expression, similar to the demon realm, the system is just a product between reality and illusion. No, that's not right, you must be purer. Could it be that you are a hallucination? Then can I use you as a clue to trace back to the source, making her look terrified. Her eyes were empty, not understanding what Tian Fan meant. What are you talking about? Tian Fan vigorously grasped the system spirit. Let me see through you. Let me see through you. I have a feeling, through you, my understanding of the virtual world will rise to a new level. The system spirit struggled uncomfortably to break free from Tian Fan. Hey, what are you doing? Let go, let me go quickly. It seemed that the system had some kind of glitch, causing her to be disturbed. Why is this? Why is this? Then suddenly the system spirit disappeared. Tian Fan fell to the ground. Tian Fan looked at the scene in surprise. He blankly looked around and wondered, has it succeeded? Tian Fan tapped his head with his hand, frowning uncomfortably. Finally, I don't need to use that troublesome enlightenment halo anymore. It feels like my brain is about to be sucked dry. Suddenly Tian Fan felt something strange. It's strange. Why didn't the system immediately jump out to take credit this time? But Tian Fan didn't think too much about it, and immediately called for a servant. Forget it. Someone prepare bathwater. Everyone heard this and rejoiced. My young master wants to soak and relax. Bit young master is done. Quickly prepare the bathing equipment. At the Qijin pavilion. It was Huang Gongzi sitting and enjoying wine, his face already flushed, tipsy, praising, the skill of Changyu Xianzi is truly unparalleled. Then he turned to Tian Fan. I've also enjoyed a little bit of Lorge's light. Changyu Xianzi heard this and gently replied, Huang Gongzi overpraises me. Tian Fan devoured the food and couldn't help but praise, delicious Xianzi. May I ask what this dish is? Changyu Xianzi smiled and said, this is a dish I recently created. It doesn't have a name yet. The main ingredients are Sanxian bamboo and phantasm dragon horn. Huang Gongzi heard this and was so shocked that he spat out his drink, causing Tian Fan to look surprised. He hurriedly asked Changyu Xianzi, I heard that some time ago, a dragon of the phantasm dragon race went out to train, and as soon as it stepped out, it was knocked unconscious and its dragon horn was cut off. Could it be that Xianzi did it? She calmly replied, Huang Gongzi is joking, I'm just a chef, how could I do such a rude thing? This dragon horn was bought from someone else. Tian Fan chewed and asked her, who is it? Changyu Xianzi replied, Jielong Palace, Helian Tsungfu. Huang Gongzi was surprised and sighed, so it's him, then it's no wonder. Changyu Xianzi happily asked Tian Fan, does Lord Gongzi like this dish? He ate and praised, the taste is very delicious. This made Changyu Xianzi blush shyly. I still have many new dishes, Lord Gongzi. Would you like to eat them every day? Tian Fan innocently replied to her, what's wrong? Xianzi wants to be my private chef? Based on the relationship between you and me, I would of course warmly welcome it. But does Xianzi feel uncomfortable at the Qijin pavilion? But upon hearing this, Changyu Xianzi showed disgust and frowned. She angrily sulked and turned away unhappily. I'll go see if the thunderstruck wood stew is ready. Tian Fan was still blankly looking around and asking Huang Gongzi, thunderstruck wood stew, what kind of cuisine is that? Huang Gongzi wanted to be speechless with Tian Fan. He turned to Tian Fan and said dejectedly, Lord Zge, it's really a thunderstruck wood. Huang Gongzi moved closer to Tian Fan and whispered, after the news of your marriage with the Empress spread, Changyu Xianzi also became anxious. If it weren't for this, today wouldn't be the day Qijin held a banquet. Why would Xianzi ask me to invite you to the feast? But Tian Fan was still focused on eating and even looked blank. My marriage. Why is she so anxious? Does she want to take over my wedding? Causing Huang Gongzi to faint. Huang Gongzi couldn't take it anymore and said seriously, Lord Zge, what's wrong with you? Tian Fan calmly replied, during the previous breakthrough, I used my brain too much. I always feel dizzy these days. He listened and was speechless, seemingly helpless. Don't mention your breakthrough again. Someone just broke through again. These days my father beats me up whenever he has a chance. Saying that we are all the same kind of plebeians. Why do you keep breaking through? But I'm stuck in the same realm. If it weren't for Xianzi hosting a feast today, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be able to avoid a beating. Lord Zge, you really have no sense of loyalty. Saying we're all plebeians together, but you're secretly cultivating hard. Right? Tian Fan lamented aggrievedly. I've said it so many times. I really didn't cultivate hard in seclusion. Am I the kind of person who can endure hardship? I just tried a little bit. Who knew I would directly break through the realm? Hearing this really makes people angry. Huang Gongzi suddenly asked Tian Fan, "That's right, Lord Ge, my family said you're going to the burial ridge." Tian Fan said gloomily, "That's right, can't avoid it. I have to take a stroll in there." He suddenly asked excitedly, "I heard that the burial ridge is very lively every time it opens. Recently there's been a gathering of wind and clouds in the city. The celestial geniuses are gathering. At that time, Lord Ge may have the opportunity to interact with those big figures." Tian Fan was surprised. "Big figures, who are they?" Huang Gongzi explained to Tian Fan in an orderly manner, "You don't need to pay attention to the other trivial people. This gathering of celestial geniuses, there are 3 most outstanding people." "Which 3? They are the sword case of the sword family, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, and the person Chanyu Xianzi just mentioned, Helian Sunfu of the Jielong Palace, a tall man, somewhat arrogant." Tian Fan listened attentively and then asked, "Yaoqi holy maiden, Helian Sunfu, sword case, then tell me a little bit, what's so special about these 3 that I should pay attention to?" Huang Gongzi recounted, "Actually, I've only heard about it, I don't know much." He recounted that, "First of all, let's talk about the Yaoqi holy maiden. There are rumors that she is the most talented person in the Yaoqi Holy Land in thousands of years. Of course, since the Liang Holy Land showed off that their holy son was the #1 breaking realm person in 300 years, these past few years, the Holy Lands have been openly and secretly competing to see whose holy son and holy maiden have a more resounding reputation." Tian Fan looked bored and not very interested. "Okay, tell me what's going on with the person from Jielong Palace this time, called Helian Sunfu. The name is really strange." Huang Gongzi still diligently told Tian Fan, "I have to say that Helian Sunfu of Jielong Palace is also a talented person. He was originally a wild commoner, because he encountered a stroke of luck and entered Jielong Palace. In a short year, he made rapid progress. From a mortal who had no sense of qi, he cultivated to the 3rd realm of breaking realm illuminating reflection. Then he was granted the surname Helian by the palace master of Jielong Palace, and he gave himself the name Sunfu, saying that he didn't want to forget his roots." Tian Fan ate while pondering. This name is indeed hard to forget his roots. Huang Gongzi continued, "As for that sword family, sword case, there's nothing worth mentioning. The sword family has a disciple come out to challenge every 30 years. He is the representative this time." Tian Fan listened and was a little confused, thinking to himself, "I really don't understand whether this person is praising or belittling others." Then Tian Fan just smiled lightly and sighed, "It feels really lively. But it has nothing to do with me. This trip I'm just the Empress's study companion, just there to make up the numbers." Huang Gongzi suddenly said, "Lord Ge, what are you thinking? Now you are the #1 illuminating reflection person, how can you say it has nothing to do with you?" Hearing this, Tian Fan was so surprised that he choked on his drink and quickly spat it out. He panicked and clarified, "Is there some misunderstanding here? Since when did I become the #1 illuminating reflection person?" Huang Gongzi didn't care and even teased, "Lord Ge, didn't you break through again a few days ago?" The commotion caused at that time was very big. The stellar heavenly sphere updated information about you the next day, commenting that you are a person who has been enduring for many years. In terms of background, I'm afraid you are the #1 illuminating reflection in the world. Tian Fan listened and froze, even putting you on the Qinghua list, although because the realm is still low, you are only ranked over 100 right now. The more Tian Fan listened, the more gloomy he became and cried out. Huang Gongzi reassured him, "Work hard, Lord Ge, now you are the light of the entire Neli, the world is focusing on you." Somewhere in the forest, a cave suddenly appeared, the entrance to the burial ridge. A group of people stood in front of the cave entrance. One person pointed and shouted loudly, "Lord Wuji, you are too much." The people behind heard this and were very surprised and kept discussing, "Lord Wuji, isn't that the family head of the Chongqing Lorge clan? It's the first time I've seen the real person. A great power is about to make a move? Someone actually dares to challenge the Chongqing Lorge family. Look at the person holding the sword standing there. That's the current sword guard of the sword family." A middle-aged man, with gray hair, holding a sword, stood solemnly, the sword guard of the sword family. The others kept whispering, "It is said that the sword family claims to be the leader of the sword path. I don't know what the cultivation level of this sword guard is." Next, A person who is also very famous is the Palace Master of Jielong Palace. Isn't that the Palace Master of Jielong Palace? He actually came here in person. Helian Sunfu just offended the Phantasm Dragon race. He must be here to support him. Everyone discussed. Who is the person who is accusing the Lord's family head? That is the elder of Yaoqi. I heard that this person has lived for a very long time. Even the current master of Yaoqi is just his junior. The elder of Yaoqi kept angrily pointing and criticizing the Lord's family head. The allocation of quotas for the burial ridge has long been regulated. Today you open your mouth and ask for another quota. Aren't you looking down on the rules? But the Lord's family head did not waver in the slightest. He solemnly challenged, such outdated rules. I am not satisfied with my intention, then change it a little. The elder of Yaoqi angrily pointed his finger at Lorge and scolded, Lorge Wuji, you say change it and it will change? You have only just broken through to the true immortal. Do you really think no one can control you? Without a trace of fear, Lorge glared back and replied useless words. If you want to make a move, then come here. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Then stand out. I'm too lazy to fight house by house. I'll solve it all at once. Unexpectedly, an old woman holding a dragon-shaped staff arrogantly declared, Lord's family head, this quota is fixed. If one family adds more, then another family must subtract. For the future of the younger generation, we can only come to ask for the high advice of the Lord's family head. Hearing this, Lorge did not hesitate to shout loudly, okay, let's go to the extraterrestrial battlefield. A stream of power shot down and the cave entrance exploded. Lorge looked up at a beam of light shooting into the sky from afar. He stood in front of the cave entrance and drew his sword, ready to fight. Something rushed down and exploded violently. The old woman and the others looked up and said, Today we must extinguish the prestige of this Lorge family. Then beams of multicolored light flew straight up into the sky. The sky was now gloomy, and circles of light created huge lightning bolts. And the people below watched and couldn't help but sigh, it's fighting here, it's fighting here. The true immortal realm is fighting, the power is really terrifying. Only the extraterrestrial battlefield can withstand this power. I don't know when I will reach such a realm. The Palace Master of Jielong Palace and the Sword Guard also watched the battle and wondered, how many breaths? The Palace Master of Jielong Palace replied, at least 10 breaths. The Sword Guard joked, I'll bet you 500 spirit stones. The Palace Master of Jielong Palace turned and criticized, what can those little spirit stones do? The Sword Guard just frowned and replied, this is all my assets. A battle of dragons, wolves, and pythons, they are trying to snatch a ball in the middle. The Palace Master of Jielong Palace looked up and sighed, magnificent. Suddenly the Sword Guard raised his hand in front of the Palace Master of Jielong Palace and demanded. Seeing this, he threw the spirit stones to the Sword Guard and said, 500 spirit stones, only more, not less. The people below were stunned and looked up. Is this the power of the true immortal? The stellar heavenly sphere reported that the Lord's family head had just broken through to the true immortal. Not long ago, not to mention anyone else, isn't that the elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land? He has stepped into the immortal realm many years ago. While they were discussing, a stranger came and said, now you know, the news of the stellar heavenly sphere is not trustworthy. The young lady looked and said, he is just a place to collect intelligence. What does he know about the foundation of cultivation, especially news like the number 1 illuminating reflection or similar? Tian Fan seriously waved his hand and affirmed, they are all baseless fabrications, completely unreliable. The man looked at Tian Fan in surprise. You are. Everyone was stunned and realized, Lord Gongzi, you've arrived. What number 1 illuminating reflection, the genius eldest son of the Lord's mansion, Lord Tian Fan. Where is he? Where is he so I can take a look? Now they all flocked to Tian Fan and commented, it is said that Lord Tian Fan has been hiding his strength for many years. Today he suddenly revealed it, reaching the 167th rank on the Manhwa list. With the illuminating reflection realm, is this true or false? The person standing next to him, is that Empress Lin Wanlan of the Jingtian divine dynasty? It's really her. It is said that Lord Gongzi revealed his cultivation in order to please the beautiful lady. This rumor is getting more and more absurd. Tian Fan frowned uncomfortably and turned to Huang. Have you found out who from the stellar heavenly sphere released this information about me on the Manhwa list? I want to thank him in person. Huang just smiled and urged, young master, We should go to the family head's side. Suddenly at this moment, something fell from the sky and crashed. The ground was shattered into pieces. It was the elders from earlier. They were beaten so badly that they fell down. But Lorge landed effortlessly, his eyes angrily looking at them. At this time, no one said anything, everyone was silent. Tian Fan held up 2 wooden statues and raised them, so the quotas are these 2 thumb-sized embodiments. Lorge approached Tian Fan and taught, inside the burial ridge, danger is everywhere, all the families just want to let the juniors try it out, but no one thinks about letting them go to die. So they came up with this intermediate method, to use the embodiments as avatars to train inside. These 2 are yours, and that one, you personally handed over to that girl. Tian Fan listened and felt a little emotional. No wonder you wanted to fight for another quota, isn't it because you don't have the qualifications to get the quota for the body image as the Jing Tian? Divine Dynasty? Lorge sternly said, of course it is. Tian Fan immediately pressed, then what? Lorge angrily pointed at Tian Fan and scolded, don't ask me everything, also take this opportunity to chat with the girl, acting lonely and cold all day long. No one will like you. Tian Fan listened and expressed disgust. When did I act weird like that? After speaking, Lorge turned and left, not forgetting to tell, the burial ridge is about to open, next I'll leave it to you. Suddenly the 2 wooden statues shattered and merged into Tian Fan and the young lady. This embodiment is really wonderful, it feels exactly the same as the real body. She turned to Tian Fan and said, the material to create this embodiment, according to legend, is taken from this burial ridge, it is very rare. Tian Fan listened and was very surprised. So that's how it is, no wonder I've never heard of it. Then they stood in front of the cave entrance with the space vortex moving, the passage is open, let's go. Tian Fan immediately took out a talisman and chanted an incantation. Tian Fan and the young lady turned into a stream of light and flew into the cave. The 2 flew through a barrier, then quickly landed and transformed back into people. Tian Fan looked around, there's nothing special here either. Suddenly something appeared in front of the 2 of them. It was a strange figure, holding a big knife, his eyes were red. Seeing him approaching, Tian Fan wondered, what is this? It turned out to be a zombie guardian. Tian Fan eagerly blocked in front of the young lady and said, Your Majesty, let me help you clear the way. But suddenly something loomed behind the zombie guardian. Tian Fan wondered and observed him. Unexpectedly, there was not just one, but a terrifying number of zombie guardians appeared. At this time Tian Fan turned back embarrassedly and said to the young lady, Your Majesty, I was just boasting, I feel like we should still. But before he could finish speaking, the young lady hurriedly grabbed her hand and ran away. She turned back and said to Tian Fan, These Yin soldiers are not suitable, they should not appear in this place, Yin soldiers. She thought, could it be? Suddenly a zombie guardian appeared from the front and attacked them. Tian Fan took out a talisman and chanted, Lightning come. 13. A current of electricity shot out and attacked the zombie guardian. Then, Tian Fan turned to her and said, Your Majesty, you focus on controlling the sword, I'll deal with these Yin soldiers. The young lady heard this and agreed, okay. Both of them rushed straight towards the zombie guardians. Tian Fan immediately launched a move, a stream of electricity shot out from his hand. The zombie guardians were caught by the electric current and floated in the air. The young lady used her sword to fly away, while Tian Fan sat behind and launched an attack against them. The zombie guardians were shot by the electric current in the chest. Tian Fan immediately recited the incantation, break. Immediately the electricity in front of their chests exploded. The 2 of them quickly ran away. So those attacks just now still couldn't take them down, the zombie guardians were still crawling up. One of them even threw a piece of rock at them. Fortunately, both of them dodged. Tian Fan angrily recited the incantation and shot electricity at that one. How annoying. Tian Fan turned to her and sighed. We can't chase them away even after fighting for so long. We can't kill them all. It's like a plaster, she frowned and said. Accidentally creating Yin soldiers, unless we find the commander of these Yin soldiers and smash them, or we have to destroy the entire army of resentment in one battle. Otherwise there is no way to stop these Yin soldiers. Tian Fan frowned and understood, and said to her, I have a way that can help the 2 of us escape the encirclement, but it can't be used here, the spatial rules here are too unstable. Just a little carelessness may cause damage. How far do we have to go to get out of this passage? She understood Tian Fan's meaning and replied, at the current speed, It will probably take half the time of an incense stick. Tian Fan stood up excitedly. It seems that in the next half of the incense stick time, we will have to spend some effort. Then the two of them together fiercely fought with those zombie guardians. Someone in the darkness, holding a burning incense burner that was almost finished, said, "Time is running out." It was a zombie guardian wearing armor. "Time is running out." The zombie guardian in armor was sitting in a coffin. A strong Inchi surrounded him. It seemed that the two of them had solved those zombie guardians and came out from a space vortex. Both quickly landed without any scratches. The two of them hurriedly looked around. Tian Fan relieved, "We're finally out." Then, Tian Fan took a round golden object and said firmly, "Okay, then let's try if this can be used." Tian Fan recalled what Bilao had said, "Young master, this thing is not yet complete. Unless it is in a truly necessary situation, it is best not to use it. Who would have thought that we would have to use it as soon as we entered?" Unexpectedly, the zombie guardians also followed the vortex and chased after the two of them. The two discovered it and panicked. "They chased after us. They really don't give people a chance to breathe." Tian Fan immediately said to her, "Buy me some time, okay?" The two of them stood still and ready. Tian Fan looked at them and said, "Hoping we have enough luck." Suddenly the zombie guardians stopped. They didn't move anymore. Tian Fan was surprised and puzzled. Weren't they very anxious before? Why did they suddenly change their temper? Something appeared above the heads of the two of them. A giant stone hand rushed down towards their heads. Tian Fan and the young lady looked blankly at the giant hand. Immediately the young lady recited an incantation. She created a barrier to protect the two of them. The barrier appeared in time. The stone hand pressed down but was blocked by the barrier. The power of the hand was too strong, causing her to be unable to resist and vomit blood. Tian Fan hurriedly worried, "Your Majesty." The barrier was broken. The hand caught the two of them and clenched tightly. It was the armored zombie soldier who was controlling the hand. The zombie soldier then lay down in the coffin. Immediately his subordinates quickly closed the lid of the coffin. He ordered all the zombie soldiers, "Go find her." A group of zombie soldiers listened to the order and moved. Suddenly a vortex appeared unexpectedly. Tian Fan and she had luckily escaped the attack just now. She had teleported the two of them to another place to escape. Tian Fan gasped for breath and said, "I feel that I and the burial ridge don't have compatible horoscopes. At anything else, I just want to lie down and wait for death." The young lady was slightly injured. She panted, "Maybe it won't happen again." But before they could rest, a huge ferocious bear appeared behind them. The two looked back in panic. "Damn it!" A scream echoed loudly. At this time in the deep forest, a bald man was seriously injured. "Nu Nyangshi, miscalculated. I didn't expect the burial ridge to be so dangerous." He looked at the smug two-headed monster and sighed. "This thing has at least 2 tails of dead man's bones on it." Behind him, a young master was also seriously injured. He said weakly, "You rude man, why use such vulgar language?" Even though he lost one of his arms, the young master continued to say, "There is still a little sister." The bald man turned back and replied, "You should save some strength. Respect your own last words." At this time, while the monster was distracted and not paying attention, a girl suddenly took a sword and rushed towards it. His attention was diverted. "Take advantage of this." The girl then quickly slashed at the monster, but unexpectedly it dodged the attack and jumped up high. The two looked and panicked. "It's over, it's been discovered." The monster jumped high above her, then it grabbed her and held her head. The young master who lost his arm panicked and worried, then he used his remaining strength and released his power towards the monster. "Bastard." But it was too late. The monster had broken her neck. Then it jumped down while still holding her head in its hand. The bald man standing behind him was about to launch a counterattack. He slammed down hard on them and shouted loudly. But he was surprised to realize the attack just now still didn't kill it, but only broke one of its legs, a lizard cutting off its tail. Unexpectedly, just like the girl just now, the monster jumped behind him and grabbed his head tightly. The monster then tore off his head, Fakling Mo. And the young master, after seeing his younger sister and the bald man being brutally murdered, just calmly said, "I told you to cherish your last words. In the end you only left such a vulgar sentence." The monster was still gnawing on the bald man's head. The young master had to give up. "Never mind, I'm about to lose my life anyway. Who are you trying to be elegant for?" Then the young master looked at the monster and fearlessly called it, "Come here, you bastard donkey head." The monster said, "Nonsense, your head is bald in the front, bald in the back, short and smelly, long and stinky. But before it could finish speaking, right behind it, the young lady raised her sword and aimed straight at it. It seemed to realize something and turned around. It raised its hand to launch an attack, but missed. The young lady used just one move to smash the monster into hundreds of pieces. The two of them arrived too late and couldn't save them. The two had to bury them and erect a tombstone for them, the tomb of the swearing scholar and his siblings. The young lady looked at the sky and said to Tian Fan, "It's getting dark. It will be very dangerous outside at night in the burial ridge. We need to find a place to stop and build a shield." The ferocious bear that was going to attack the two of them had now become a mobile vehicle. Tian Fan happily shouted, "Let's go." Tian Fan urged the bear, "Xiong de, go, run." Hearing the urging, the bear ran away quickly. Tian Fan and the young lady sat silently on the bear's back, without saying a word. Suddenly a green circle appeared in front of Tian Fan. The circle then brought Tian Fan to another space. It was the space of the system spirit. She showed him the screen with that immortal book. The system spirit then said, "There's more than one person in her body." Tian Fan was surprised. "What?" Tian Fan then asked her, "Your meaning is seizing the body?" The system spirit replied with a gloomy face, "It's not seizing the body, but more like." Suddenly the bear roared loudly. The young lady then jumped down. She went to a deep cave and said, "This place is not bad, it is very suitable for stopping." A huge ferocious python was right next to the cave entrance. The python rushed to attack. The young lady raised her sword and slashed continuously at the python. In just a moment, the python was chopped into pieces. After finishing, she calmly turned around and said, "Eat snake meat tonight." Tian Fan and the bear could only stare in horror at her. Okay. Flames rose to roast the python meat. The two of them sat in the cave roasting meat to eat. No one said anything. Tian Fan stole a glance at her. While secretly looking, Tian Fan thought, "There's more than one person in her body?" Then suddenly she held a piece of meat in front of him, and said, "It's roasted, try it." Tian Fan hurriedly took it. "Thank you." Immediately Tian Fan put it to his mouth to taste. She watched and asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Tian Fan felt something was wrong but still tried to force himself to say, "It's still okay." It was the first time roasting snake meat. Hearing this, she excitedly continued to cut the meat. Then she threw a piece of meat to where the bear was lying. Seeing this, the bear immediately chewed voraciously. But as soon as it bit, the bear's face turned blue and terrified. It hurriedly spat out the piece of meat. She looked at it in surprise. Seeing this, she cut a small piece and put it in her mouth to try. "Is it that hard to eat?" A group of people were running around in a panic. "It's dangerous. Why did the sky suddenly darken like this? Quickly find a place and set up a shield, otherwise we're done." A strange black smoke surrounded them. A person running in front said in fear, "It's over, it's too late." The black smoke continued to catch up with the man. Like a monster, the black smoke tore the man's face apart. After finishing, the black smoke flew away. The young lady yawned sleepily and sighed, "It's getting dark." The bear was not eating the roasted meat, but it was voraciously gnawing on the python's corpse. Seeing this, she frowned and showed annoyance. Suddenly something made her realize. She then turned to look at Tian Fan. He also sensed something and looked at her seriously. The fire was crackling. A voice sounded, "The spirit of heaven and earth is beautiful, all things can receive it. But because humans are the majority, so they are the spiritual leaders." Lord Tian Fan holding a wine bottle interrupted her, "Speak human language." Lord Tian Fan glanced at the system, but she angrily snorted. Lin Wanlun's voice rang again, attracting the attention of the two, meaning that the extra people are not demons seizing the body, but a stream of pregnant light and pure spirit. Or it can be called a prime soul, prime soul. The system asked calmly, "Do you know prime soul?" Lord Tian Fan looked at her and replied, "I know." The system raised both hands and began to explain, "If compared to being born as debuting, then prime soul is not yet debuting." Lord Tian Fan crossed his arms and replied, "I understand, so for trainees like prime soul, it's like the 10-month pregnancy stage, right?" The system narrowed her eyes slightly. "It's not wrong to say that." Lord Tian Fan crossed his arms, saying that then Neza practiced for 3.5 years. No wonder he could finally debut at the C position of the Li family in Chintang Pass and become a top streamer in the FSB group. Speaking of Prime Soul, it's really helpful to you. The system's words surprised Lord Tian Fan. "Helpful to me?" The system continued to explain, "You need to refine the grass-head god to maintain your virtual world, and Prime Soul is the most suitable material for refining the grass-head god. Lord Tianfan felt that a good thing had fallen from the sky. Really? Is there such a good opportunity? That's great. You don't know how busy I've been in the virtual world lately. The system seemed to sense something. Prime Soul just disappeared. Lord Tianfan widened his eyes and shouted, "What?" Lin Wanlan heard the shout. She slowly turned her head and glanced at him. Lord Tianfan frowned and looked at her. The two looked at each other, and were silent for a long time. Lin Wanlan asked worriedly, "Lord Gongzi, what's wrong?" He hurriedly turned his face away and turned back to look at her as if nothing had happened. Nothing, just startled by the noise outside. In the sky outside, the moon was covered by a black mist. The miasma at night had just begun to be like this. Wait a little longer, and everything will be annihilated. Everything will be quiet again, so that's how it is. The fire was still crackling. Lin Wanlan's voice rang out. Speaking of which, Lord Gongzi has also experienced a few battles today, but he doesn't show any weakness at all. Looking at the fiery red flames, Lin Wanlan praised Lord Tianfan. He really deserves to be evaluated by the stellar heavenly sphere as the number one from ancient times to the present. Lord Tianfan scratched his face embarrassedly, thinking about the possible reasons. This is nothing. It can't be because I still have a spare battery that hasn't been used up, right? Lin Wanlan looked at Lord Tianfan and then turned back to look at the fire. I have to continue to nourish my spirit. Lord Gongzi, please feel free. Lord Tianfan and the system silently looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. The system girl hummed and then gave him a sign to look at. What does it mean? Lord Tianfan held the sign with his heart full of curiosity, mission content to understand the origin of the pregnant light and pure spirit. The mysterious Prime Soul is the key material for condensing your grass-head god. Please find a way to investigate its origin. Mission progress. The mysterious Prime Soul is the key material for condensing your grass-head god. Please find a way to investigate its origin. Lord Tianfan cried without tears, looking at the system in front of him, and began to criticize. System Z, you've changed. Could it be that our feelings can only be maintained by missions? No feelings, system. While the girl replied very calmly, that's right. Lord Tianfan pointed at the girl and said aggrievedly, could it be that you have forgotten your commitment? You promised to help me condense the grass-head god. The system glanced down at Lord Tianfan and blamed, of course I haven't forgotten. But I only said I would help you condense the grass-head god. I didn't say I would help you collect the Prime Soul. Yet you pick at every word. You are so cunning. I learned it from you. Cheer up, I'm waiting for your materials. The system left a sentence and disappeared. Lord Tianfan closed his eyes and sighed in his heart, feeling doubtful about life. No wonder it's the internal system from before. You have secretly upgraded. Right. Was it after refining the complete womb realm, during this time? I have a feeling that this system of mine is not like the systems in the books. I still have to do missions. It feels so troublesome. Lord Tianfan hugged the watering can to the ground in the misty smoke. He gently lamented. After the virtual world is refined, it needs to be maintained continuously. The true gods inside are like a fire brigade, working day and night non-stop. It's really impossible without someone to help. Lord Tianfan hesitated. Investigate the truth about Prime Soul? The system saw this and chuckled. A finger lightly touched Lin Wanlan's hand. She was slightly startled. Lin Wanlan turned around and looked at Lord Tianfan in surprise. Lord Gongzi, is there anything wrong? She looked at him and asked softly, Prime Soul? The two looked up at the sky. Lord Tianfan pondered, pregnant light and pure spirit? Lin Wanlan looked at Lord Tianfan, pregnant light and pure spirit? The two sat and chatted by the fire. Lord Tianfan said with a gloomy face and affirmed, I'm sure. Lin Wanlan recalled the scene when she killed the wandering child monster. In this way, pregnant light and pure spirit is very likely to appear after I slash and kill the wandering child monster. This is simple to verify. Wait until tomorrow morning. We will go slash a few wandering child monsters to try. Lord Tianfan smiled and thought to himself that he was really smart. That's right. When receiving a mission, you can't be blind. You have to activate more conversations. So I have someone to help me. Lord Tianfan suddenly remembered that Empress Lin was also very busy. He was quite puzzled as to why she was here. Oh, that's right. Would this delay your original plan? Speaking of which, I still don't know the reason why you entered the burial ridge this time to search for something. Lin Wanon was silent. She lowered her head as if there was something difficult to say. But she quickly raised her head, her eyes full of determination. I entered the burial ridge to find a city. City, is it a town? If you know the location, it shouldn't be difficult to find. This city is a bit special, Lord Tianfan pondered. Empress Lin revealed a little more. It has been hidden. But the high mountains mixed with black miasma have covered the city. On a steep hillside, the light of dawn had appeared on the horizon. The sword rushed like lightning and plunged straight into the chest of the wandering child monster. Lin Wanon retracted her sword and looked at Lord Tianfan sitting on Xiong Da's back. Lord Gongzi, is there any discovery? Wait a minute, let me see, how is it? Is there anything? The system put her hand on her forehead to cover the sunlight. Lord Tianfan looked at her full of hope. Her eyebrows furrowed. There is. Lord Tianfan looked at Lin Wanon and said, there is prime soul entering the body. Lin Wanon closed her eyes and began to cast a spell. A halo surrounded her. She opened her eyes, seemingly understanding, so that's how it is. Your Majesty, is there any discovery? Lord Tianfan hurriedly asked. Lin Wanon, still surrounded by the halo, said gently, practitioners who have been to the burial ridge all know that each time they destroy a wandering child monster, it will be beneficial for cultivation. Like me now, whether it is in breathing or accumulating true essence, it is much faster. Lin Wanon looked at the two-colored halo on her hand. This kind of benefit will last until it gets dark. If you want to enjoy this convenience again, you have to go find wandering child monsters to hunt tomorrow. She clenched her hands. Now looking back, all of this comes from the purity of pregnant light and pure spirit. After the wandering child monster is slashed and killed, the rootless pregnant light and pure spirit will temporarily enter the body of the practitioner, helping them increase. Lin Wanon finally realized, when night falls and the wind rises, all the pregnant light and pure spirit will follow the wind and fly back, and then rely on the wandering child's soil to regenerate. So this is the truth about the living beings in the burial ridge being resurrected from death. Lord Tianfan closed his eyes and crossed his arms. So that's how it is. System Z, hand over the mission. He smiled and looked at the system, but she kicked him. Don't you realize that whether this mission is completed or not is the same? The system snorted lightly. You are cunning. She looked at him sternly. But this matter of collecting Prime Soul, I'm afraid you have to go yourself. After all, Prime Soul only clings to the killed one. The system smiled casually and provoked Lord Tianfan. You don't want to go into battle yourself to collect Prime Soul? The new mission is here. Work hard. Lord Tianfan frowned and glared at the new mission given by the system and her gloating voice. Mission content: collect the main material for condensing the grass. Head God, Prime Soul, current number 0. But you can rest assured, the rewards from this mission, I will make you full. The system, holding a scroll with all kinds of treasures, looked at Lord Tianfan with expectant eyes, but he was angry and glared at her. Who cares about your rewards? The system still innocently showed off her charm. How about system exchange points? Is it full of sincerity? Lord Tianfan frowned, seemingly thinking. Then he smiled slyly. System exchange points. In a gloomy valley full of wandering child monsters. Above there was a hole like a skylight, surrounded by a blue light like a shield, preventing what was below. There were many people above, led by Yao Qi. Above was a vast valley. Everywhere only golden sand and dazzling sunlight could be seen, a place called the Celestial Pit. Master, why haven't people gone down to kill wandering child monsters yet? I see more and more people, Huan Yu whispered into his master's ear. His master only regretted that he couldn't make iron into steel. With so many people watching, I'm afraid you have the life to kill but not the life to take. Then could it be that we just watch like this? He looked towards Yao Qi. There were many people older than him here. Don't worry. The holy maiden of Yao Qi has arrived. There will probably be a rule soon. People began to discuss. It's not good for so many of us to just stand here and endure. A person couldn't help but clasp his hands to Yao Qi. Holy maiden of Yao Qi, can you testify for us? We will go hunt wandering child monsters. Whatever wandering child soil and wealth we collect will depend on each person's ability. No one is allowed to stand above to plunder. They all trust the holy maiden of Yao Qi. On this matter, we cannot trust outsiders, but if there is a holy maiden to supervise, we can rest assured. Yao Qi glanced but said nothing, but her maid did not have such good cultivation. She pointed directly at that person's face and shouted loudly, You scholars really know how to calculate. If you testify for you, You will not be able to go down to hunt wandering child monsters anymore. He saw that his calculations were exposed and covered it up. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi has a strong family background, and is not short of these trivial things. Huan Yu frowned and scolded, shameless. This name, hey, the maid of Yaoqi became even more annoyed after hearing this, but was stopped by Yaoqi. This fellow Taoist is very reasonable. I also don't want to witness you slaughtering each other for the sake of competing for wandering child soil. She smiled slightly and raised her hand, indicating that she had compromised. Okay, I will testify for you today. She explained gently, hunting wandering child monsters depends on each person's ability. I hope you don't think about plundering. Holy Maiden is righteous. The crowd below was overjoyed and cheered, praising her for her righteousness, worthy of being the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, indeed kind, thank you Holy Maiden. The person from just now saw this and seized the opportunity to flatter. The Holy Maiden is kind, we can't really lose all face. I will offer 3 portions of the wandering child soil that I collect to the Holy Maiden, as a thank you gift for the Holy Maiden testifying for us. Everyone then shouted in response, that's right, how can we let the Holy Maiden help for nothing? I will also offer 2 portions, so will I, although I don't know if I can grab anything. But if I do, I will also offer 3 portions, I will offer 1 portion. I'm just testifying for you, how can I accept your spoils? Yaoqi waved her hand to refuse, but they kept begging, don't be polite, fairy, we are willing, fairy. Although we are rogue cultivators, we are not people who have lost all shame. If fairy doesn't accept, does that mean you look down on our tribute? Yaoqi closed her eyes and smiled slightly. If that's the case, then okay, but at most it's 1 portion, don't give too much. Otherwise I won't dare to testify for you anymore. Before she could finish speaking, the crowd rushed down, charging. A talisman with the word thunder was activated. In Lord Tianfan's hand was a ball of silver lightning. With a swoop of his palm, all the wandering child monsters died like falling wheat. The light of lightning gradually dissipated. Lord Tianfan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked tired, puff. Clenching his hands tightly, he secretly felt the changes in his body. The buff after killing monsters is very comprehensive. Not only is it beneficial for talent, but even the speed of absorbing primordial energy has increased slightly, although it is not as fast as the system helping me absorb it. Empress Lin turned to explain to Lord Tianfan. He smiled happily. The benefit of talent is related to the portion of the wandering child monster soil. 1 portion of wandering child soil, then the talent will increase by 1 portion. If in 1 day I can kill 16 portions of wandering child monsters, wouldn't that make up 1 pound of talent? Lin Wanon questioned his strange calculation method. Like that it is just 16 portions of a pound of talent. How can it be calculated as 1 pound of talent? Lord Tianfan scratched his head embarrassedly. I just wanted to joke a little. So that's how it is. Lord Gongzi's joke is really special. For a moment I didn't think of where it was funny. Lin Wanon hit the pain point, causing him to wilt immediately. Xiongde suddenly raised his head and stood up, looking in one direction. The two looked at Xiongde with some worry. What's wrong? It must be that it heard a sound in front. In front was a gloomy and dense forest with no light. The crowd with all kinds of weapons tried hard to attack the wandering child monsters. Huan Yu in the dangerous situation was saved by his master, avoiding a disaster. There was one last arrow missing. The young man quickly released a palm towards the wandering child monster. But it was useless to it, its skin was too hard. Be careful, his master shouted loudly and quickly ran over and released the palm. The explosion caused the 2 masters and disciples to fly far away. 4 streaks of sword light suddenly appeared from the screen, immediately slashing the wandering child monster in half, causing Huan Yu to be shocked. My magic weapon, the wandering child monster fell. The sword-shaped magic weapon of the person next to him also broke in half. Yaoqi looked down and said, Phantom sword light? Everyone looked up and saw a person floating in the air, his robes fluttering. Yi Jianxia stood with his arms crossed, looking at them. Hey, who dares to rob? People began to discuss this interrupter. It's you, Yi Jianxia, the sword family's sword intent walker, Yi Jianxia, Yi Jianxia. It is said that this person has a solitary and arrogant temperament. Today's meeting is indeed well-deserved. Isn't this guy here to compete for our wandering child's soil? Yaoqi smiled and greeted, fellow Taoist Yi, it's been a long time since the last Dao Miao conference. Yi Jianxia arrogantly began to belittle her. Bai Shihe, Do you still like to associate with such weak people? Yaoqi was not willing to be outdone and began to argue with him. Sentient beings are weak and suffering. You and I are all people who compete on the road of the great Tao. It's just a matter of going fast or slow. Why bother to divide the high and low, strong and weak? Too much talk, I'm too lazy to listen. Ijianxia lost all patience and said his intentions. Don't worry, I didn't come here for this little wandering child's soil. I came here for sword cultivators. He stood high and looked down. You helped me spread the word. I found a place of inheritance. I want to use the name of the sword tomb to summon all the sword cultivators in the burial ridge to come with me. Everyone whispered again. What? It's actually a place of inheritance. It is said that before the great power died, they returned to set up a place of inheritance in the burial ridge. Inside there are countless strange treasures. Sword cultivators are really lucky. How annoying. Why am I not a sword cultivator, you idiot? Do you think that's a good thing? If it's really all benefits, why would Ijianxia share it with us? After speaking, Ijianxia threatened, at this hour tomorrow, I will plant a flag in the southeast direction 140 miles from here. At that time, if there are sword cultivators among you who do not come, then don't hold the sword anymore. He paused and continued, then disappeared. Yaoqi frowned and pondered. A streak of escape light swept across the sky. Inside was the figure of Ijianxia. He seemed to have discovered something. The two sat on Xiongdao's back. The huge bear began to gallop. Suddenly a figure swooped down from the sky, blocking the two. The two looked at the man in surprise. Who is that? The man was Ijianxia. He stood there looking at the two. He frowned and asked with certainty, You are also a sword cultivator? Lord Tianfan jumped off Xiongdao's back, annoyed and thinking to himself, where did this show-off come from? Lord Tianfan looked at Ijianxia worriedly. This sword tomb name. I feel like he is a difficult person to deal with. The sequelae of the Enlightenment halo. Just now looking at his behavior, he doesn't look like a person who knows how to reason. This time blocking us, he must have prepared a bunch of tricks to show off. Too troublesome. I don't want to get too involved with him. Just say a few words casually to let him go. Lord Tianfan didn't want to get involved in this mess. But looking at Lin Wanlan, he saw that her face was darkening. Good dog not, she shouted angrily, causing Lord Tianfan to be startled. Your Majesty. He hurriedly waved his hand to stop Her Majesty the Empress, his heart secretly crying out, Wait a minute, Your Majesty, hey, don't make things difficult for me. I just want to quietly farm the dungeon to collect materials. His eyes narrowed slightly. He will take care of this. Can I overstep my duty once? Let me talk to him, okay. Ijianxia annoyed looked at the two of them. What are you mumbling about? Then he suddenly recognized someone familiar. So it's you, Lord Tianfan. Lord Tianfan looked at him calmly. You know me? The system on one side looked and sighed. How boring. Now when I meet these classic plots, I can already guess how the host will react. She imagined a series of next scenes and said boringly, The secret of the host's face-slapping method. So it's the young master of the Changxing Lord's mansion. I have admired you for a long time, considering you know what's good for you, so that's normal. As in her imagination, Lord Tianfan showed a confident smile. If you already know me, then it's easy to solve. Look here. He arrogantly pointed his chin at Ijianxia. Don't be an eyesore to the young master, get lost. His words startled the system and Lin Wanlan. Feeling a little surprised, I thought he would use good words to persuade him. You said? Ijianxia's face sank, his expression dark. What? He roared, and violent primordial energy erupted from his body. Worse, it was hitting directly at Lord Tianfan. Multicolored lights shot towards him, but couldn't shake him. Around Lord Tianfan's body appeared a golden barrier. Lord Tianfan exhaled. I give up. Taking out a thunder talisman, he continued to be pleased with himself. Maybe there is a better way to solve this. But at the moment, this sword tomb blocked our way. Trouble came on its own, after thinking it over and over heavily, racking my brains to calculate to the point of exhaustion. The talisman in his hand turned into a blue lightning bolt. Compared to racking my brains to think of 101 ways, it's better to just give up. Defeat the person who brought the trouble to end the matter. Ijianxia raised his sword horizontally, preparing to attack. One decisive blow, to avoid 100 blows later. For a time the entire sky was filled with lightning and sword light. The great commotion attracted the people who were fighting the wandering child monsters nearby. It's sword shadows again. Is that sword tomb guy fighting with someone? He actually goes so fast. Is he also a celestial genius? Yao Qi also began to speculate. Could it be that vulgar guy from Jielong Palace has arrived? Or that person who is always humble in the Changxing Lord's mansion? On this side, the two were still fighting enthusiastically. Yi Jianxia was injured, he said with certainty, being the same as a seat. No matter how deep your foundation is, performing spells with such great power, I'm afraid your true essence can't stand it anymore. Lord Tianfan clenched his hand and smiled sarcastically. True essence, sorry. The lightning in his hand was even stronger than before, he said confidently. I have no concept of this thing. Lightning covered the sky, covering Lord Tianfan's figure, the 20,000 tribulation lightning version of the lightning. Yi Jianxia and the sword formation panicked. What? He was electrocuted all over and screamed in pain. The light of lightning dazzled the people who were watching from afar. Yao Qi was shocked. Such power. Lord Tianfan, while releasing lightning, taught Yi Jianxia a lesson. I'll take this opportunity to teach you a principle. Showing off will be struck by lightning. The powerful lightning broke through the surrounding rocks. Lin Wanan looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, and even Xiongde was shocked. Yi Jianxia lay on the flying sword and rushed out of the battlefield full of lightning. Lord Tianfan still hadn't given up. You still have the strength to run? Lord Tianfan turned his head. He discovered something. He was horrified to see a huge red eye staring at him. The system was also horrified. What's going on? Lord Tianfan said in fear. What the hell is that? But what made him even more terrified was that he couldn't move. The eye came closer, close to Lord Tianfan. The red eye narrowed, looking at him. The eye gradually shrank. When it shrank to only a narrow slit, it touched Lord Tianfan, pushing him down. Lord Tianfan fell freely from the sky. He landed safely. Lord Gongzi, what happened? He scratched his head and sighed. Nothing. Whose eyes were those just now, staring so hard that I got goosebumps? Lin Wanan asked suspiciously. Eyes? What eyes? Lord Tianfan asked in surprise. Didn't you see that eye just now? Could it be that only he saw it? Lin Wanan calmly said. I only saw Lord Gongzi suddenly immobile in the air, and then landed here. The system rushed out worriedly. What's going on? What's going on? What just happened? Suddenly my screen went black. You didn't see anything? Lord Tianfan asked worriedly, causing the system to panic. See what? He looked at the sky where the battlefield was just now, pondering, could it be that it was also an illusion? That is, Lord Tianfan saw something again. Lin Wanlan didn't understand and looked in the direction that Lord Tianfan was looking, only to see him looking at the sky and then becoming immobile. She also followed suit and looked up. Night came earlier than expected, only to see a huge blue-black vortex appearing in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Wanan jumped on Xiongdao's back. Lord Gongzi, this place cannot stay for long, let's go first. Lord Tianfan pointed in one direction with some worry. There is still time, let's remind the people over there. Yao Qi stood and watched those people harvest the spoils. So much wandering child soil. I don't know if a little food can fall out, this time it's a big profit. She suddenly heard some sound. She quickly flew out of the screen. She saw Lord Tianfan and Lin Wanan sitting on Xiongdao's back in front of her. Holy Maiden Yao Qi, the two also saw her. Her Majesty the Empress, Lord Gongzi, Lin Nudi hurriedly spoke about what they had seen just now. Not far from here, an abnormal phenomenon appeared, a miasma wind. I'm afraid tonight night will fall earlier, you should prepare early. Night will fall earlier, Yao Qi was very surprised. Lin Wanan sternly said the miasma wind is not far from here, you can go see it yourself. No need, I believe the words of Her Majesty the Empress and Lord Gongzi. I will tell everyone to withdraw immediately. Okay, then I will trouble the Holy Maiden. We will leave first, to avoid our routes intersecting and causing disputes. The three were polite to each other for a while before leaving. Her Majesty is too sensitive. The two of you go slowly. Xiongde galloped, carrying the two quickly away. Yao Qi narrowed her eyes as if thinking about something. She released a puppet from her hand. Yao Qi ordered, go. A streak of blue light pierced through the gloomy forest. It was the puppet that Yao Qi had released just now. To the battlefield of Lord Tianfan and Yi Jianxia just now, the puppet saw the miasma wind. Through the puppet, Yao Qi also saw the scene at this time. She was a little surprised. It was indeed night coming earlier than expected. Everyone noticed a pink light suddenly appearing in front of them. The Holy Maiden is back. Yao Qi flew back down to the screen. Everyone thanked her and at the same time offered the promised treasures, thanks to the holy maiden testifying, "We were able to distribute these things, this is 20% of us." "I feel ashamed to receive it," she said modestly, but her hands quickly took it, "The holy maiden is too polite." Everyone cheered and responded, "We have also prepared tributes, please accept the holy maiden." Yaoqi smiled lightly, "Everyone, this matter has come to an end, then I will take my leave first." The holy maiden goes slowly, the holy maiden goes slowly, she turned into a streak of pink light and left in everyone's farewell. Everyone glanced at each other without saying anything, a look of vigilance flashed in their eyes. Then they quickly turned into colorful rays of light and left. In the gloomy and quiet forest, no light could be seen. Master and disciple Huang Yu landed on the ground and gasped for breath. This place is considered safe. Breathing a sigh of relief, the two masters and disciples happily laughed and talked about this harvest. "Master, this time we obtained materials, enough for you to break through the realm." "Master is this old, don't rush to break through, on the contrary it's you, your talent is stronger than your master, your level of immortal cultivation in the future is definitely not inferior to your master. Of course, in the future, when you ascend to the high stage, you will protect your master." His master smiled fondly, "This little brat, I just praised you a few words." Suddenly he looked in horror to see a thick black smoke flying over while Huang Yu was still innocently talking about the holy maiden. The holy maiden is really a good person. And very beautiful too. "Quick, quick," his body trembled. Huang Yu looked at his master in confusion. "Master, what's wrong?" Huang Yu fearfully turned his head. The two masters and disciples screamed in horror, "It's over." A tower emitting green light appeared. It was the holy maiden Yaoqi, the tower floating on the ground. Then turned into a two-story building, she muttered obsessively, "Qi Feng Shui Xia Lu of Qinbao Pavilion, it is indeed worthy of being the top immortal weapon. Every time I see it, it makes people admire it." Suddenly a group of people appeared behind her, she glanced at them. All three knelt down and looked at her respectfully. "Holy maiden." One of them was a little worried, "It's almost night, I just received the news, then this group of rogue cultivators, I'm afraid." Yaoqi turned her back to everyone and sighed, "That's right, what a pity." She smiled sinisterly, "It is rare to meet so many foolish and obedient people." The scene changes, a delicious dish is remembered. Lin Waman waved the image away, holding the fish in her hand and said to herself, "Last time the grilled meat was not delicious, probably because of the ingredients. This time I prepared more carefully, there should be no problem. What should I cook?" In the distance, Lord Tianfan was still sitting quietly in a corner, not intending to open his eyes. The system's voice rang, "According to that, Miss Empress, the burial ridge will suppress the power of foreign cultivators. High-level cultivators will encounter a backlash. You encountered the unique eye. It must be because you used too much true essence of the demon path, attracting the gaze of the laws of the burial ridge." Lord Tianfan's expression became surprised, pointing at himself and asking, "Basically speaking, my opening the hack was discovered by the manager. Just now, if I didn't run away quickly, I would have been shut down, right?" The system looked at him with half an eye. "Although the metaphor is a bit strange, but it is not wrong," Lord Tianfan boringly retorted, saying, "Strange, what place is stranger than the burial ridge?" Still talking about the main thing, the system didn't understand him much, and asked again, "The main thing?" Lord Tianfan seemed to have lost patience, and said what he wanted to say, "If I want to break through to the spirit illumination realm, what do I have to do?" The system didn't know why. Suddenly her face became panicked. Then she pushed Lord Tianfan far away, while shouting, "Wow, wow, wow." Lord Tianfan didn't understand what had just happened at all, and asked in a panic, "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly push me?" The system hadn't recovered, still trembling and pointing at him. "Could it be that you suddenly thought of some way to undo it, want to trap me, right?" Lord Tianfan was speechless. "And curse, you have a persecution complex." He suddenly pretended to be thinking far away, and put his hand on his chin and thought, "Tell me, do you still have a way to undo it?" The system shouted angrily, "Absolutely impossible, don't even think about it." Lord Tianfan returned to a slightly more serious look, asking, "Okay, but I'm really seriously asking, I really want to break through to the next realm." The system came closer and carefully looked at his eyes to see if it was true. "Isn't it, you want to break through?" Lord Tianfan calmly replied, "What kind of way are you talking?" I want to break through, the system nodded. Is it to make that unique? I stunned. No. Then what for? Lord Tianfan exhaled and said, because I just discovered that my previous thoughts of giving up were lost in a misunderstanding. He sprawled out behind, his face as if he had given up everything. The system asked softly, what misunderstanding? The image of Yi Jianxia from before appeared in his head. Before I thought, just find someone to make the preparations, and I can relax. But just now meeting that sword family's pretentious name. I suddenly realized that my thinking is too limited. Speaking of this, he complained and opened his eyes. I completely overlooked a problem, that is, why even though I have broken the world with my points, I still have to encounter these random situations. Could it really be because my face is dark? The system jokingly asked. Turns out it's not. Lord Tianfan naturally didn't accept it, but also explained further, of course it's not, it's all because I always only think of plans to solve the problem, but I forget that I can also prevent the problem from the very beginning. The system wanted to eat melons, so she conveniently said, oh, tell me a little. He began to tell in a logical way. For example, now I am voted by the bastards of stellar heavenly sphere as the number one illuminating reflection. If the tree is big, it will attract the wind. Later I don't need to guess, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Then smiling smugly, he pointed at himself. Then if I break through to spirit illumination, from number one illuminating reflection I turn into number one from the last of spirit illumination. Wouldn't it be less prominent? The system looked at him for a long time. In her mind there were also her own plans for him. I think is it possible to discuss a bit about the matter of face? After all, it is a good thing that the host intends to break through. After thinking about it, she said to him, the hurdle of breaking through to spirit illumination lies in sitting and holding the true spirit and accumulating true essence. The front part you have completed, the rest, just need to accumulate more true essence. Prepare for going astray when breaking through. Lord Tianfan looked at her sideways and nodded. I understand, so I still have to quickly practice the grass-head god. She waved her hand to tell him, that's right, then quickly go hunt monsters to collect prime souls. Lord Tianfan finally stood up and started his muscles. Okay, set a small goal, collect prime souls, break through spirit illumination. The system next to him cheered him on. Collect, break through. However, Lord Tianfan still lingered and asked her one last question. Confirm with you once again, just need to collect prime souls, right? The system confirmed again. That's right. Finally the illusion disappeared. Lord Tianfan opened his eyes. His expression was excited. It's over, haha. At this time, Lin Wanan suddenly spoke and called him. Lord Gongzi, you have finished adjusting your breath. Just in time, the dish is also finished. He immediately approached her, smiling happily. It really is coincidental. I am also very hungry. But before he could smile for long, his face changed, as if struck by lightning. Looking at the dishes on the table, he secretly asked, did this dish just pass through the heavenly tribulation? Lin Wanan didn't see his unusual expression. She brought the food to him. Gongzi, taste to see if it suits your taste. Looking at her bright eyes like stars, he could only stammer reluctantly, okay. He painfully picked up the first piece and put it in his mouth, his heart aching as if a knife was cutting through it, praying, mouth rot, quickly lose your sense of taste. Lin Wanlan's eyes remained unchanged, expectantly asking, how is it? But Lord Tianfan could only lie and answer, not bad. Lin Wanan quickly took chopsticks and ate the first bite. Really? I'll taste it too. Lord Tianfan was frightened and wanted to stop her. Your Majesty, wait. It was a pity that it was too late. His Majesty had sat in a corner dejectedly lowered his head. Lord Tianfan flusteredly said randomly, Your Majesty, don't be discouraged. I think this time, maybe it's the problem with this fire. He quickly changed the subject. That's right, Your Majesty. Before you talked about the hidden city, you can't determine the location, you can only search slowly, right? Lin Wanan finally raised her head. That's right. That city normally doesn't show up. Only when someone enters inside, can it be discovered. Lord Tianfan showed a confident smile and replied, I thought of a way that may help Your Majesty. Lin Wanan widened her eyes. Really? The scene changes. Lord Tianfan was going somewhere with the system. System Z, start. The system angrily became a ball and cursed. It's all the mastermind of you bastard. But her host still smiled calmly. How can you say that? Everything of mine is legal. Then leisurely ordered, don't waste any more time, start. A golden light quickly surrounded his body. There was also a voice. The Celestial Immortal Manifestation Package, activated. This package includes the effect of 5-colored golden lotus, the effect of the Great Tao Holy Tao, the effect of Purple Chi thousands of miles, the effect of auspicious omens. Before long, he suddenly became bigger and bigger, literally. He took a deep breath to build momentum. Then, he spoke in a voice that echoed throughout the forest, scaring birds and beasts away. Good news, good news. Changxing Luo Mansion's young master, Luo Tianfan, is generously sponsoring a trustworthy platform with maximum explosion rate. Tongling Dijin's legendary tale. Brothers, come find me quickly. Following that was Lin Wanlan's nagging voice. Have you heard about that? Such a big statue shouting slogans. He replied indifferently, it's hard not to hear it. Do you think it's true? I don't know. Who knows what these young masters from influential families are thinking? Lin Wanlan continued to ask, Luo Gongzi, is it okay to do that? Luo Tianfan said nonchalantly, I call this real gold for real heart. There's no problem with this package. Suddenly a voice rang out, there's such a good thing? Who wouldn't want something for free? That person walked over to the two of them and asked again, Luo Xiaojie, as long as we kill monsters, we can come find you to exchange for treasures? That's right. He still didn't quite believe it and asked, don't need infant corpses? Don't need to hand over the treasures dropped by the infant corpse monsters. Luo Tianfan smiled confidently. Is your young master the kind of person who covets such trivial things? I've already said it, as long as it's the infant corpse monsters you killed today, you can come here to exchange. That person grasped the key point, stunned. Just today? Can monsters killed yesterday be exchanged? Tianfan replied frankly, no. In the end, he still placed his hope on him. Alright, I'll trust you once. But if you deceive me, even if you're the young master of Changxing Luo Mansion, I won't let you off. I just killed 2 infant corpse monsters today. How can I exchange for treasures? Luo Tianfan grinned widely, pretending to be flustered. Oh heavens, this young master just wanted to test you fellow cultivators a little. Why so nervous? The system also appeared beside him. She turned to the host and said, he's right, there are 2 wisps of soul essence. Luo Tianfan immediately spread out a table full of treasures, generously. Come, choose what you want to exchange for. That person's eyes lit up. I want 2 Juma pills. Immediately 2 pills appeared and were placed in front of him. Then there was another pill. That person's face went blank. You're the first person to exchange, a bonus for you. At that moment, the system stood between the two of them. A contract appeared, registered to conclude a soul essence contract with the other party. Obtain 2 wisps of soul essence. Integration points +2. Exchange for 3 Juma pills. Integration points -3. Current integration points 2. Note: before this, Luo Tianfan had personally killed 2 monsters to test it out. Luo Tianfan felt satisfied when he heard the system's voice. Welcome back next time to exchange. That person was still in a daze looking at the items in his hand. Really, just like that, free? It's really the real deal. Suddenly countless somethings zoomed over. Lin Wanlan said softly, Luo Gongzi, I also want to exchange treasures with you. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, she was interrupted by these noisy people. Don't fight, I came first. I killed 3. Why does the person in front of me have 2 shadows? That bastard used shadow escape to cut the line. I killed 4. Luo Tianfan smiled happily and reassured them, don't worry, everyone gets a share. At this time, in a certain hall, a subordinate happily reported, Holy Maiden. Yao Qi didn't open her eyes and asked him, what is it? Did you exchange for anything? The subordinate presented a bottle. I killed 6 infant corpse monsters, and exchanged for a bottle of Yingling powder, recorded as 1. Yao Qi opened her eyes now, recorded? As he handed the jade bottle to Yao Qi, he replied, the treasure list clearly states the price. Killing 5 infant corpse monsters can exchange for a bottle of Yingling powder. They said I killed 6, so they recorded the extra 1 for me, which can be accumulated for next time. I've tried the Yingling powder, there's no problem, it's top quality. Yao Qi showed a wary expression. Can you tell how Luo Tianfan distinguishes which infant corpse monsters you've killed? The subordinate recalled what had happened earlier, and then recounted, I didn't see him use any magical treasures. I don't know how he distinguishes them. But today someone tried to deceive him. But he immediately discovered it and chased them away. Yao Qi pondered, this young master, what is he trying to do? That person said, Holy Maiden, I think Luo Tianfan really seems like someone who only knows how to spend money. Not like the kind of person who has ulterior motives. Yao Qi's expression grew darker and darker. She was really curious. Hidden for so many years, now he's marrying that empress, and then climbing the Qinghua board. And even creating the reputation of the first seat. How could such a scheming person only do useless things? At this time, that person suddenly spoke, That's right, Holy Maiden, I remembered something, but I'm not sure. Yao Qi glanced over, What is it? The subordinate seriously replied, Usually when killing infant corpse monsters in Tongling, everyone will receive a share of spiritual talent. But today when I exchanged treasures with Luo Tianfan, it felt like this share of spiritual talent was also lost. Yao Qi was dubious, Really? The subordinate touched his chest. This kind of spiritual talent is vague and difficult to determine. I'm not sure, but it's true that I felt a sudden loss. Yao Qi suddenly smiled evilly. Her expression was no longer as tense as before. Only killing intent. So that's how it is. He looks like he's not taking anything. But in fact he wants to collect this share of spiritual talent. I don't know if it's to break through realms, or to practice some kind of mysterious technique. Luo Tianfan, oh Luo Tianfan, I finally discovered your plan. The main character in the story of the other two was now sitting in a corner thinking back and forth. Big mistake. I forgot that this thing also has a passive buff. Today, after a day of collecting, it almost happened again like last time, being given a headache by the halo of enlightenment. The system stood beside him, her voice not friendly at all. I'm not worried about your headache, I'm only worried about myself. Luo Tianfan was truly born carefree, didn't understand why the system scolded him, and asked, What do you mean? The system quickly replied, Never mind. Since the system said that, Luo Tianfan continued to think to himself, This spiritual talent, I have to think of a way to consume it. A wisp of soul essence appeared in the system's hand. She drooped and sighed a long sigh. Then she cried without tears, wanting to shout, I finally know what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. Finally, sitting in the middle of a pile of soul essence, she screamed to the heavens, So much soul essence, when will I be able to refine it all? Because the soul essence that hasn't been refined will be called away, out of responsibility and the desire to guide the host to immortality. The system couldn't abandon it. Luo Tianfan was oblivious and unaware, foolishly thinking, Why does it sound like a donkey braying? A loud voice, 300 miles to the east there's a group of infant corpse monsters gathering. Does anyone want to go together? I have 8 shares of Luo Gongzi's quota, just need infant corpse soil. I'll use the quota to make up the difference for the rest. Other people also said, I'll also offer a quota. If there are any magical items, I hope you'll leave them for me. I also need items to exchange for fire lightning power. Count me in. In the midst of a group of rough men, suddenly a charming and noble voice rang out, Luo Gongzi can be famous on the Qinghua board, it's truly not a fluke. Luo Tianfan called out, Yao Qi Holy Maiden. Then he didn't say much, and gave her a large scroll, see for yourself, 1 infant corpse monster is worth 1 quota. Yao Qi looked at the scroll, not wanting to say anything. In the end she still forced a smile and continued, Luo Gongzi has misunderstood, I didn't come here to exchange for treasures. Luo Tianfan turned his eyes to look at her. Then he let out a light sound. This indifferent expression of Luo Tianfan's was beyond her expectations. She impatiently spoke up, Luo Gongzi isn't curious why I came to find Luo Gongzi? Luo Tianfan yawned loudly without any decorum, not curious. Yao Qi didn't insist, and spoke her purpose for coming. Luo Gongzi is truly straightforward. If that's the case then I'll get straight to the point. How about we cooperate? Luo Tianfan leaned back tiredly. Cooperate? I don't know what the Holy Maiden wants to cooperate on with me. As she spoke, Yao Qi walked behind him. Luo Gongzi, why so formal calling me Holy Maiden? My name is Bai Sisi. Luo Gongzi can just call me Sisi. He was really bored to death, too lazy to even reply, wanting to end it quickly. If you want to find someone to team up with, then go find them. Why tell me? Yao Qi still chattered on enthusiastically. Luo Gongzi put in so much effort to gather so many loose cultivators. How could I possibly steal people's hearts? Luo Tianfan was interested. The price? Then he muttered to himself, this time the system really spent a lot. He suddenly stood up. I don't like these things, just do as you please, I have no objections. Yao Qi smiled lightly. If Luo Gongzi doesn't mind, then I'm relieved. Besides, regarding the distribution of the soil, how about Gongzi also helps me inform those loose cultivators? Her voice slowly rang out, but her words contained a hint of threat. After all, Luo Gongzi, you also know, in the bonus test that our families have set, infant corpse soil accounts for a large proportion. If Luo Gongzi doesn't care about it, I want to collect a little more. Luo Tianfan reached out, creating a flame, and frankly replied to Yao Qi, I don't interfere with their distribution to begin with. Why make an exception for you? Yao Qi's expression turned gloomy. Her tone was 10,000 times harsher than before. Haha. I think Luo Gongzi doesn't want those loose cultivators to know that Gongzi is collecting their spiritual talent. But she had miscalculated. Luo Tianfan wasn't shaken by her threat. On the contrary, he even more nonchalantly said, spiritual talent. Anyway, I'm not collecting these things for any purpose. Even if I was, I'm also exchanging treasures for it. What's there that can't be made public? Yao Qi regained her composure and said, it's true that Luo Gongzi put in a lot, but the value of this spiritual talent, big when it's big, small when it's small. Luo Tianfan continued to happily play with the flame. I understand, so you came here to freeload off me. Suddenly Yao Qi laughed out loud. Luo Gongzi, I sincerely came to cooperate with you, haha. Contrary to her affected appearance, Luo Tianfan directly angrily crushed the flame and shouted loudly, get out. These words immediately stunned Yao Qi, truly shocked and not believing her ears. What did you say? Luo Tianfan said in a low voice. What? Don't understand human language? At this time, Lin Wanan came over to the two of them. What happened? Yao Qi smiled and oed, so it's Her Majesty the Empress. She cupped her hands in a proper greeting to Lin Wanan, and friendly said a few words. I almost forgot, the two of you have a marriage contract. I wanted to talk to Gongzi. You don't mind, right? Originally wanting to say a few flattering words, unexpectedly Lin Wanan really disgustedly replied, I mind. Today, being provoked by both of these people at the same time, Yao Qi completely stopped smiling. She turned around and left, leaving behind a few meaningless words. The two of you are really a match. Even making others speechless is very similar, Luo Gongzi, then we'll discuss this later. She left angrily, huffing and puffing as she walked. Lin Wanan was puzzled. She only said a few words. What's wrong with Yao Qi? She looks very angry. Luo Tianfan casually leaned against the table and said, ignore her, we'll just be happy. At this time, he looked at the flame figurine in his hand, and only then regained a little interest, almost successful. Lin Wanan looked and asked, puzzled, what is this? Luo Tianfan mysteriously hinted, these 2 days my mind has been busy non-stop, just created a small magic. He smiled even more radiantly, and continued to explain, do you remember the eyes that stared at me before that I said no to? I relied on that to create an eye-poking technique. Lin Wanan nodded, this is the whereabouts of that holy maiden Yao Qi? Luo Tianfan replied, that's right, I guess that this Bai Sisi isn't someone who will stand still. So I planted an eye on her. Conveniently, I can try out my new magic. Lin Wanlan's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. At this time, Luo Tianfan remembered the main matter. He turned to ask her, how is that place? Any gains? Lin Wanan honestly said, it's just a place with mysterious terrestrial magnetism. I didn't discover that city at all. Luo Tianfan smiled and spoke his conjecture. 3 feet of ice doesn't form from a single day of cold. According to Her Majesty's description, that city is extremely good at hiding. Obviously not a place that can be easily found, but currently more than half of Tongling's cultivators are gathered here. It's very convenient to have news or clues. Sooner or later it can be found. Lin Wanan agreed. I understand. She turned to look at Luo Tianfan gratefully. Luo Gongzi has helped me a lot. I really don't know how to repay you. Luo Tianfan grinned widely. In fact, he didn't expect anything called repaying gratitude. Why is Her Majesty being so polite with me? It's just a convenient matter. For some reason, Lin Wanan became sad, seemingly with disappointment. She stood for a while and suddenly walked in front of Luo Tianfan, slamming the table heavily, causing Luo Tianfan to almost have a heart attack. Luo Gongzi. He hurriedly asked, what's wrong, Your Majesty? She asked a question that had been hidden for so long. We are engaged. Why do you always call me Your Majesty? Luo Tianfen sweated all over, stammering for a long time before saying, "This, just a habit of address, there's no other reason." Lin Wanan didn't give up, and continued to ask, "Then why do you directly call that holy maiden Yao Qi's other name, whom you've only met a few times?" Luo Tianfen suddenly retorted to her, "This, your majesty, don't you always call me Luo Gongzi too?" These words, as expected, caused Lin Wanlan to stop her questioning, and was a little stunned. She frowned, a little embarrassed, and said in a low voice, "Then I won't call you that anymore in the future." Luo Tianfen was as if freed from hell. He quickly replied, "Okay, then let's correct it together. We'll call each other by name in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly called by her, Luo Tianfen, causing him to stagger. Luo Tianfen muttered to himself, "Being called by my full name like this, why does it feel so strange, as if I'm about to be lectured?" Then he felt that it was so quiet, so he looked up. If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine, but when he looked, he saw Lin Wanlan's blushing and shy appearance. He worriedly called, Your majesty, what's wrong?" Lin Wanlan was embarrassed and turned to leave. Suddenly, his face turned red. Then he called her name, Lin Wanlan. As soon as she heard her name called, she turned around, her face smiling beautifully and movingly. Luo Tianfen said, "Suddenly I remembered something. Just now that holy maiden Yao Qi mentioned something about trying your luck. It seems like there's still an evaluation standard. Does she know what that is?" Lin Wanlan thought for a moment and replied, "Trying your luck is an assessment that the eternal great family set for the younger generation. After leaving the tomb, they will choose the best person. Several families have contributed rewards to it, waiting until the evaluation results are announced. The best person will win everything." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tianfan's blank face, and was immediately puzzled. "Before you entered, didn't Luo Patriarch mention this matter to you?" Luo Tianfen really remembered Luo Wuji saying terrifyingly that, "My Luo family doesn't lack that little reward. The most important thing for you now is to increase your relationship with that Lin girl." Luo Madam was playing chess with him as she replied, "Although this empress of the Jingtian divine dynasty has a slightly rigid personality, but after getting along for a long time, she's really a good girl, still so young, and shouldering such a heavy responsibility. I feel sorry just looking at it. That person is really hiding inside Tongling?" Luo Wuji nodded, confirmed, "Can't be wrong." Luo Madam slowly said, "Hopefully that girl can find that child." Luo Wuji placed the chess piece and guaranteed, "If he really hides until the end, at most I'll directly smash this Tongling. Anyway, I've always felt that it's an eyesore. Break its seal to expose everything. I want to see how many two-faced villains are hiding inside." As they spoke, the two people's hands moved swiftly on the chessboard. Luo Madam frowned. "After cultivating in seclusion for many years, that bad temper is still the same. I won." Luo Wuji looked at the chessboard, not convinced and wanting to play again. Doesn't count. You distracted me just now, otherwise how could I see your point here?" Luo Madam didn't want to listen, still happy about winning. This 5-in-a-row chess of little fans is really fun, and also easy to pick up, if only this bit of his mind could be put into politics. The scene changed. Yao Qi angrily walked away. A voice echoed, "What are you here for?" Yao Qi sarcastically replied, "I wanted to see if you were beaten by Luo Tianfen to the point of losing your courage." Yi Jianxia frowned, and immediately released countless killing intent, insolent. However, Yao Qi easily dodged. He was angry. "Defend." He then raised his hand and chanted. Again, a series of sharp ice blades shot towards Yao Qi. "I'll see how you defend." Yao Qi frowned tightly, creating a circle to shield herself. Yi Jianxia's eyebrows also frowned tightly, dissatisfied. Then he stopped and said a sentence, "This is the all-around aura of the Yao Qi holy maiden?" Yao Qi withdrew her shield, and politely said, "Anyway, our holy land doesn't specialize in cultivating the path of slaughter like sword worms. Moreover, I didn't come here today to fight with you." Yi Jianxia closed his eyes and snorted. Yao Qi didn't like to beat around the bush. She immediately spoke her intention, but not entirely. "Yi Xingzu, I heard that you started the sword cultivator remains a few days ago but failed. So I especially came to help you." Yi Jianxing looked at her puzzled and asked, "Help me? You're not a sword cultivator either. How do you plan to help me?" Yao Qi happily smiled and said, "Although I'm not a sword cultivator, I know how to gather a large number of sword cultivators to help you break into that sword cultivator remains." Yi Jianxing felt that her words were too vague and unrealistic, gather a large number of sword cultivators. Right now all the sword cultivators are gathered at Luo Tianfan's place. If only cooperating with loose cultivators with special skills, then how do you plan to summon them to break into that sword? Dao remains with me. Surely you don't also want me to go exchange treasures with Luo Tianfan to accumulate points, right? Yao Qi flashed her usual sinister smile. Of course not. I want to help Yi Xingzu directly undermine Luo Tianfan's reputation. Then, she still explained a little, easier said than done. But Luo Tian did gather so many people, really spent a large amount of treasures to exchange for those things. Those loose cultivators aren't fools. If I don't offer a price that far exceeds what they already have, how can they turn their heads to follow me? Maintaining balance is a very difficult task. But to break the balance, sometimes only a light straw falling down is enough. The scene changed. A group of people were gathered discussing something. Have you heard anything? What? That Luo Xiaojia is actually just to steal our talent after killing the infant corpse monsters. Using this to exchange treasures with us, is that true? They enthusiastically discussed the plan, wanting to expose Luo Tianfan's tricks. Whether it's true or false, we'll know after trying. Later, we just need to wait until before nightfall and then go. Exchange treasures. Around late at night those benefits will also dissipate. Let's see if Luo Xiaojia is still as generous as before. At this very moment, the male protagonist in their story was sitting and yawning a refreshing yawn. Then he immediately slumped as before, looking at the empty space in front of the stall. So lonely, today there's no one. He hugged his head and leaned back in the chair. Suddenly a few black holes appeared behind him. Elsewhere, the tired system directly laid down on the floor, her face pale and breathed out a strong breath. Finally can rest. But not even half a second later, her face immediately darkened. Luo Tianfan opened his eyes. He blankly looked around, his brain slowly loading. Where is this? Did I transmigrate again? He suddenly flicked his eyes to the side. A monster so ugly it made you want to vomit. On its ugly head there was another head, of a beautiful girl. It reached out its huge hand towards Luo Tianfan who was sitting. But it didn't seem to be. It changed direction, picking up a lump of soil. Then, it crushed it. What came out was countless souls of unknown origin. After a while, it opened its hand. A two-headed human appeared. Luo Tianfan's face went blank as he asked, that is? Before he could comprehend anything, the monster reached out towards him again, this time not joking. Luo Tianfan felt something change in his body, or rather, his body couldn't move. Suddenly, a pair of slender hands grabbed his shoulders from behind, calling out, Luo Tianfan. Then he was pulled back. His pupils suddenly contracted as he looked forward. That two-headed creature was saying to him, save me. Luo Tianfan was so scared that his face turned pale. Lin Wanan anxiously asked about his condition. Luo Tianfan, what's wrong? Seeing her appear, he was surprised and exclaimed, Your Majesty. Luo Tianfan recounted what he had just encountered. It seems, just now I had a dream. What happened to me just now? Lin Wanan told him what happened while he was unconscious. Just now, your replacement puppet returned to its clay form for some reason. Luo Tianfan's face went blank with confusion. He looked at his palm thoughtfully. That person is molding clay to create people. No, he's creating Huihai monsters. Could it be that all the Huihai monsters in this burial ground are created by one person just by molding clay? Luo Tianfan was afraid. If she hadn't pulled me back, would I have been molded into a Huihai monster too? He turned to Lin Wanlan and proactively told her about his lifelike dream. In the dream, it seemed I saw a person molding clay. He used the method of molding clay to create Huihai monsters. Do you know who he is? Lin Wanan recognized who it was upon hearing this. Then she told Luo Tianfan the situation. That's the master of the burial ground, a celestial being buried here. Luo Tianfan was taken aback. He's still alive? Lin Wanan didn't really understand either. Celestial beings are almost transcendent, truly understanding life and death. No one knows if they're alive or dead. Perhaps you're the first person to dream of him in so many years. He pondered upon hearing this. Looking at it like this, it's really hard to tell if he's alive or dead. Luo Tianfan really couldn't understand, but why would he target me? Lin Wanan didn't understand much either. I'm not sure. I've never heard people who have entered the burial ground throughout the generations mention such things. Suddenly, the system appeared, voicing its own suspicion to Luo Tianfan. Could it be because of the force of souls? You using the force of souls to create the grass-head god is fundamentally different from others killing Huihai monsters. The burial ground is originally a cycle for producing the force of souls, but your appearance has disrupted this cycle. Luo Tianfan summarized concisely. So you're saying that because I sheared too much wool, I was pulled into that small, dark room. The system nodded in agreement, something like that. Seeing that everything was too complicated and unsolvable, he sighed helplessly. Forget it. Luo Tianfan stretched and decided, anyway, there aren't many people today. Let's take an early break today. At this moment, he noticed Lin Wanlan's strange expression and asked curiously, what's wrong? She quickly recounted what she had just encountered. I just met a group of rogue cultivators out there. I overheard them saying that they have to wait until before dark today before they come to find you to exchange treasures. Luo Tianfan was confused. Why do they have to wait until it gets dark? Lin Wanlan quickly explained his doubts. Because there's a rumor that the person who exchanges treasures steals their talent and benefits. So they plan to wait until before it gets dark, before their talent and benefits are taken away, and then come to find you to exchange treasures. He quickly understood after hearing this. Is that so? But the weather here is ambiguous. How do they know when it will get dark? Lin Wanlan continued to answer. Except for some special cases, most of the time, there are usually some warning signs before it gets dark in the burial ground. After being here for a long time, young Master Luo can also notice the change. He couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. So that's how it is. Luo Tianfan looked into the distance, and said unhappily, it seems that they're trying to extort me unsuccessfully, so they're getting angry out of embarrassment, and starting to play tricks behind my back. Hearing his words made Lin Wanlan wonder what he was planning, so she asked, what does the young master mean? Luo Tianfan told her about the past. Before, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi came here and said she wanted to stop this matter to threaten me, asking me to help her send invitation letters to the rogue cultivators, but I refused. Lin Wanlan asked his opinion after hearing this. So that's how it is, but is this talent and benefit very important to you? Do you need me to find her to shut them up? He refused. There's no need to do that. It just so happened that he was feeling a little bored waiting here for those people to exchange treasures these past few days, so he decided to give himself a break and put the closed sign on the table. Seeing that she was about to have a rest, Lin Wanlan decided, all right then. It just so happens that I haven't been in the kitchen for the past 2 days. I've improved some dishes and cooking methods. These past 2 days. Luo Tianfan was terrified after hearing this. He hurriedly waved his hands and stammered, how can I let you do that? Let's take turns. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair. Lin Wanlan didn't care and affirmed with a bright face, no, I really enjoy the process of making food. He could only scream in his heart, but it's extremely torturous for the person eating it. Because he didn't want to eat the food Lin Wanlan cooked, he thought of a solution. Oh right, I thought of a dish that's very suitable for us to make together. She exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Really? What is it? At the Jinyao Pavilion. Yi Jianxia spoke as soon as he entered, asking about the strategy. If we've exposed his conspiracy among the rogue cultivators, what's the next plan to deal with him? Yaoqi didn't say much upon hearing this and said, next, we just need to sit still and observe. Yi Jianxia really didn't have the patience and asked, then how long do we have to wait? Yaoqi turned and smiled, revealing a murderous intent in her words. Wait until the greed of those people gets a little bigger. At night, in a dark forest filled with death aura, a man full of wounds shouted in fear, you're not Huihai monsters. What kind of monsters are you? Before the man could know their identities, a spear pierced through him, killing him. The people who killed the man looked like puppets being controlled by others. Suddenly, a voice came out, attracting their attention. They immediately turned around to look. Then the voice echoed, found them. Luo Tianfan on this side was gathering his strength to search for the puppets from before. He said to Lin Wanlan, it's time? Make your move. She agreed upon hearing this. Okay. Lin Wanlan drew her sword from its scabbard and slashed quickly, causing something on the table to crack and break. Then the two sat down and clinked glasses, enjoying the fragrant hot pot. Cheers. Lin Wanlan used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat. The piece of meat was just brought up. Seeing the delicious piece of meat made Lin Wanlan unable to resist. She put it in her mouth and chewed, discovering that it was extremely delicious, making Lin Wanon feel great and exclaim, "So delicious." Luo Tianfan saw her eating so happily and asked about her taste. "Do you like spicy food?" Lin Wanon quickly replied, "Spicy? I quite like it." Luo Tianfan explained, "The conditions are limited this time, so I can only make a hot pot like this. When we get out, if there's a chance, I'll take you to experience authentic hot pot. I guarantee you'll want to eat it a second time after eating it once." Lin Wanon happily agreed upon hearing this. "Okay." Seeing the two eating happily made the people lurking in the distance curious. "What are they doing? Eating? It smells so good." One of them swallowed greedily and exclaimed, "Indeed, this world is the biggest distance. We're fighting to the death, while they're enjoying delicious food with a beauty." The person next to him was also extremely jealous of Luo Tianfan. "That guy with the surname Luo is really hateful." Luo Tianfan on this side was eating and looking at the scenery. "It's a pity. The scenery on this hillside is a little poor, but it can be considered a picnic." Lin Wanon asked worriedly upon hearing what he said, "Are you okay?" He looked blankly in confusion after hearing this. "Huh? What's wrong?" Lin Wanon explained. "The speed of the news spreading is too fast. It seems that these people have obtained a common formula. They want to drag it out until before it gets dark before they come to exchange treasures with you." He just smiled gently without hurrying after hearing this. "Oh, this matter? It's okay." Then he ate while thinking to himself, "The state of that celestial being doesn't seem very good, but the realm is too high, so no one can say for sure what's going on. It's a good opportunity to temporarily reduce the frequency of collecting wool, using this matter so that it won't make people suspicious." After thinking it through, he took a sip of water and replied to Lin Wanon, "As long as they keep paying attention to us, letting us continue to collect clues in that city is fine. The matter of exchanging treasures isn't urgent." She hesitated and listened upon hearing this. "Okay." Lin Wanon knew what he was planning and thought, "Indeed, he doesn't want to fall out with them because he wants to continue collecting clues for me." The people who were lurking on this side discussed with each other, "It's almost time. It's almost dark." Another person asked, "Do you think that guy with the surname Luo will still agree to exchange treasures with us if he doesn't get any benefits?" This man said confidently without caring, "What are you afraid of? That guy in the sword chrysalis also said he wanted to exchange treasures with us. Even if we don't have Luo Tianfan, we won't lack places to exchange." The other two people asked in surprise upon hearing this, "Really? There's such a thing?" That man affirmed, "Of course it's true. Moreover, I heard that the holy maiden of the Yaoqi persuaded the sword chrysalis walker to join hands with the cultivators to enter the burial ground." Hearing this, the remaining person was overjoyed and grateful. "This time, even the heavens want to help me. How could the seniors who entered the burial ground in the past encounter such a good thing? I've heard of the holy maiden of the Yaoqi's unparalleled benevolence for a long time. It's truly well deserved." They just sat there and chatted nonsense. "Before I even saw the holy maiden of the Yaoqi meet with that guy with the surname Luo. Perhaps the matter of that guy with the surname Luo stealing our benefits was exposed by the holy maiden. So that's how it is. Perhaps the holy maiden persuaded Luo Tianfan unsuccessfully, so she did this. The holy maiden is really a person with a kind heart." "What's like that?" "It's really the holy maiden of the Yaoqi." Luo Tianfan felt helpless and sighed in his heart as he listened to those people talking without knowing what they meant. Why are they talking louder and louder? I heard everything. At this moment, a voice rang out, attracting his attention. "Someone's coming over there." A man bravely stepped forward and asked Luo Tianfan, "Young Master Luo, I don't know if you can still exchange treasures now?" He was overjoyed to see someone actively coming to exchange and replied, "Of course." Then he picked up a scroll. It opened and floated in the air. He said to the man, "Still the same, register the number of monsters you killed." The system sighed unhappily at this moment. "Hayes, I have to teach again." Back at the Yaoqi Palace, a man quickly went in to report everything to Yaoqi, "Holy Maiden, as expected, that Luo Tianfan is pretending to be fat, continuing to exchange treasures for everyone. However, he can only hold on for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. He said he would pack up and leave when it gets dark." Yaoqi smiled triumphantly upon hearing this. Even if the Changxing Luo family has a huge fortune, it can't withstand him spending it like this. What about the news that Ijianxia wants to exchange treasures for everyone? Has it spread? This man affirmed it has spread. Yaoqi suddenly spoke gratefully to him. Speaking of this matter, I still have to thank that Luo Tianfan. If it weren't for that Luo Tianfan gathering everyone together, this matter wouldn't have spread so quickly that everyone would know. Then Yaoqi instructed, in the last 2 days, create a little more momentum for Ijianxia, striving to ensure that Ijianxia can eat these people when Luo Tianfan can't hold on anymore. That man immediately obeyed, yes. At this moment, that man spoke up, saying he had something to ask. Holy Maiden, I have something I don't understand. Yaoqi glanced over and asked upon hearing this, what is it? That man quickly said what he was thinking, why don't we do it ourselves, but let that Ijianxia get the benefit? In terms of reputation, the Holy Maiden has traveled much more than that sword chrysalis. If the Holy Maiden calls, you can definitely attract more people. Yaoqi smiled and replied to that man, it's not easy to be a good person. If someone is willing to stand in front, why should I steal the limelight? Sometimes, being too good will always have seeds of disaster, she said, a sinister murderous aura emanating from her. At night, a group of fires were lit. Luo Tianfan suddenly frowned and said unhappily, this is really doing bad things under the cover of night. Lin Wanan also couldn't believe it. I didn't expect them to chase us to this place. The image of a group of people appeared vaguely in front of the cave. It turned out that they were Yin soldiers who had killed the cultivators before. They spoke as soon as they saw the 2 people, found them. Lin Wanan saw that the barrier in front of the cave wouldn't last much longer. The effect of the barrier is only to block the night's obstacle wind. The defense isn't too strong. It won't last long. Luo Tianfan was upset that nothing affected the Yin soldiers. It seems that the night doesn't affect them at all. Lin Wanan immediately explained, the influence should be negligible. After all, their physiques are already special, and on top of that. Suddenly, a large one appeared in the group of Yin soldiers. It immediately channeled Yin energy. Then it attacked the barrier with a strong force. Luo Tianfan was worried, seeing that it was only a matter of time before the Yin soldiers rushed in. It seems that the estimated time has to be shortened. By the time the barrier is broken, I'm afraid it won't even be our turn to take action. The obstacle wind that rushes in will be enough to sweep us both away. We can't just sit and wait for death. In this critical situation, he quickly came up with an idea. Then he turned to Lin Wanan and said, I have a way that might be feasible. She asked curiously, what is it? The leading Yin soldier on this side continued to attack the barrier. Luo Tianfan asked the system about the feasibility of his plan. How is it? Can it be done? The system analyzed, in theory it's possible. He was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's good. At most, I'll just lose 2 substitutes. Aren't substitutes born to do this kind of thing? Thinking this, he instructed Lin Wanan, I'll experiment first in a bit. You wait for my signal. She didn't ask much and accepted his plan, okay. Finally, the leading Yin soldier successfully broke the barrier. A surge of Yin energy immediately flooded into the cave. Luo Tianfan immediately used a shield, blocking the Yin energy. Lin Wanan was surprised, the dark mist is gone. Suddenly, she discovered something. That's not right. Then she told Luo Tianfan loudly, this is the Womb Realm Great Boundary. He affirmed Lin Wanlan's thoughts. That's right. I've transferred the dark mist to my Womb Realm Great Boundary. Don't stray too far from me. Then he took out 3 talismans from his clothes, preparing to rush out. A large explosion immediately blew away the Yin soldiers. The 2 quickly rushed outside. Luo Tianfan rushed to kill the Yin soldiers. Lin Wanan wasn't idle either. The 2 slashed and killed the Yin soldiers in front of them to open a path to escape. Those Yin soldiers didn't avoid them, but just rushed in like moths to a flame. Seeing that they couldn't escape so easily, he decided, I can't let them hold me back. I have to use all my strength to use the escaping technique. At this moment, the leading Yin soldier jumped up. Luo Tianfan, who was running, also realized it immediately. But before he could avoid it, he was knocked back by the Yin energy on its body. Then it threw a stone on the road towards the 2 people. The 2 quickly dispersed to avoid the stone. After escaping from Luo Tianfan's shield, Lin Wanan was enveloped by Yin energy. Luo Tianfan quickly gathered his strength. Attacking the leading Yin soldier, he squeezed it tightly. Then he rushed to stick a talisman on its head. The talisman quickly took effect, immediately exploding in the sky. Lin Wanlong sat on the ground, coughing continuously from the influence of the yin energy. Luo Tianfan rushed over worriedly and hugged her, asking, "Your Majesty, can you still walk?" Lin Wanlong stammered, "I." Then she suddenly startled. When Luo Tianfan was carrying her in a princess carry, he spoke up, "Your Majesty, forgive me for my impoliteness. This place is not suitable to stay for long." Then he used a talisman, teleporting the two of them away. Arriving at another cave, a flame flickered and burned. Luo Tianfan on this side was trying to create a barrier for the cave. Then he sighed tiredly, finally done. He slowly approached the fire and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "I'm exhausted. Fortunately, I found a good hiding cave. This Azure Void divine travel technique is indeed overpowered." Luo Tianfan noticed Lin Wanlong and asked, "Your Majesty, Wanlong, how do you feel? Is there anything I can help with?" Lin Wanlong replied painfully, unable to breathe, "My substitute has been damaged. I have to repair it quickly." He took Lin Wanlong's hand and asked, "How do you repair it?" She quickly replied, "Use the Huhai earth that we collected." He accepted upon hearing this. "Okay." Luo Tianfan asked, Does the back need to be repaired?" Lin Wanlong looked back upon hearing this. Then she scolded angrily, "Men and women should not touch hands." "No, no." But the angel in Lin Wanlong's heart defended, "This is just a substitute puppet. Even though it looks exactly like the original body, it's just to help me repair my body. Moreover, we already have a marriage contract, so it's okay for him to look a little." Thinking this, she decided, it's okay. Just thinking she would be fine. Who knew her face would turn red? Making Luo Tianfan notice. And quickly understood. Then he turned away and blamed himself. Have I become confused too? This is really too serious in the modern era. Lin Wanlong thought it over and decided to accept. That's right, there's a marriage contract, so it's okay to look a little. Luo Tianfan excitedly took an eye mask and said to Lin Wanlong, "I'm ready. I've covered my eyes. Don't worry, I can't see anything." She startled upon hearing this. Then she shyly took off her clothes and agreed, "Okay." Lin Wanlong was confused, seeing him covering his eyes so decisively. Why did he cover his eyes so decisively? Could it be that he's not interested in me? Luo Tianfan stammered and approached, I can't see anything. You have to guide me." Lin Wanlong replied shyly, Okay. When his hand touched her back, she immediately directed him, up a little higher. He did as she said and asked, "Is it this place?" Lin Wanlong affirmed, "That's right." Then he quickly applied it to her body. Seeing the silence made Luo Tianfan feel awkward. "Don't be so quiet." Not wanting the atmosphere to be so ambiguous, Luo Tianfan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Those Yin soldiers, what's going on?" Lin Wanlong quickly explained, "They are his personal soldiers." Luo Tianfan was a little surprised upon hearing this. "Your cousin?" Lin Wanlong slowly recounted, "A few years ago, my father passed away. He took advantage of this opportunity to seize a portion of the Divine Court's national fortune, then betrayed the country and fled. Because the Divine Court's national fortune was damaged, it led to the borders of my Divine Court encountering turmoil and constant unrest." Hearing the story made Luo Tianfan wonder, can national fortune also be seized? Lin Wanlong explained, "This is related to the Divine Court's law of founding a country. Do you know why I can suppress my cultivation to enter the burial ground? But Patriarch Luo and the elders of the Holy Land can't do it." He quickly replied upon hearing this, "I don't know." Lin Wanlong smiled and continued, "This is the secret of the Divine Court's law of founding a country. The Divine Court's law of founding a country originates from the high firmament realm, cultivating not oneself but a kind of divine kingdom. If the divine kingdom exists, the national ruler exists. If the divine kingdom is lost, the national ruler is lost as well." He asked again, "So can national fortune be simply understood as the cultivation of those cultivators who cultivate the Divine Court's law of founding a country?" Lin Wanlong continued, "It's almost like you understand it. This is also the reason why I can enter this burial ground, because my actual strength has only just stabilized. After your cousin seized the national fortune, he secretly brought his true body into this burial ground in the name of my Divine Court's burial ground." After hearing everything, Luo Tianfan finally understood everything. No wonder your celestial divine dynasty doesn't have a burial ground quota. So it's because when your cousin entered here, he never came out again? How did he survive? Relying on that city? Lin Wanlon affirmed, exactly. His true identity has been safe in the burial ground all these years, thanks to the city's fortune. For the people of the Divine Dynasty. For my father, I must replenish the missing fortune of the Divine Dynasty. After hearing everything, Luo Tianfan asked about her intentions. What are you going to do? Lin Wanlon replied, the power of the Divine Dynasty is still in my hands. As long as you let me enter that city, I will be able to regain control of that city. Luo Tianfan quickly affirmed with certainty upon hearing this. I will definitely help you find him. Lin Wanlon couldn't help but feel grateful upon hearing this. Thank you. Okay, Tianfan, I guess the wound is healed now. He took off the eye mask upon hearing this, saying as he took it off, okay, regarding that group of soldiers. He stopped mid-sentence. When he saw that Lin Wanlon was still not properly dressed, she shyly covered her body and shouted loudly, don't look, close your eyes, turn around. Luo Tianfan hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Lin Wanlon wouldn't forgive him, my sin deserves to die 10,000 times. At the Yaoqi Palace, someone reported the situation to Yaoqi, holy maiden, that Luo Tianfan hasn't appeared today. Yaoqi just smiled smugly in seclusion upon hearing this. Did he really give up like that? Young Master Luo is really too narrow-minded. At this moment, that man reported something else. But holy maiden, that Jianzi he. Yaoqi asked in confusion upon hearing this, what happened to him again? This man quickly explained, that Jianzi's attitude towards the rogue cultivators is quite bad, especially in the past 2 days. To break through the Sword Dao secret realm, many rogue cultivators have been lost. Now, on the surface, they're agreeing, but in their hearts they're not. In the past few days, the rogue cultivators have mentioned Luo Tianfan even more. Yaoqi didn't pay attention to that matter and said it's okay. Even if it's just lip service. They really want to give up Jianxia's protection. They won't agree either. That man felt that what Yaoqi said made sense after analyzing it. That's also true. It's easy to get used to extravagance, but hard to get used to simplicity. What you said is also right. Luo Tianfan is really a bit interesting, able to come up with this idea, relying only on a little favor to make this group of rogue cultivators willingly risk their lives. This resource-gathering speed is much faster than usual. A murderous aura appeared in Yaoqi's eyes. No matter how talented you are, if you don't know how to use it, you're just floating duckweed. Somewhere, 3 men surrounded each other, talking despondently. I heard that 7 people died in the secret realm again yesterday. The man next to him also spoke. That Jianzi is cruel, cold, and heartless. He doesn't consider the lives of us rogue cultivators at all. That man sighed, missing Luo Tianfan. Suddenly, I miss young Master Luo. Although young Master Luo will use our talents, at least he doesn't suppress us. But that guy with the surname E treats us like slaves. The other man also agreed. Now, we can't retreat. As soon as we retreat, we'll offend Jianzi. He has now gathered a group of lackeys, errand boys. And dog relies on the power of his master, and is very arrogant. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the 3 people. Young Master Luo is back. All 3 men excitedly asked back upon hearing this, are you telling the truth? Young Master Luo is back? Does that mean he's starting to exchange treasures with us again? This person pointed forward and affirmed, why would I lie to you? I just exchanged things with young Master Luo. And this time, young Master Luo said that he doesn't need talent either. All 3 were excited upon hearing this. He's not even taking talent? What are we waiting for, brothers? Luo Tianfan was surrounded by a group of cultivators as soon as he returned. Young Master Luo, are you really not taking talent this time? Young Master Luo, are the rules for exchanging treasures this time the same as last time? Young Master Luo. He stopped everyone at this moment and announced, there's a slight change in this exchange of treasures. Everyone was curious upon hearing this, not knowing what was different this time. Luo Tianfan took out the scroll again. The image of Yin soldiers appeared on the scroll. He said, this time, we're only opening elite monsters. At this moment, Luo Tianfan looked at Lin Wanlon curiously. Those Yin soldiers. Do they have souls? The system couldn't believe his question. Lin Wanlon explained, those are all my uncle's personal soldiers, who followed him into the burial ground, using secret techniques to maintain a state of either life nor death. Luo Tianfan smiled triumphantly at the system upon hearing this. Then it's all settled. The system couldn't help but feel worried at his attitude. Finally, the two arrived at a deserted forest. Luo Tianfan spoke up, "Okay, this place will do." She quickly drew her sword. The system was unhappy, tch. As soon as she drew her sword, a huge amount of spiritual power radiated from Lin Wanlan's body. She pointed straight, turning into a crane. Luo Tianfan watched thoughtfully. "Last time, when I was thrown into the bizarre dreamscape by the master of the burial ground, she must have used the power of fortune to pull me out of the dream. That's why we were discovered and stopped by those Yin soldiers." Knowing full well that she would encounter danger, but still taking action without hesitation, it's hardest to receive a beauty's favor. He sighed with helplessness as he thought. The force of spiritual energy flew into the sky, attracting the Yin soldiers' attention. They quickly ran towards where the fortune was coming from. "Fortune, over there." Luo Tianfan gave a stack of talismans to Lin Wanlan and instructed, "I was a little wasteful before. These are all the remaining swift travel talismans I have. Take them." She took them and simply replied, Although he had given Lin Wanlan a lot of protection, he was still not very reassured, feeling that he should add a little more protection. At this moment, he remembered something. Right, there's still a set of protective gear, helmet armor, which can withstand a blow at a critical moment. Take it with you. "Oh right, revival pills, you'll definitely need these," he said, giving all his protective gear to Lin Wanlan, causing her to stop him helplessly. Okay, enough already." Even though there was so much, Luo Tianfan was still not really reassured. "I still don't think it's guaranteed enough. How about you act with me?" Lin Wanlan immediately spoke up to dissuade him. "Don't worry," she happily said, "it's a rare opportunity. It's hard to trick them again. If we strike, we must attack with all our strength." The system saw Lin Wanlan's unyielding spirit, and wanted him to learn from her. "She's truly a heroic woman. Can't you learn something?" He left upon hearing this, not forgetting to say, "Well, good luck." She stammered in reply, okay. The system jumped out at this moment, mocking him. "Oh, good luck, my foot. May you be successful upon arrival is also fine." This cliché is outdated. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed upon hearing this. Then he flew away, leaving Lin Wanlan to think, when watching dramas, isn't it time to give a hug at this time? Lin Wanlan was shy. Indeed, reality and dramas are completely different. At this moment, she turned and noticed something. Then she was attacked, but fortunately, she quickly blocked it with her sword. Lin Wanlan retreated to defend, seeing the Yin soldiers appearing in droves. She couldn't help but sigh, "They're really fast." Lin Wanlan used his talisman and quickly disappeared, making the Yin soldiers search. At this moment, Luo Tianfan was ambushing in a tree. He looked down and smirked triumphantly. "The effect of group battles is much better than I imagined. Next, it's time for everyone to show their divine powers." These people ambushed in the bushes when an order rang out, "Attack." Immediately, a large explosion occurred, blowing away the Yin soldiers. Then the cultivators rushed over to slash and kill the Yin soldiers. Kill. Other cultivators froze the Yin soldiers, burning them with fire. The voices of the cultivators rang out loudly below. "We still have strength. Those who can't resist can share them with two of us. Quick battles, quick victories. Use the revival pills, then lure a group of monsters. Don't save your magic power, damn it. Whose Yin soul arrow is that? Aim more accurately." That's mine. Luo Tianfan was proud, seeing everything unfold as he had predicted. "I told you that this burial ground has the smell of a cheap game." Then he started to act. "Alright, let's get to work." He clasped his hands together, releasing a strong spiritual power. He said to the system, "Come on, it's time for us to take action." The system complained unhappily beside him. "Who knows, they'll think I'm your subordinate. Doesn't the system need face?" Then the system glanced at him with extremely unhappiness. Then began to absorb something from the Yin soldiers towards himself. Inside the palace, which was extremely magnificent and grand, the voices of the servants rang out continuously with worry. "Your Highness, slow down. This is not the palace. Your Highness, be careful not to get lost." The servants in the palace were busy, running back and forth searching for His Majesty. Two servants called out loudly, "Your Highness, where is your Highness? Where did you run off to? Let's go over there and take a look." When the two maids left, the little His Majesty crawled out from behind the rock. She smiled gleefully and mischievously. Little His Majesty ran away again. But suddenly, while running, she saw something. Her footsteps slowed down, and she stopped running. It was some kind of house that little His Majesty had never been to before. She slowly and cautiously approached to take a look. Surprised by what happened before her eyes, she looked at it in endless astonishment. Here, the soldiers were practicing fighting with each other. Two large guards were wrestling amidst the loud cheers and encouragement of the surrounding team. Left vanguard, go. Right vanguard, attack his middle. One person had gained the upper hand and seized the opportunity to rush over and push the other person down. The person who was thrown fell far away. The people around them cheered and encouraged them. Great, he won, he won. The person who had just won noticed that someone was watching and suddenly turned to look. Little His Majesty was hiding to the side, watching, and was discovered by the guard. She was startled and frightened and retreated, but didn't slip. But fortunately, she was caught by someone in time. The little girl looked up and was extremely surprised and called out, "Uncle." She quickly pointed to the team of guards and complained, "The people inside are so scary." But he just laughed and reassured her, "Walan, don't be afraid of them." That person smiled kindly and said to her, "They are soldiers of our divine dynasty, only protecting you, and will never harm you." Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up and she said happily, "I know." At this time, in the present, an axe slashed quickly. The demon slashed the axe down hard on Her Majesty, but fortunately, she quickly dodged. Her Majesty jumped up unexpectedly, and the demon also watched. She raised her hand and read the incantation. A barrier appeared behind her, from which a series of sharp blades were released. Those blades flew like the wind at her command. They flew to attack the demons, and that demon had time to raise his axe to block the blade. Seeing this, they also threw the spears in their hands to attack her. But she quickly used magic and teleported to another place. Her Majesty used magic and teleported herself to hide behind a tree. Those demons were quite difficult to defeat, and Her Majesty Walan was panting with great effort. "I can't teleport too quickly, I have to lure them from a distance, so that young Master Luo can separate out Maureen's soldiers." At this time, in the direction of Tianfan, he was using his magic power to create a small red vortex. That vortex grew bigger and bigger. The System Chi spirit held up a small fireball and said, looking at it, "Compared to pure force of souls, the workload of refining grass-head gods has increased too much. And the quality is not as good as the force of souls." Tianfan sat down, leaned against the tree, and laid down, replying, "Anyway, we're already on the blacklist, let's use this for now, to avoid being sealed." But the System Chi spirit casually threw the fireball away. She looked at him and urged, "Take this opportunity to collect a little more. Under the cultivation restriction of the burial ground, that little Majesty of yours doesn't look like she can hold on for too long." Tianfan frowned and thought upon hearing this. Remembering the night before, he and Her Majesty Wanlan sat by the fire and discussed something. Tianfan said, "This is too risky." But she explained that, starting from the moment I entered the burial ground, this uncle of mine is clinging on tightly. If I don't die, he won't let his achievements show. Tianfan wanted to refuse, but Her Majesty Wanlan was still determined to succeed. "Young Master Luo, rest assured, death is only my substitute puppet," she said with an extremely serious expression. "I have already prepared. The backlash of this substitute will not be too serious." He looked at her and said, "But then you have to use your true body." "Are you sure?" Her Majesty Wanlan frowned and solemnly recounted to Tianfan, "I once swore before my father's grave that I would kill the traitor and recover the fortune, no matter what the price." Tianfan looked at her, who was so determined, and fell silent. At this time, Her Majesty Wanlan was injured by the demon's attacks, and she had to use a lot of effort. She had to resist all the demons alone. She frowned, looking at the demons, and thought a little. A ferocious one rushed quickly towards her. He used his axe, causing her to be thrown far away. She had to try her best not to fall, but this blow shot her quite far away. That large demon used his axe to slash hard at her, but Wanlan blocked the blow with her sword. But the difference in strength was quite large, and Her Majesty Wanlan was forced to the ground by the demon. But this demon looked familiar. She looked at him and seemed to recognize something, this face. She probably knew who he was. She frowned and sighed, still very scary. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a hand reached out to support her back. Then launched a counterattack, shooting electricity to attack the demon. It was Tianfan. He had come to save her in time. He launched an attack, causing the demon to be shot far away. That demon was scratched by the attack, and he frowned angrily. Her Majesty Wan'an was extremely surprised by Tianfan's appearance and wondered, young Master Luo, why? He didn't have time to explain to her and quickly urged her. There's no time to explain now. He then held out a token. Then threw the token far away. The token unexpectedly released the power. In an instant, the token created an incredibly powerful electric current that shot directly at the demons, causing them to be shocked in succession. The demon who had just fought with Wan'an was also attacked by the strong electric current, and suffered constant pain. Her Majesty Wan'an unexpectedly grabbed Tianfan's hand and said, "If you want to die, you have to die by my side." Then she cast a spell and teleported both of them away. Go. At this time, also inside the forest, a person was angrily shouting, "Where are the people? Where are they all dead?" Hearing him scold, a young master timidly stammered, They all went to young Master Luo." The young master with long hair was furious and scolded, "Damn it, what kind of work are you doing? Just let them go like that. Can Luo Tianfan give them what I can't?" One person was terrified to see him get angry for no reason and immediately knelt down to apologize. "Please calm down, my lord. It's really that they are all determined to go and exchange treasures with young Master Luo, and we can't stop them." But before he could distinguish right from wrong, he kicked the person without mercy and cursed, "Useless." That person had to be helped up by someone before he could stand, while the young master gnashed his teeth and hated Tianfan. "Good for you, Luo Tianfan." Then he teleported and flew away. The remaining people sat there in fear and disgust. At least on young Master Luo's side, they won't treat us like slaves and order us around. Should we go to young Master Luo's side? In another place, a beautiful girl, who was called the Holy Maiden, was very upset after hearing the news from the guard. She frowned and turned to say to the other person, "You mean, this time that Luo Tianfan doesn't want anything?" He still calmly replied to the Holy Maiden, "That's right." The Holy Maiden thought upon hearing this, "What is he plotting?" She noticed that the guard had some thoughts and glanced at him and asked, "Just say what you want to say." He clasped his hands together and reported, "Yes, Holy Maiden, according to what I've seen several times, I always feel that this Luo Tianfan is a bit strange." She frowned and asked in wonder upon hearing this, "What do you mean?" He solemnly and recounted in detail, "Although he has always been active and made waves during this time, I always feel like he doesn't have any purpose. I always feel that all his actions are like playing." The Holy Maiden couldn't help but laugh loudly upon hearing this. Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. She frowned and speculated that, after Luo Wujid broke through and left seclusion, his son, who had no ability, suddenly became a cultivation genius. After going out for a trip, he almost split the Guardian Dao cultivation into 5 and 6. Now, the internal conflicts of the Guardian Dao cultivation are becoming increasingly fierce, like a gunpowder barrel being lit, and the person who lit the fire is him, Luo Tianfan. She continued to say that, in less than half a year, he has stood at the top of the Zhao Zhao, has a name on the Qinghua list, and entered the burial ground, changing the rules and situation of the burial ground for many years. The guard was a little puzzled and asked, "What does the Holy Maiden mean?" She pondered for a moment, and said, "This Luo Tianfan is not that simple." At this time, the armored corpse soldier was still sitting in the wooden coffin, sighing, worthy of being a world-shattering empress, consuming a lot of soldiers. Unexpectedly, he stepped out of the coffin and said, "The little girl from back then has now grown up. This stubbornness is exactly like her mother." He walked out to the entrance of the cave, which was his territory. He walked out of the cave, which was surrounded by molten lava, and approached a huge stone statue. It was a strange corpse, and he looked really scary. He raised his finger and pointed down. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks shattered, and lightning struck the lava, causing it to boil and splatter. At this time, the armored corpse soldier actually revealed a face that was still human and smiled at the monster. "You and I have been neighbors for many years. Why are you so strange?" Unexpectedly, a dazzling city appeared behind him. The surrounding rocks began to crack, and the red lava splattered and overflowed. The female head on top of the monster's head opened her eyes and frowned. Then closed her eyes again. The armored corpse soldier just smirked. Unexpectedly, he took out a short sword and slashed hard at his hand, and blood flowed out continuously. His blood flowed out and fell to the ground. Immediately, a corpse hand sprouted from the place where the blood flowed out. Then a group of corpse soldiers emerged from the lava at the same time, including some that were huge and enormous. The armored corpse soldier looked at them, but there was something he was not satisfied with, and he frowned. He looked at the corpse soldiers kneeling before him and couldn't help but wonder, why did you revive these guys? At this time, on Tianfan's side, he was panting and sweating, but still smiling happily. Her Majesty Wanan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you suddenly laughing?" Tianfan told her that, "I remembered that your uncle suddenly discovered that his Yin soldiers, who were originally not dead, suddenly died all at once. I don't know what his mood would be. I just feel very funny." Tianfan told the story and laughed nonstop, and she sat next to him, just looking at him blankly. Unconsciously, looking at him laughing, she also laughed. The two sat in the tree and laughed loudly, which looked really refreshing. On the other side of the forest, a group of people were running for their lives. They were the young masters who had just had an internal conflict. They seemed to have encountered something very scary and were trying to escape. It was the long-haired young master who was hostile to Tianfan. He looked at his teammates and scolded them without hesitation. "A bunch of trash, you can't even hold one pass. What's the use?" Those people didn't dare to resist when they heard this. They only dared to kneel down and beg, "Sword Master, it's not that we are incompetent, but there are too few people. In the past, each pass needed a group of 10 people to guard it, so that you could have the opportunity to get the sword collection. Now, there are only 5 of us guarding 7 passes. It's really..." However, the sword master didn't want to listen and shouted, "Shut up." He again began to blame all the responsibility on Tianfan and sneered, "Damn Luo Tianfan, ruining my great plan." Everyone was led away by Luo Tianfan. "How can I find people to help me guard the passes?" When he wanted to ask for an audience with the Holy Maiden, he was also rejected. "Sword Master, I'm sorry, our Holy Maiden is in a critical moment of cultivation, and she can't show herself right now." Bai Shiha, "You convenient slut," retreated really quickly. While he was still angry, one person offered him a plan. "Sword Master, I have a way to break this situation. Don't be coy, just say it directly." He then said, "Sword Master, Luo Tianfen only knows how to rely on his abundant resources, but as long as we consume all of his resources, those rogue cultivators who have turned to the other side will naturally come back to you, right?" The sword master wavered when he heard this, and he thought about it. In another place, a corpse soldier was taken down. Not only had his 2 hands been chopped off, but so had his 2 feet, and the attack was very cruel. A foot came forward and stepped on the head of the corpse soldier, pressing him down. It was a young master with his hair tied high, and he held a large knife and chopped off the corpse soldier's head with one move. Then he said triumphantly and happily, "With this, I finally have a complete set of azure decay glazed light armor." At this time, his teammates ran over and praised him non-stop. Azure decay glazed light armor is a kind of top-grade magic weapon, and only a grand refining master can forge it. "Congratulations, big brother." The young master smiled and replied, "It's also thanks to the blessings of my brothers. After changing the armor, we have to rely on big brother." "No problem." They were happy and triumphantly went quickly to exchange items and talked non-stop. "The matter is urgent, we have to exchange quickly. The sooner we exchange, the sooner we can enjoy it. Let's go together." "That's right, I'm also broadening my horizons." They arrived at the place to exchange items and quickly chose things. "There are a lot of points. What do you want to exchange?" "I want to exchange." They quickly chose the items they wanted: azure decay glazed light armor, lapis lazuli Ming incense burner, these things. And the person who exchanged was none other than Tianfan, and he looked at the person who came to exchange and couldn't stop sighing, generous. Tianfan looked at the person who had just chosen the item and praised, "It seems that you worked very hard to kill the enemy." He was satisfied and picked up the item and admired it. Next person. But the young master with his hair tied high had also taken a fancy to that item. He was stunned and panicked and shouted, "No." Tianfan and the others were surprised to see this and looked over. Seeing him collapse and sit down, Tianfan stood up and asked, "What's wrong?" He cried and screamed in despair, "My armor has been exchanged. I've been saving up for so long." His subordinates came to the person who had exchanged the item before and asked to negotiate. "Fellow Taoist, the azure decay glazed light armor is very suitable for my big brother's cultivation technique. I see that you have also exchanged a lot of magic weapons. I wonder if you can give up this one." But that person didn't want to give it up and refused outright. "No way." Another younger brother was angry and wanted to take a risk. "Big brother, I'll go steal it back." But the young master stopped him. "No way." He sighed in pain and despair. "It seems that I have a connection with the armor, but not the fate to have it. Forget it, forget it." Tianfan came forward and asked, "Then what about the other 3 people?" That young master said sadly to his younger brother, "The things we need have already been exchanged. There's nothing to exchange for now." Tianfan comforted him when he saw this. "That armor? Someone else has exchanged it, but you can also exchange it." The young master was surprised and quickly turned around. "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tianfan immediately held out a very high-end armor, causing them to exclaim. Tianfan smiled and said, "Don't worry, with me here, all efforts will be rewarded." On the side of that sword master, he was very smug because he thought he had come up with a way to deal with Tianfan. "I took the initiative to exchange magic weapons before him in one step, so that those rogue cultivators don't have anything good to exchange. This move, only you could have thought of it." But he still found it strange and asked, "Why is it that the rogue cultivators still haven't left?" That teammate stammered and said, "Well, Luo Tianfan really has too many items." That sword master gnashed his teeth in anger. Then he turned and left, and his teammate asked in fear, "Sword master, where are you going?" He replied irritably, "Kill monsters." A moment later, Tianfan was sitting alone on a high branch, observing something. Tianfan was observing the sword master taking down the corpse soldiers quickly with just one move. Tianfan sighed as he watched this. Then he jumped to the ground and came to the place where the corpse soldiers had just been taken down by the sword master. I wondered why there was a group of powerful people recently who could exchange so many things every time. It turns out they're working for the sword master. Tianfan looked at the system chi spirit and smiled, his face showing that he had some intentions. She looked and was puzzled. What is he thinking? Tianfan said, "Maybe I've gone through a period of emotional turmoil, but with his help, I can worry even less. The plan is almost ready, Tongzi. At that time, I'll have to rely on you." The system chi spirit turned to Tianfan with a disgruntled expression and said, "Don't forget what you promised me." Tianfan became dejected upon hearing this, implying blame. "Are you taking advantage of me? Can't you be a little more gentle?" But the system chi spirit was very decisive and did not move an inch. "I won't take back a single word. This matter is not negotiable." Finally, Tianfan had to accept. "All right." Then he suddenly saw something wrong in front and immediately said, "But there's something I need to say." Looking at the scene before him, he found it a bit difficult to understand. The number of corpse soldiers being destroyed has become countless. He sighed, "This efficiency. This is not Sword Master, but clearly our number 1 super grinder." Then the 2 of them went to some place, surrounded by mountains, and in front of them was a large circular rock. Tianfan raised his hands and read the incantation, "Activate." The surface of the water there suddenly fluctuated violently. The fluctuation was so strong that it rang throughout the forest. The 2 of them jumped onto the mountain containing the water. They landed gently without any scratches. Arriving at the place, Tianfan asked her, "Is this okay?" The system chi spirit replied, "Okay." Then she released all the soul fragments she had collected and said, "Except for the pure force of souls, other soul fragments carry attributes. The resentment and dark aura of the Yin soldier souls will erode the surrounding environment if they exist for a long time." She released the soul fragments to this place and said that, "We can only temporarily isolate them here first." Tianfan looked at it and pondered, "In that case, how about using this eroded place, with dense resentment, to cultivate some resources of the underworld system?" The system chi spirit turned around and agreed, "Good idea." She was happy and felt a little proud. "What's wrong? Our little owner is willing to use his brain?" So Tianfan calculated for a long time and then quickly replied, "I got it. When we get out, I'll hire someone to specialize in land allocation and resource cultivation in the virtual realm. called the Virtual Earth Resource Department. Hearing this, the System Chi Spirit said with a look of disgust, I know. While subconsciously discussing with the System Chi Spirit, Tianfan suddenly woke up. Someone came to Tianfan and greeted young Master Luo. It was the person who had exchanged items before. Tianfan welcomed him happily. You've come? He smiled politely. I hope I'm not disturbing young Master Luo. Tianfan immediately held out the scroll of items and invited him. It's okay, what are you exchanging for today? Have you decided? The other person happily chose. I've decided. I'm exchanging for these things. At this time, Tianfan looked at that person and deliberately teased, You're really diligent in coming here. If you come a few more times, my things will probably be taken away by you. In another place in the forest. The sword master turned around with a surprised expression. He really said that? The person who had exchanged items with Tianfan had a complacent expression. That's right, this is what Luo Tianfan said himself. The sword master thought and said smugly, Finally, I've seen a clue. Hearing this, the other person replied, I told you that anyone who enters the burial ground will reserve space in their storage. Magic weapon to bring things out. No one would fill their magic weapon with treasures to come in here. Luo Tianfan is really strange. After the sword master finished speaking, he teleported and flew away. I don't care what he thinks. After I take everything from him, I'll see what other trump cards he has. The teammate watched and obeyed. Sword master is wise. One person behind them felt uneasy and looked at the person from before unhappily. That Jiu Lu Taoist has been showing off too much in front of the sword master recently. Suppressing me. I can't let him be smug like this forever. Then he put on a friendly appearance, approached and put his arm around his shoulder and probed, Jiu Lu Old Taoist, what treasure did you exchange for today? Let me take a look. That Jiu Lu became serious and refused. No, these things are all for the sword master. However, that person still didn't intend to give up and insisted, the sword master is so noble, how could he care about these things? You see, how many times have you exchanged treasures? Has the sword master looked at these things once? You and I choose a few to keep, the sword master will definitely not find out. That Jiu Lu Old Taoist agreed immediately upon hearing this, that makes sense. But that person suddenly became swollen and lumpy, looking terrible. Then he exploded with a bang, and his whole body was smashed to pieces. And that Jiu Lu Old Taoist was still calm and threw the remaining hand of that person to the ground. He killed his teammate without hesitation and sarcastically said, But who gave you the right to touch me with these things? Then he looked up and said to himself, finally couldn't sit still. Above the sky, something appeared like an eye. It was the armored corpse soldier. He was standing suspended in the air, and around him were huge eyes like they were watching everything. He looked at it smugly. Then he smiled and said, The old neighbor is really angry. After speaking, he was suddenly surrounded by countless soul fragments. He said, Give me a little time. Those soul fragments flew away. At this time, Her Majesty Yulan suddenly panicked and called out, Tianfan. Then she alone fought with the armored corpse soldier. He rushed to attack, and she had to create a barrier to stop him. Unexpectedly, Tianfan rushed over in time to help her. Tianfan knocked him away. He sarcastically said to the two people, You have really taught your husband very obediently. In another place, that sword master was still diligently destroying the corpse soldiers. But then something made him glance over. It turned out that Tianfan and Her Majesty Yulan, he was helping her escape and was accidentally seen by the sword master, Luo Tianfan. Tianfan looked at him and friendly raised his hand to greet him. Hello. Then he teased him and said, Are you busy? He looked at Tianfan and angrily shouted, Mind your own business. Then he realized and turned back in surprise. It was the armored corpse soldier who was flying over to chase the two of them. But he stopped and became surprised. He looked down and couldn't believe that his corpse soldier army had been wiped out. The sword master looked at the corpse soldier and immediately cast a barrier and asked in surprise, Who is coming? The angry armored corpse soldier raised his hand and launched an attack. He aimed directly at the sword master, but the sword master quickly used his sword to dodge the blow. The two fought and looked evenly matched. Tianfan hid behind a tree and watched and sighed, immediately accepting it. Swordy is really brave. Then he raised a talisman and said, But we have to take a step first. The sword master was trying his best to stop the attack. The corpse still didn't spend any effort. At this moment, A huge sword suddenly pierced straight down to the place where the two were fighting. Other swords also flew around. It turned out that the sword master transformed into a sword and hurriedly escaped. He was running and didn't expect to meet a difficult opponent. Are you kidding me? The sword master thought back to the battle, fighting a huge monster, and couldn't help but be frightened. How could such a powerful person appear in the burial ground? At this time, Tianfan had also flown to his side and teased, that's right, this is really not reasonable at all. The sword master turned angrily and asked, Luo Tianfan, what are you following me for? Let's run together, lend me your little flying sword for a moment. The sword master was surprised and replied, are you that close to me? But Tianfan was still joking, don't be afraid, that big sword from just now was amazing. Is this a problem of being afraid of strangers? The corpse stood still and watched, smoke billowing. He solemnly sighed, I haven't been out for a few years, and now sword cultivators have become like this. He looked up and said to those eyes, hold on tight, maybe you can strike 2 more times. He raised his hand and used some kind of magic, Feng Tu Ru Dao. He created a huge vortex. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, with terrifying size and power. Even though they had run far away, the 3 of them were still caught in the vortex created by the corpse and were sucked in. Tianfan immediately used the talismans and called out to the other 2, everyone, join forces, and get out with all your strength. The talisman immediately wrapped around them to protect them from being sucked away. And quickly, thanks to those talismans, they escaped the vortex and escaped. The corpse discovered it, want to run. Immediately, he created a barrier to block them. Her Majesty Wanlong saw this and said in panic to Tianfan, it's not good, this is. A huge flame suddenly burst out violently. The flame immediately burned Tianfan's talismans. Tianfan looked at the sword master and hurriedly reminded, get closer, the protective shield is about to break down. The sword master heard this and panicked, what? All the talismans were burned out, but that sword master still didn't listen to Tianfan and get closer. He was quickly burned by the flames, he screamed in pain, no, my inheritance hasn't been obtained yet. Tianfan and Wanlong looked at him in surprise. Very quickly, he was burned to ashes. Her Majesty Wanlong turned to Tianfan and said, the plan still failed, it's a pity, and it implicated you, after we get out, I will personally. Before she could finish speaking, Tianfan smiled and replied, although I came here to be a bodyguard for you, I have also gained a lot. It's okay, this burial ground has no beautiful scenery. And no fun, I've long wanted to go out. He held out the card. But we can't just leave like this without saying a word, we have to let your uncle taste a little suffering. She looked at him and decided to agree, okay, let's go together. He threw the card out and said loudly, together. The system chi spirit was surprised to see the situation. Tianfan, order me to take all the true essence of that demon cultivator for you. I want to kick the management. The system chi spirit sighed, then it's too chaotic. She became excited and said without hesitation, but I like it. And Tianfan and Her Majesty Wanlong continued to use all their power to fight back. That card quickly released the source of power. The 2 of them smiled happily even though the fire was gradually spreading to their bodies. The card shot out an extremely strong electric power that penetrated the flame. The huge eyes in the sky seemed to be under attack. The corpse soldier recognized it and watched. That card shot its power straight to the corpse's place. He used one hand to block the attack, and he sarcastically said, still trying to struggle when you're about to die. But then, he suddenly turned back to look. It was those huge eyes that were sucking his red power. The suction from those eyes was terrifying. And he was also sucked along, and only then did he realize that he had also been tricked, so that's how it is. He was shattered and realized that, 1 for 1. Yi Jianxia shouted loudly, declaring, Luo Tianfan, you bastard, this isn't over between you and me. After saying this, Yi Jianxia's whole body exuded a compelling murderous aura. At this time, a group of cultivators came, talking and discussing, isn't that this term's traveler of the sword tomb? It's not yet time to open the road, how did he get out? How else, died to get out here? Then the sword tomb has lost all face, let's go, gossip. Yi Jianxia came to the front of the camp and said, Luo Tianfan, tell him to come out. Huaying announced unhappily to them, what does Yi Jianzi mean? Our young master is in the burial ground. Yi Jianxia insisted on not listening and said again. In that situation, I don't believe he can escape, I will wait for him here. The cultivators gossip behind them. There's a good show to watch. It seems that this one in the sword tomb has suffered heavy losses, worthy of being the number one Zhao Rao evaluated by Xinghua. Once he strikes, it is indeed extraordinary. But listening to their meaning, Gongzi Yi and Gongzi Luo encountered disaster together? The personality of the sword tomb has always been arrogant, but unexpectedly this time he cooperated with the Luo family. I am even more curious about what kind of disaster made the two of them encounter. Disaster together. Yi Jianxia heard those cultivators and tried to listen. Then he angrily scolded the cultivators. Who is cooperating with that Luo Tianfan? I and him are incompatible. At this time, a person came out to ask what was going on because it was noisy outside. As soon as they saw this person, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Sword guard!" Yi Jianxia was afraid and hurriedly suppressed his temperament and reported, "There were some mistakes. In the burial ground there is something that surpasses the Zhao Zhao. I was being pursued." The sword guard wondered, "What about that inheritance? Did you get it?" Yi Jianxia stammered, "Still haven't won it." The sword guard was angry after hearing this and scolded, "Don't you know the importance of that sword Dao inheritance?" Yi Jianxia explained in fear, "Of course I know. As soon as I entered the burial ground, I have always been running around for this inheritance." The sword guard was puzzled. "If you know the importance, why are you messing with the people of the Luo family?" Huaying and Zigao have always been listening to the story from beginning to end. Yi Jianxia's face turned pale and he didn't dare to speak. "This matter is very chaotic. He really doesn't understand. I also want to know why I was involved in this story." Unable to continue, Yi Jianxia turned to Huaying and Zigao and said, "Wait for Luo Tianfan to come out and confront me. Everything will be clear." The sword guard also spoke up and requested, "If that's the case, I hope the Luo family will invite your Gongzi out here to explain the matter clearly. The assessment set by the families is so that the trainers of the major forces don't slaughter each other too early in the burial ground, delaying the Dao fate." Huaying and Zigao were startled after hearing this. At this time, a person appeared and put his hand on the sword guard's shoulder and said, "The way you say it is as if our Luo family is usually very arrogant and domineering." The sword guard was startled when he turned to see Luo Wuji, family head Luo. The sword guard became worried. "When did he get close to me?" Luo Wuji came forward to ask about the matter, determined not to let this matter be settled, since when has the sword tomb also colluded with those holy lands? Learning the ridiculous appearance of those people? The old man on this side was angry at Luo Wuji's insulting words, but quickly an old woman stopped him. "Elder, don't be angry. If you are really angry, you will become self-conscious." Luo Wuji warned without shame, "Don't slander the reputation of our Luo family." The sword guard lowered his head to apologize, "Family head Luo, it was my slip of the tongue." Huaying was very confused about this scene. Then Luo Renji turned to ask Huaying, "Has Tianfan come out yet? If he has, then tell him to come here to talk about this matter clearly." Huaying immediately reported what had just happened to Luo Renji, reporting to the family head, "At this time when Yi Jianzi arrived, I sent someone to check the young master's true body. The young master's true body is stable. There are no signs of having to go out." Yi Jianxia couldn't believe it after hearing this. "Impossible. I saw him being sucked into the flame with my own eyes in an instant. I was burned to ashes. He is in the same realm as me. Could he still be able to continue living?" In another place, a hand sprouted from the ground. Luo Tianfan escaped and couldn't help but feel fortunate. This time it was really dangerous. After escaping, In came forward and took the hand of the person next to him. Pulled up from the ground, "Hey." Looking at the two of them tattered, Luo Tianfan couldn't help but sigh. This time the two of us have become dirty kids in the countryside. The system quickly appeared and pointed forward and said, "It seems that you won the bet." After that, Immortal Realm handled the substitute puppet of the country snatcher. He didn't bother with you who was exhausted. Luo Tianfan worriedly asked the system, "How is it on her side? Did anything unexpected happen?" The system happily flew low lullingly and assured him to rest assured, "I handled it properly." And was relieved to hear this. "That's good." The system reminded with some worry, "Hurry up and recover your puppet body. Don't take such risks again. The result is that the substitute collapses first." Luo Tianfan felt that what the system said was right, and indeed had to adjust it a bit. Find a place where you can set up protective barriers. At this time, in a cave, several bears were happily being served by the monkeys. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Xiongde. Luo Tianfan appeared in front of the cave and teased Xiongde, "Let you eat those pills, it seems you have refined them quite well, now you have become a beast king." As soon as he saw, and Xiongde was so scared that his mouth was agape. At this time, it calmed down. Using the bear's magnifying glass, he saw and with scars all over his body. Then it came up with the idea of being able to take down and in such a wounded state. "I can do this too." While thinking, it was immediately frightened by the appearance of Lin Wanlan, but Luo Tianfan took out a pill and lured Xiongde. "What's wrong? Do you still want to eat pills?" Xiongde's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the pill in En's hand. "Oh who? Eat, eat, eat." Seeing Xiongde quickly conquered by En, the other monsters were shocked. After a while, at the Yaoqi Palace, there was a voice talking inside. "When we left, there was only a scorched earth left there, but there were traces of Huai earth on the ground. It must be that someone's substitute has been destroyed." Qiao quickly analyzed after hearing this. Those who are qualified to use substitute puppets are all descendants of the Holy Family, but there are not many who can explode such great power. Could it be that Yi Jianxia collided with Luo Tianfan? The man recalled at that time, indeed, some sword path traces were found there, but if the two sides fought, the feeling is that the possibility of Yi Jianzi losing is higher. Qiao laughed loudly after hearing this. If Yi Jianxia is kicked out of the burial ground early, it will become a joke. Then Qiao pondered, but this time the power is much greater than the situation when the two of them compared moves before. Could it be that Luo Tianfan is still hiding his strength now? Or is the difference between the number 1 Zhao Zhao evaluated by Xinglua and us really that big? Thinking, she turned to ask the man, "By the way, have you heard about the whereabouts of that one in the Jialong Palace?" But the man just shook his head and denied. "No, since that one entered the burial ground, no one has met him again." Qiao felt that something was wrong after hearing this. Strange. With that person's personality, it shouldn't be so quiet, right? I was hoping he would stand up and break the current deadlock. "Okay, you continue to investigate, and see who was eliminated after all," the man shouted immediately upon hearing the order. "Yes." At this time, the man wondered again, if it is really Yi Jianzi who was eliminated, do we still continue to accept him exchanging treasures? Qiao ordered, "Don't need to temporarily." The man followed immediately after hearing this. "Okay, I understand." After that man left, Qiao fell into thought. It seems that I have to re-evaluate the strength of the Luo family's Gongzi. Luo Tianfan, hiding so well, what are you planning after all? On this side, Luo Tianfan was lying on Xiongde and thinking, "Haze." He lay down and confided in Xiongde about his wish. "Now I don't want anything else, I just want to find a place to soak in a hot spring, and then have a barbecue." Xiongde was frightened and stiffened when he heard and wanted to eat. Seeing it so scared, and turned and affirmed, "Rest assured, I don't intend to hurt you." Xiongde breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At this time, the system appeared and blamed Luo Tianfan. "You wasted such precious pills on it. And happily didn't care much. I'm relying on other people's territory to spend the night. I have to pay the room rate after all." Speaking, and remembered Lin Wanlan and wondered, "By the way, I haven't asked you how you arranged for her." The system assured him, "Rest assured, I act quickly. Her soul is well preserved. Temporarily relying on your Xianing world to maintain it for a period of time is not a problem." Luo Tianfan was also relieved to hear this. "Ha, that's good." He recalled when he hugged Lin Wanlan and ran away. What does it mean to die by your side? An idea suddenly came to mind. He told Lin Wanlan his plan. "I plan to adjust your plan a bit. Your original plan was to actively find a way to die, then your true body would take the risk into the burial ground. In that case, why don't we fake death once?" Lin Wanlan was surprised after hearing this. "Fake death?" Luo Tianfan affirmed. "That's right, my Xianing world can absorb force of souls, and can also temporarily protect your soul. Wait until your substitute decays. I will absorb your soul, deceive the other party, then just repair the substitute puppet for you." Lin Wanlan still didn't know, but how to deceive, as long as he patiently drags out the time, relying on the relationship to fortune. Sooner or later he will find out that I am in the burial ground. Luo Tianfan quickly replied, "Simple, hearing is false, seeing is true. Let's create a big scene for him, enhance his sense of immersion." Returning to the present, Luo Tianfan couldn't help but smile, thinking, only by making him personally take action to confirm that we have no way to survive Can we completely shatter his caution? At this time, he held up his broken piece and couldn't believe it, but I didn't expect that it almost failed. Fortunately I could withstand it, and also shock the master of the burial ground, destroying his substitute puppet. Before, he stole the slot of the Jingtian divine dynasty, took this substitute puppet, now the side account is lost, later he can only use the main account to hide in his city. Saying this, he blew the broken piece away. On this side, the coffin was opened. A tall man stepped out of the coffin. Then countless eyes in the sky looked down. That man looked up smugly. Destroying one of my substitutes, could it still bring you confidence? Then the whole space immediately switched. Those eyes kept blinking, making this man smug. Then used spiritual energy to gather into his feet and flew up, sure enough. It was not in vain for me to pay the price of destroying a substitute puppet to explore. Sure enough, your nutrients are not enough. That man flew to the front of the puppet that he was most proud of. Returning to Luo Tianfan's side, after he recovered a bit, he decided to leave. The system asked curiously, "What are your plans next?" Luo Tianfan leaned on Xiongda's back and replied to the system, "Before the city opens, I have to collect some Huhai earth, whether it is to repair my substitute, or to repair her substitute. A few tales can't solve it." The more he thought about it, the more headache he felt. "Haze, just thinking about it makes me tired." In another place, someone stood on a cliff. It turned out to be Jiu Lu. He discovered that Luo Tianfan was leisurely riding Xiongde and approaching, and couldn't help but sigh. How leisurely, it's come to this point, and he's still not anxious. How can he do? Giulia seemed to have an idea and grinned triumphantly. Luo Tianfan was confused when he saw Xiongde suddenly stop. What's wrong? Xiongde naturally looked ahead with a vigilant gaze. Luo Tianfan immediately understood and became more vigilant. Something ahead seemed to be constantly sucking everything in. The puppet that the man valued appeared, raising its hand high. Then it slammed down towards the man. He excitedly exclaimed, "It seems our neighborly relationship is about to end, isn't it?" The puppet slammed its hand hard on the ground, creating aftershocks. The man formed a hand seal and shouted, "Open the city!" Luo Tianfan and Xiongde looked ahead vigilantly. Then something rushed over. Its face was extremely strange. He saw it and jumped down. Perfect timing. He was happy, but then he noticed something. Huh! At this moment, a group of monsters swarmed over, causing Xiongde to scream in shock. Seeing the large number of monsters, Luo Tianfan jumped onto Xiongda's back and ordered, "There are too many of them. Run!" Xiongde quickly turned around and ran upon hearing this. But at this moment, a monster ran parallel to him. Xiongde also stopped abruptly. When he saw the monsters rushing forward without any intention of attacking, he was surprised and confused. What's going on? They're not here for me? What are they running from? At this moment, a beam of light appeared in the sky, attracting Luo Tianfan's attention. He quickly understood the situation. Okay, I don't have to bother finding the city. The city is coming to me. Immediately afterward, the city expanded and enveloped him and Xiongde. Xiongde opened his eyes at this moment. Startled, he looked around when he couldn't see Luo Tianfan. Luo Tianfan was looking at the glass of water in his hand. Then a voice called out, "Luo Ger." He curiously turned his head. Then he saw Huan Yu enjoying himself with girls, asking him, "What are you thinking about, looking so lost?" Luo Tianfan closed his eyes and denied, "Nothing." He looked around at this moment, feeling, "I seem to have forgotten something." He couldn't figure it out, so he decided, "Forget it, I can't remember." The music continued to play softly until late at night. Luo Tianfan was immersed in alcohol, intoxication, and women. He excitedly laughed loudly, and at this moment, a girl appeared before his eyes, startling him. The system stood in front of him, and called out, "Luo Tianfan." Seeing the system's face frightened him. He screamed loudly. He woke up at this moment, making the system relieved. "You're awake." Luo Tianfan looked over and immediately recognized, "This is Qi luck. Compared to the Qi luck I imagined, it's very different. It feels like a dream." The system heard this and analyzed. After all, one of the functions of the Qi luck divine dynasty is to create illusions for the people. If it weren't for you, Little Majesty, leading behind a method to awaken, you would have been trapped in it for a long time. Luo Tianfan wondered, but isn't it all fake? With such luck, How can the divine dynasty be maintained? The system neither objected nor denied, but the emotions are real. If the people are at peace, the nation will be prosperous. At this moment, the system remembered and asked, speaking of which, what was your beautiful dream? It is said that the Chi luck creates dreams, allowing you to look directly at your instincts and desires. From the deepest depths. Luo Tianfan was bored when he heard this and recounted, in the dream, it's just my daily life. Nothing special. Drink and then sing. The system was also very helpless after listening. I really don't know whether to say you are learning by doing or a useless holy body. He went to open the window wide. Then he saw that everything around was very quiet, without a single person. He glanced over at this moment. Then he saw a man. The man grinned. Then left. Luo Tianfan was curious when he saw this. A wave of air seemed to rush in from outside. In another place, a person said, it's just using her own charm bone to transform an impostor into a girl with innate charm bones. I don't think it will have much effect. The woman waved her hand in denial upon hearing this. No, this is enough. Then she sipped her wine and said, at least the first step of my plan is complete. The rest should still be left to me. Don't worry, I won't betray our covenant like your daughter did. After all, I and that disgusting impostor still have a debt to settle. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue, revealing that she was a demon. Back to Luo Tianfan, he looked around and analyzed. The rooms that are still lit mean there are other people in them, right? He brought people into the city one by one. Why? It can't be just to give everyone beautiful dreams. The system said upon hearing this, beautiful dreams? This person has great ambitions. He wants to use these fragments of luck to refine the burial domain. By that time, there will be a burial domain restriction outside this place, and inside there will be Chi luck divine spirits, creating a separate world. I'm afraid no one will be able to do anything to him. Luo Tianfan immediately understood after listening. No wonder he stayed in the burial domain for so many years. It turns out he wants to occupy the nest like a cuckoo. Saying this, Luo Tianfan sighed helplessly and asked the system, the owner of this burial domain is a rank 8 immortal. Can he stop him? The system pointed ahead after listening. Who said the owner of the burial domain isn't taking action? Look! An Yin soldier immediately appeared below. It was constantly searching for something. The system analyzed the situation for him. The Chi luck is illusory and ethereal. It can only rely on abundant popularity to establish a city. If there is no one, then this desolate city will automatically disintegrate. He quickly understood after listening. So that's it. Because there is no one in the burial domain restriction, he can only wait until the burial domain opens before he can open this city. The system affirmed, that's right. At the same time, the Yin soldier touched the door. It immediately burst into flames, frightening it. The system said the city will protect people. Don't you need a lot of returning earth to restore your physical body? The opportunity has come. He realized after hearing this. Ha! He excitedly jumped out of the door. Don't say any more. A good opportunity has indeed come to my door. At this moment, the Yin soldier fell into his sights. Then a flame blew over, causing it to burst into flames. After it died, he absorbed its returning earth. Then triumphantly said, Great. Luo Tianfan continued to kill other Yin soldiers. Then another Yin soldier appeared. After a while of fighting, he was out of breath. Seeing that there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, if it weren't for the backup power source, using the lightning talisman would really be a burden. At this moment, he opened a bottle of medicine triumphantly. Fortunately, I have a lot of medicine. After recovering, he appeared in front of another Yin soldier and exclaimed, Indeed, the essence of cultivation is just farming. He continued to circulate the lightning power throughout his body. After destroying all the Yin soldiers in the area, he returned. He hugged the pile of things he had just collected and rejoiced. A great harvest. At this moment, the system looked outside and cautioned him, Be careful, your lantern is about to burn out. Luo Tianfan said, Just in time, I've earned a lot of returning earth. It's time to switch to another house to repair the substitute body, right? Saying this, he left, jumping from house to house. Then jumped into one. Then looked up. Seeing a girl appear, he was surprised. There's already someone here? Seeing the girl get up, Luo Tianfan quickly apologized. I'm really sorry, I was a little rushed, so I broke the window of your house. But the girl didn't care, but stepped outside, making him confused. Huh! He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the girl. Chi luck is really strange. It can make people act without real objects. The system was angry and reminded him when he didn't focus on the main thing but only cared about external things. Quickly restore the body, and quickly bring your little empress here to compete for ownership of this city. It was getting late. Luo Tianfan stood on a rooftop, pondering, if I want to regain the Chi luck, I have to find the fragment of the remnant Chi luck essence. While I have a good opportunity now, I can collect some more returning earth and restore a little more of her substitute puppet. The system immediately transformed into a host. Here it comes, here it comes. The hunting program is about to begin. Seeing Luo Tianfan fighting with the Yin soldiers, the system constantly commented, with nimble steps, our contestant Luo Tianfan has set off. Contestant Luo Tianfan has chosen the kiting style to drag the object. This is a highly difficult offensive tactic. Oh no, contestant Luo Tianfan has been blocked at the exit. If he stops even for a moment at this time, he will immediately be surrounded by pursuers. Seeing him jump high, the system exclaimed again, what? Contestant Luo Tianfan has chosen to retreat. He has chosen to jump directly over the encirclement of the monsters. A series of jumps from the roof are very beautiful. Now the monsters can only watch. Player Luo Tianfan has escaped without injury. Success. Contestant Luo Tianfan has landed successfully. The posture is very beautiful. Jumping into the ancient door is extremely accurate, 100 points. After finishing, he was happily complacent. Thank you for your support. Luo Tianfan turned around and was surprised to see someone lying on the bed. Oh, there's someone here too. He took Lin Wanon out of the space without caring. Forget it, what's the point of caring so much? The main thing comes first. He sat down. Starting to save Lin Wanon, the person behind woke up. His eyes were a little sinister. Then the Yin spiritual power in his hands slowly moved towards Luo Tianfan. The system immediately warned when it saw this, be careful. Thanks to the timely warning from the system, he quickly erected a shield to resist the other person's attack. He was confused when he saw that nothing happened to the other person. What's going on? Is this sleepwalking? He grinned and praised, that's vigilant kid. He is village husband He Lian. Although he said that on the outside, he wanted to be depressed on the inside. Damn it, the sneak attack failed. He Lian crossed his arms and asked, sneaking into my room furtively, what do you want to do? Luo Tianfan was surprised that He Lian was not controlled. You're still awake? He Lian proudly pointed to himself, you're asking too much. Can't you see that my eyes are wide open? His words made Luo Tianfan even more curious. This city doesn't affect you. You didn't fall into a dream? He Lian quickly understood, the dream you're talking about, I already dreamed it. He Lian rubbed his chin and recalled the dream, couldn't help but exclaim, that dream was too good. Crispy baked cakes filled a plate, roasted meat filled a pot. And I drank as much wine as I wanted. Luo Tianfan was curious after hearing He Lian's words, then why did you wake up? He Lian truthfully explained, damn it, the more I ate, the hungrier I got. I woke up because I was hungry. The more Luo Tianfan heard, the more something was wrong. Strange, even if you woke up, the Chi luck shouldn't affect you forever. He asked again, after you woke up, you didn't dream anymore? He Lian immediately replied, yes, I woke up for a while and then started dreaming again. Luo Tianfan was even more surprised as he listened, than you. He Lian proudly said, then I simply went to sleep in one go. Instead of dreaming of pre-designed dreams, I might as well take the initiative to dream. The system was also helpless after hearing He Lian's words. He really is an eccentric. At this moment, He Lian realized and shouted, that's not right, why am I telling you these things? You haven't answered why you came to my room. You're not with that stupid Taoist, are you? He was uncomfortable when he was scolded, what's stupid? He Lian pointed at Luo Tianfan and confirmed, it's that idiot who used rare exotic beasts to tricked me into this godforsaken place for so long. As a result, not only is there no food or drink, but I'm dreaming all day long. He was even more surprised after hearing this. Long? Luo Tianfan asked curiously, how long have you been in the city? He Lian wearily lamented, How do I get out? I'm about to starve to death. Luo Tianfan explained, You're lucky. I happen to have a way to get out of the city, but I have to find the Qi Luck fragment first. He Lian didn't know and said, Qi Luck fragment? I've just been sleeping these past few days. I've never seen it. Luo Tianfan told He Lian to rest assured, you don't have to worry about finding the Qi Luck fragment. We're responsible for repairing this substitute puppet. He Lian looked at Lin Wanlong curiously. Oh, repairing the substitute body, then you must need returning Earth, right? Luo Tianfan affirmed, that's right. There happen to be a series of them in the city right now. Before he finished speaking, He Lian put down a bag of returning Earth and asked, Is this enough? He Lian explained, Before entering here, they told me there was some kind of competition, and told me to collect some returning Earth. As a result, this thing only takes up space and can't be eaten. I almost threw it away. Seeing the pile of returning Earth shocked him, so much. He Lian replied to him, I don't remember. I'm always sleeping and dreaming. Anyway, I'm not that idiot as soon as I entered the burial domain. Luo Tianfan continued to explain to He Lian. This city is transformed from a fragment of Qi Luck and has now enveloped the entire burial domain. Everyone has been drawn in, and everyone is currently immersed in a dream. He remembered at this moment, I haven't asked for your name yet. He Lian proudly pointed at himself, Me? I'm a village husband. Luo Tianfan quickly realized He Lian, the village husband, of Jiaolong Palace. Seeing that he knew him surprised He Lian, Hey, you know me? He Lian recounted, Speaking of which, it's really a coincidence. Thanks to you, I got to eat dragon horn once. Luo Tianfan was curious, Dragon horn, is that the pair of horns I sold to Chang Yu Immortal? He Lian affirmed, That's right. Luo Tianfan was curious, Oh, that thing is edible? After a while, he finally repaired Lin Wanlan and rejoiced, It's repaired. The soul next to her saw this. Then entered Lin Wanlan's body. Her hands began to move. The pieces of stone on her face also began to fall off. Completely restored. Causing the man on the side to feel it. He couldn't believe it. How is that possible? The puppet then raised its hand and controlled 2 balls. Then launched them. Rushing towards the man. Those things crashed into the man. Making him angry. Courting death. I'll help you. Then punched continuously towards the puppet. Causing the puppet to disintegrate. Then more of them rushed towards the man. Finally, they completely enveloped him. The slime fell to the ground. His head shattered. Lying messily on the ground. On the other side, Lin Wanlan led Luo Tianfan and He Lian to a certain place. Lin Wanlan looked up and said, It's over there. Luo Tianfan asked curiously, Is that the Qi Luck fragment? It's too different from what I imagined. Qi Luck doesn't have a fixed shape. Its appearance is only determined by the object that contains it. He Lian couldn't help but laugh and urged, So that's it. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and refine it. Luo Tianfan suggested, You start. We'll protect you. Lin Wanlan accepted upon hearing this, Okay. Saying this, she walked towards the Qi Luck fragment. The fragment quickly lit up. At this moment, a pair of bright red eyes appeared. He Lian had a somewhat absent-minded expression and asked again, Say, was that dragon horn delicious? Tianfan put on a calm expression and replied perfunctorily, It was okay, just to taste the strange flavor. To be honest, there are many more delicious parts on a dragon's body than that. The speaker was surprised and couldn't believe his words. You've eaten other parts of a dragon's body? How many times have you eaten them? He Lian frowned uncomfortably. His heart seemed to be broken. He lowered his head. Damn it, I let that dragon run away too fast last time. He stepped forward and said a few encouraging words to him, It's okay. Changxing Immortal is cooperating with the Dragon Clan and periodically purchases some dragon marrow and dragon meat to make banquets. If you're interested, I'll ask the Immortal to send you an invitation next time. He Lian's spirit seemed to be uplifted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked up. Okay. The scene was a bit gloomy. Behind them, a pair of bright red eyes and sharp fangs appeared, staring at their backs like they were prey. Both Tianfan and He Lian sensitively noticed that something was wrong. They glanced back and couldn't help but shudder in shock, stunned by the presence of the stone demon. Its huge body jumped down near them as fast as the wind. One of them heroically wanted to sneak attack He Lian's head from behind, But he didn't let that happen to him. He reacted according to his body and reached out to knock away the stone demon's punch. Tianfan didn't stand still and watch. He hurriedly rushed to the other one. It stared at him, and Lien was struggling with the other stone demon. Suddenly, he cried out in pain. His eyes were wrinkled. The pain seemed to be running through his body. Lien regained his senses and used all his strength to throw the stone demon away, catching it off guard and flying backward in shock. On this side, Tianfan also became serious and gathered his strength, controlling the beam of light to come out in front of him. His aura flew straight to where the stone demon was standing, surrounding it and pushing it away. Tianfan and Lien suddenly stopped, no longer facing the stone demon, silently stopped and watched it together. He opened his mouth wide, his face surprised by what he had just witnessed with his own eyes. What are these two things? The twin stone demons slowly recovered their spiritual power and stood up. The smoke gradually faded away. I don't know, but both of these things are made of stone. It suddenly jumped up, each one heading in a different direction. One flew to the right towards Lien, and the other flew to the left towards Tianfan. He glanced over and shouted, informing him to split up, one for each person. The stone demon flew to Lien. Its sharp claws stretched out in front, wanting to tear him apart. He was not willing to let it hurt him easily. I hate fighting hand-to-hand directly with others. The most. Lien raised his fist from below and swung it hard at the stone demon, not giving it time to act. His punch made the stone demon fly up into the air, and its face was distorted and deformed. At this moment, Tianfan took out a burning talisman, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes silently thinking about how to solve it. He sat down on the ground, looking at the stone demon surrounded by the streams of air. Tianfan stepped forward, jumped up, and threw it at it. A loud explosion sounded, and the illusory white smoke spread out more and more. His eyes were full of surprise, observing every gesture and action of the stone demon. It seemed that lightning had not had much effect on this stone monster. It slowly staggered to its feet, the surrounding white mist gradually fading away. This time it's troublesome. The talismans I brought are almost used up. His face became serious, and he silently looked for new ways to destroy it, holding the talismans tightly in his hands, contemplating, if lightning doesn't work. On this side, Lien used his cyclone kick to kick the stone monster's body, and being attacked unexpectedly, it couldn't resist and retreated. The kick just now made the stone demon fall heavily to the ground, its whole body as if it was about to break apart into pieces. Suddenly insects appeared from nowhere, densely packed in swarms. They flew around and surrounded Lien. He was uncomfortable with these insects, and raised his hand to cover his face. His sharp eyebrows furrowed, watched it land on his body, uncomfortably crying out. An insect flew close, its mouth opening. Gradually, the wind swept away the insects that wanted to fly elsewhere. His face was expressionless as he raised his two hands, the mouth on them swallowing the insects that were flying around him in disarray. Lien smiled disdainfully after tasting them. The flavor was a bit like chicken. A fiery flame knife appeared in Tianfan's hand, the left hand blue, the right hand red, tightly holding them. He rushed to the stone demon, the two knives in his hand emitting a fiery light. The knife repeatedly slashed at it, its whole body becoming immobile. Tianfan still didn't stop and continued to fly upward. Lien was fighting the other one and kicked it straight in the body, its whole body cracking. He turned to see the scene and was stunned with admiration. So the flame knife can be used like that. Pieces of stone from the stone demon's body fell to the ground, spiritual energy radiating out and gradually gathering, causing him to be surprised. Large and small fragments floated around its body, seemingly attracting each other back to their original positions. They were in some pain after being destroyed. Lien saw this and quickly warned him, "Be careful, they can revive." Tianfan was a little confused after hearing this, stiffly looking up, holding the two knives tightly in his hand. The fragments falling beside him also began to move. He shuddered in horror. The fragments gradually sucked each other together after being destroyed. Tianfan violently snatched the necklace that was emitting spiritual power from his neck. Suddenly there was a change. He launched a powerful attack, a golden light bursting out, fragments flying all around. The wind pushed Tianfan away, and he hurriedly tried to stop himself. Beside him, Lien continuously struck the weak points of the stone monster. He turned to look with an excited expression, using the power created by the protective magic weapon to push both sides away? The way you use various magic weapons and talismans is truly unique. A look of determination appeared on Tianfan's face, his sharp eyes observing. Now is not the time to talk about this. If we can't kill them, then it's troublesome. Behind, the system suddenly appeared, flying out behind him, pointing forward with a resolute expression, as if wanting to destroy it immediately. Start introducing them. The name is Twin Stone Demon. He started the introduction. As long as one of the Twin Stone Demons exists, the other one will never completely die. The goal of the mission is to kill the Twin Stone Demon. On the other side, a female demon was lying there with her eyes closed, something gradually surrounding her entire body. A soul was secretly and silently observing them. Would rather abandon this body than imprison me? His eyebrows furrowed, his sharp eyes looking in one direction, pondering, although there is no substitute body to guard, with the special characteristics of those two stone demons. I should be able to buy some more time. He began to summon spiritual energy, dark streams of air appearing in his hands. Okay, then I'll take this opportunity to defeat you once and for all, and see what other tricks you have. Tianfan was surprised and stunned, turning to look at the system and asking, twins? At this time, Lin Wanan was trying to concentrate on regaining her training, spiritual energy floating around. The system appeared and informed him, a twin soul of a beloved demon that is used to suppress the Qi luck fragment is more suitable. The little majesty cannot be disturbed during the process of refining the Qi luck. This time, host, you really have no way out. His face was expressionless, sinking into thought. The stone demons revive very quickly. From the situation we just defeated them, we can see that the time between each death sentence must not be too long. Tianfan bowed his head, trying to find a way to destroy them. The energy talismans used just now had no effect. It's impossible to end quickly. The runes on my body are almost gone too. The system turned to look at him, as if laughing at Tianfan's face. Now you understand, talismans are not omnipotent. You still have to seriously study spells. He suddenly shuddered, his eyes widening in a daze. Twins, revive, wait. The spiritual energy of the stone demon sucked back together, slowly returning to its original shape. Lian witnessed the scene before him and couldn't help but be stunned, his whole body stiffening. A look of discomfort and annoyance appeared on his face, and sweat dripped down. Damn it, relying solely on brute force can't keep up with its recovery speed at all. He stepped forward from behind, patted his shoulder, and smiled, saying to him, I figured it out. Lian turned to look at Tianfan, his face a little vague, and asked, figured out what? They were resurrected and slowly stood up, their red eyes looking at the set target. I know how they revive. These are twin demons. You have to defeat both stone demons at the same time. Lian's voice was a little surprised. Twin stone demons. He turned to look at the two stone demons, his eyebrows furrowed, clenching his hands as if he had a sure win. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take action together. Tianfan worriedly pulled Lian from behind. Don't be impatient. He suddenly smiled excitedly. Maybe we're not in a hurry to take action. Have you forgotten? Outside, Tianfan and he glanced at the door. There's still a group of pursuers. Outside the city, they were surrounding this place. With just one kick, he sent the stone demon flying outside. It had no support, and just flew far away. Then it fell from the window in the city to where the pursuers were waiting below. He sat down, looking at the hole in the statue, smiling with interest and raising his hand to praise Lian. Great kick. He stood behind, still heroically full of strength. The stone demon fell to the ground and calmly stood up, its eyes looking at the enemy with hatred. It suddenly looked blankly at the pursuers surrounding it. The stone demon hurriedly woke up from the fall just now and began to fight with the pursuers around it who wanted to attack it. Looking through the hole in the wall below, the fog was dense, and a group of pursuers surrounded the stone demon. The system also silently observed without being able to say a word. Behind, the remaining stone demon could only stand still. Its head was being teased, kicked back and forth by Tianfan and Lian. Looking at them, the system's face darkened. Both of them were suddenly excited. Lian spoke, your move is good. Compared to spending effort thinking about how to deal with them at the same time, this is much easier. Tianfan laughed casually and replied, anyway, As long as they don't disturb our process of refining the Qi luck, what does it matter whether they live or die? The system became gloomy and could only run out of words for them. Suddenly, the city emitted a strong light through the window, and the scene was also changed, tilting back and forth. Moonlight shone into the room, and Dao Qi sat in it, gently rubbing her head. Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes a little angry and uncomfortable, thinking to herself, "This is the influence of Qi luck." Dao Qi stood up, thinking as she walked, "No wonder Qin Tian female emperor personally entered the burial domain. It turns out it's because of this." Her face suddenly revealed a sinister look, clenching her hands with determination as if wanting to take what belonged to her. "I can get this part of Qi luck." The stone monster sat slumped in the corner, sitting motionless, its whole body full of cracks. Tianfan took its head and asked her blankly, "Have you given up resisting? It's only been such a short time." The system appeared and informed him, "It's already very strong that it can last for an incense stick." The stone demon's head fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. To vent his anger, he stomped on it a few more times to relieve his annoyance. Suddenly its body moved again and trembled. Below, the remaining one was also destroyed by the pursuers, lying unconscious on the ground, fragments falling out. The pursuers gradually approached and observed the stone demon. He Lian raised his hand to wipe his sweat and sighed as if he had relieved a burden. "Finally it's over. I'm exhausted." Sure enough, a surprise attack is easier. Inside, he was shrouded in light that was radiating everywhere. He stared blankly upwards. The Luck City is gradually turning into nothingness. It must be about to be successfully refined. Right. Tianfan also looked up to observe. Just a little more. A soul suddenly appeared. In the sky, he uncomfortably cried out. He appeared behind where Wanan was cultivating, observing their every action. Indeed, you almost achieved your goal. 10 minutes earlier, he was still in a ball to absorb energy. Suddenly he was awakened, his eyes showing anger, clenching his teeth. Why is the speed of refining the Qi luck so fast? What are those two idiots doing? He began to think of another plan and hurriedly took his soul out of his body, his face angry, trying to endure. Qi luck is more important. It seems I can only temporarily abandon this body. The soul flew to the substitute body where the demon woman was motionless. After successfully entering, the demon woman smiled a little sinisterly. He stood above and slowly observed every gesture and action of Wanan. His face uncomfortably turned to look at Tianfan and Helian. Tianfan stamped his feet in annoyance, and spoke to Helian standing next to him. "There are still two great protectors here." He suddenly swung his move from above, rain wind blade twin blades, magic flying quickly towards the two people. He shouted, warning Tianfan to be careful. He also didn't give in and used his magic to fight back. But before Tianfan could attack, he was knocked away by his spiritual power. The spell he used also disappeared. Helian trembled and panicked when he saw him like that. He stood silently pondering how to respond. The rain wind blade twin blades were approaching, falling beside Helian. The mouth on the back of his hand slightly opened. Helian's whole body suddenly burst out fiercely like a flame, trying to suppress the twin blades. Using all his strength, he carefully swung the twin blades forward, returning them to you. The twin blades flew quickly and whizzed towards where he was standing. He didn't easily let him defeat him and hurriedly used a shield to block the twin blades, a cunning and malicious look on his face. His voice was a little interested and provocative. "Your physique is also interesting. But it seems your calculations are not very good." Helian, who was fighting the remaining twin blade, was surprised and looked at him upon hearing this. Helian could no longer resist, his strength exhausted. The remaining twin blade sent him flying away. Tianfan, who was observing below, panicked and worried about Helian. He just glanced at them with a disdainful look, challenging them, "What protectors? That's ridiculous." He endured the pain of his body and silently observed, "Chu Jiuduan just went out to the water spiritual spirit land like that. Why can't I see the means of the owner of the burial domain this time? Is that all you have?" He glanced at where Wanan was quietly cultivating. Next, fire surrounded the entire room, and he quickly flew over without hesitation. But he suddenly stopped and glanced behind him. An explosion sounded loudly, and smoke billowed. "Young Master Luo, I'm here to help you." Everyone entered through the hole that had just been blown open to help him. Young Master Luo has given us so many good things before, so now is the time for me to repay him, for this person. Why are you people? He looked down below and wouldn't let them have their way, silently sending out a dark purple energy that was surging violently, like a ghostly tornado, showing an evil and unpredictable power being released. A light foot appeared and landed on the ground. Who could have imagined that Chu Jiangjun, who betrayed the divine Qi Tian dynasty and evaporated from the world that year, has always been hiding inside the burial domain? Tian Fan couldn't help but be stunned, his round eyes looking, "It's her." Dao Qi smiled provocatively at him. The feeling of being trapped in a lucky dream is really not pleasant at all, right, young Master Luo? Let's see this time, I have the same goal as you. He seemed to have understood everything and concentrated his thoughts. It seems that's the case, but relying on us, I'm afraid we can't be Chu Jioduan's opponent. The system appeared and informed him, a reminder, he is currently in a soul state. Tian Fan was stunned upon hearing the words just now. He slowly stepped out, smiling and looking up, his voice calm, "I understand." He controlled the magic below, making it impossible for everyone inside to escape, and flames began to erupt around. He just looked down and spoke disdainfully. "A bunch of ants, die for me, Tai Jing." Tian Fan's eyes suddenly changed, paying attention to that place, open. The scene behind him suddenly changed, and a ball appeared, covering the top, as if wanting to suck him in. He turned to look back in disbelief and shouted, "What?" He was extremely angry, his face frowning, but he couldn't do anything, and was dragged in deep. The ball of darkness swallowed his body, trying to use force to escape. Tian Fan raised his hand solemnly as if chanting a spell, clenching his teeth and squinting his eyes. "You wait for me there first." The system couldn't help but be surprised. The ball in the middle seems to want to explode and become a shock. The intensity of the soul body exceeds the limit of the illusion world. It's about to collapse. The foundation of his now, all depends on the Qi Luck fragment. Just refine the fragment, and you're done. Dao Qi suddenly used energy to seize the spiritual energy when Yilan was refining fire energy. He looked over and shouted a warning, "You." Dao Qi ignored him and smiled excitedly, stepping to her. "Qi Luck is mine now." Not letting her achieve her goal, a sword rushed quickly, Dao Qi sensitively noticing something was wrong, glancing behind her, hurriedly avoiding the sword that was rushing towards this direction. Dao Qi landed spectacularly. Without extra movements, she looked up to examine it. The sword that fell down suddenly froze. A hand grabbed the sword and pulled it up. Yulan had now finished refining the fire energy, her face cold and expressionless, holding the sword tightly in her hand. Everyone around was surprised and stunned by the sudden change. The city is gone. At this time, Dao Qi's face changed, and she turned to smile at Wanlan standing above. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on regaining the Qi Luck." Her appearance showed that she didn't care, but deep inside her heart, she was constantly thinking, it seems that after this trip, the ceiling of the burial domain will not be able to be maintained anymore. Dao Qi suddenly laughed happily, her whole body radiating spiritual energy. "No need to trouble you to take action, Your Majesty. Then we'll meet outside." Fragments fell randomly to the ground, and Wanlan just calmly observed without any fluctuation, only saying one sentence to her, "That's decisive." Tian Fan happily approached from below, looking up at her. "Congratulations." Wanlan ran to support him and took his hand. "Fortunately, you guys helped me stop Chu Jioduan." Tian Fan smiled wryly at her and replied, "I have to thank you for refining so quickly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress him for so long." The surrounding scene suddenly became gloomy. He Lian hurriedly called out to the two people who were attentively close to each other, "Hey, don't be flirting. The burial domain is about to be destroyed." Everyone panicked, looking around. "What? The burial domain is about to be destroyed? How can that be? What should I do?" Thick streams of black air appeared and flew all over the sky. "Is this true? Something is wrong in the burial domain at this time. Its ceiling is about to collapse." So after Dao Qi Saintess saw this scene, she decisively escaped from the puppet substitute body and escaped outside. He couldn't help but wonder and asked Wanlan, "What about them?" She looked over and calmly said to him, "It's difficult for real people to get out after entering. They can only hug each other and cry there." "No way, absolutely not. We made a big profit this time, how can we die here? No, heaven is unfair." Tiafan heard those words, his face blank, unable to speak. She turned back and spoke, easing the gloomy atmosphere, not necessarily. He seriously studied the thing in front of him. It was being surrounded by a circle of fire. The vortex was moving, holding the center inside like some kind of magic. Remember, I stuck an eye in that saintess's body before. Scene transition. The demon woman was lying motionless there at this time, the surroundings dark without a trace of light. Suddenly a man slowly stepped forward, a little out of luck. How pitiful. Jiolu approached the demon woman from a distance. Dark spiritual energy was sticking to him behind his back. The spiritual energy gradually infiltrated the demon woman. Next to him were streams of hot lava, steaming. Jiolu calmly stepped forward. Under the ground, his body was covered in injuries and lay motionless. The saintess slowly opened her eyes without any emotion, but surrounded by spiritual energy. He opened the bottle in his hand, his face cunning and evil, looking at him. This body, I still have other uses for it. Rest assured, I have found a better container for you. The bottle began to be opened, spiritual energy flying out along the mouth of the bottle to the outside. The people in front of him appeared like soulless corpses, just walking blankly and absent-mindedly. Jiolu soothed and coaxed them to his side. I know you all died carrying resentment and unwilling. Today I bestow power and help you transcend. You take revenge for grievances, and revenge for hatred. After speaking, he smiled cruelly, sinisterly. The soul behind him was full of excitement. He distributed a little credit to each of them, who came to the front. Jiolu appeared sad and silent, but he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Unfortunately, although I have always collected them, the number of wronged souls is still a little lacking. But now, the owner of the burial domain is dead, and the seal is about to collapse. By that time, there will probably be quite a few people among the scattered cultivators who cannot escape and will also carry resentment. Suddenly, he discovered something behind him. His sharp eyes turned to follow. Jiolu smiled and glanced to the side, speaking, You always make me feel surprised. Scene transition around the burial domain. Dao Qi was sitting there gathering her spiritual power. Suddenly she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale, painful, her eyebrows furrowing. Dao Qi couldn't help but ponder, trying to undo the spiritual connection of the puppet's substitute body, but she was still pushed back. Someone's voice sounded. Someone entered and chuckled, So you also came out. She took a handkerchief to wipe the blood on her mouth and looked out the door. Elder, why are you here? Bulao slowly stepped inside. The kid at Sword Tomb was driven out. I was worried about you, so I came to check. Was your puppet substitute body also destroyed by people? Dao Qi closed her eyes and silently endured, speaking to him. I chose to abandon the puppet substitute body myself. Bulao's face was startled and surprised, asking her, why? The ceiling of the burial domain is about to collapse. Dao Qi felt annoyed and irritated just thinking about it. This trip to the burial domain had too many strange things. Not only did the ceiling have problems, but even the Qi luck fragment appeared. Bulao was shocked and couldn't believe it after hearing her words. What, the Qi luck fragment? No wonder the female emperor came personally. His face was horrified, becoming gloomy, asking Dao Qi, did you get that fragment? Dao Qi faced Bulao's gaze, her voice irritated. Qi luck is magical, I couldn't get it. He closed his eyes, a hint of disappointment flashing past. What a pity. According to what you said, the descendants of the families who participated in the burial domain this time will probably lose everything. But she suddenly smiled and encouraged Bulao, don't worry. I prepared early and stored resources in the marrow body. Although I lost the puppet substitute body, I am still confident in winning first place in this competition. Seeing this, his face changed, becoming happy. That's good, that's good. Everything was normal, but suddenly a spell surrounded Dao Qi's body. She looked around and shuddered, surprised, shouting, What? Bulao couldn't believe it when he saw this, his eyes widening in horror. A large ball suddenly appeared in Dao Qi's room, wanting to swallow her and Bulao. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Dao Qi, the two of them escaping outside together. Jianhap suddenly heard a sound and turned to observe. He spoke, calling out to her, Baishi, so you also came out? Hearing someone call, Dao Qi turned to look around. Yijianzi, long time no see. He suddenly panicked, pointing inside. Where's Luo Tianfan? Did he come out? People behind him also approached one by one. She said awkwardly to everyone, The seal in the burial domain had problems. Young Master Luo is probably about to give up the puppet's substitute body and come out soon. They were surprised and discussed with each other. What? The sealing of the burial domain had problems. No wonder the burial domain was unstable today, but the path has not been opened yet. So wouldn't all the people without puppet substitute bodies have to die inside? This is the time with the most deaths in the burial domain. It's just a group of unqualified scattered cultivators. Wu Ji and Jiaolong came together. He was a little dazed and confused. This is. A person inside slowly stepped out, his feet reaching out. Gradually, the people there also began to come out, excitedly talking. I really came out. I was finally saved. He Lian and Wan supported Tianfan to come out. This time, Bulao's transmission formation made a great contribution. Wu Ji ran over to ask about the situation. Luo family head, Tianfan's illusion world is now being eaten back by my uncle. Please quickly take action to help him. The two of them slowly placed him down. Tianfan quickly asked him, did he swallow Chu Jiuduan? He uncomfortably placed his hand on his chest, looking at Wu Ji seriously, and said, he's only temporarily locked in the illusion world, but that guy's temper is a little hot. Wu Ji placed his hand on his shoulder. Spiritual power began to transmit inside. Tianfan couldn't help but be shocked by his actions. He blankly placed his hand on his chest and said to him, suddenly he's silent. Wu Ji glanced at him and replied calmly, he's not stupid, now that he's in the outside world. He doesn't have the Qi luck as his support. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to show his face at will anymore. Tianfan turned back and the two faced each other. Can you pull him out of my illusion world? Wu Ji's face was expressionless, saying, of course you can, but it's not a bad thing for him to always hide in your illusion world. He didn't understand a little. What do you mean? A large pit appeared in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up in surprise. He turned to look forward, instructing him, go find Elder Bulao first. I have to go see the situation in the burial domain. Tianfan looked at his back. Got it. Wu Ji disappeared and flew inside. He hurriedly spoke, be careful of the raging wind inside. It has become irregular now. At this time, Yi Jianhap, full of anger, fiercely approached and called him, Luo Tianfan. He was startled, glancing behind him. Tianfan smiled cautiously, facing him, oh sword master brother, long time no see. Jianhap angrily ran over, who long time no see with you. Suddenly He Lian and the people next to him couldn't help but be stunned in surprise, unable to imagine it. Jiu Lu and that person stepped out from inside one after the other. Seeing this, he could only roar in his heart at his appearance. It's that idiot, and you dare to show your face in front of me. Jiu Lu saw this. He hurriedly ran away, making He Lian furious. He Lian quickly chased after. Where are you running? He Lian quickly grabbed Jiu Lu with a threatening look. It was you, this Taoist, who harmed me and imprisoned me in that city from the beginning to the end. Jiu Lu shouted in fear, begging for mercy, spare me, spare me. At this time, Luo Tianfan came over and asked He Lian, is this the person you said tricked you? Jiu Lu saw that he could save himself from He Lian's hands and cried for help. Young Master Luo, do you still remember me? Luo Tianfan was a little impressed when he heard this. Oh, I remember, isn't this a regular customer? I'm here to exchange things again. Yes, it's me, please help me beg He Lian Great Master. It was completely just an accident. He Lian insisted on not letting Jiu Lu go. Accident? You ran really fast for an accident. Jiu Lu was scared and wanted to compensate. I'll compensate you. I have treasures to give you. He Lian didn't believe him, threatening, compensate. What will you use to compensate? What good things can you have? Jiu Lu affirmed without any lies, it's a good thing. It's the most precious treasure of the entire burial domain. He Lian was very interested after hearing this and told Jiu Lu, oh, then I'll take a look. What if you dare to lie to me again this time? I wouldn't dare lie to you, you see, Jiu Lu said and took out the head of a puppet. He Lian felt a little disgusted as soon as he saw it. What the hell is this? Suddenly the puppet opened its eyes. Then it rushed towards He Lian. Luo Tianfan was also very surprised. When that puppet rushed towards him, it bit Luo Tianfan's shoulder hard, causing him pain. Ouch! Jiu Lu was also very surprised when he saw that the head reacted so strongly. He Lian seemed unable to bear it anymore and wanted to punch Jiu Lu. You bastard, you dared to harm me. He Lian punched hard. But Jiu Lu quickly dodged. Then he grinned triumphantly, making Helian uncomfortably question, "Just who are you?" Suddenly Jiu Lu's face turned green, then rushed down quickly. Then a large fireball appeared in the sky. It turned out that the person who created the fireball was Luo Wuji. The others quickly surrounded Luo Tianfan to protect him. Jiu Lu couldn't help but praise under the oppression of Luo Wuji. This powerful killing intent, truly worthy of being the leader of Changxing Luo Mansion. I've finally achieved it. After finishing speaking, killing intent filled the sky around Jiu Lu. Then an explosion burst out, blowing everything away. Everything around. All places were filled with smoke and dust, making Helian uncomfortably cough continuously. At this time a voice rang out calling, "Luo Wuji." The old man questioned, "Do you want to kill us all?" The other disciples were trying to resist. At this time Luo Wuji looked over. Then he saw that Luo Tianfan was emitting cold light, making Helian surprised. "This is Tai Xian." Ing worriedly looked at Luo Wuji, informing him of his situation. "Family head, young master, he confessed his guilt. Your subordinate didn't protect him well." Luo Wuji didn't say anything when he saw this. He immediately recognized the head that was biting Luo Tianfan. It's the head in the burial domain. The white-haired old man looked back and asked, "What kind of sacred figure was that Taoist just now?" The person behind him replied happily, "I can't see the origin." The old man suddenly saw a stream of black mist radiating out. This stream of black mist. He immediately felt that something was wrong, not good. The burial domain is sealing. Jiu Lu appeared from nowhere. Smiling triumphantly, he announced, "Today, I invite everyone to witness my Huodao lineage founding the sect." Luo Wuji uncomfortably asked, "Is this a declaration of war?" Jiu Lu hurriedly denied, "No, it's just a greeting." He then disappeared. Before leaving, he didn't forget to make an appointment. "See you tomorrow." A few days later, the lively sounds of everyone rang out. "Have you heard? The Changxing Luo Mansion's young master was crippled in the burial domain." "Really or fake?" "Of course it's true. It was done by the Huodao lineage that's been making a fuss recently." "Is the Huodao lineage real?" At Luo Mansion people were crying mournfully, calling, "Young master." Ing was also crying continuously, "Young master, woo woo woo." On this side, a hot pot was stirred, accompanied by sobs, "Woo woo woo." Ing was confused when she saw him working hard. "How much more do we have to do?" Luo Tianfan objected, "No, no, no. Do you think it's easy to eat an authentic red oil hot pot?" He said, "This hot pot is not good, the flavor is still a little lacking, cook another pot."